Introduction and To the Reader of A Life Unveiled by a Child of the Drumlins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PhyllisV. A Life Unveiled by a Child of the Drumlins by Anonymous. Introduction and To the Reader. Introduction. I fancy that this child of the Drumlins did not know she was living amid drumlins when she passed her youth there. She knew them only as the long, smooth, loaf-shaped hills that were scattered over her native landscape, upon which she saw cattle grazing and grain ripening, and upon which she roamed and played in the freedom of childhood. These curious-looking hills are found in certain parts of New England, and in a large section of the central and western parts of New York State. They would suggest artificial mounds were they not so large as to preclude all idea of their being the work of man. They were indeed made, not by human hands. They are the work of the great continental ice sheet, which tens of thousands of years ago crept slowly over a large part of the northern hemisphere, giving to the landscape, among many other strange new features, these long, low, rounded hills, called by the geologists Drumlins, amid which the child passed her early life. Carpeted with grass and often dotted with trees, these peaceful pastoral elevations are seldom more than a quarter of a mile long and perhaps 100 feet high. Their trend is in one direction, from northeast to southwest, the general course the ice flood took. They are simply huge heaps of clay and water-worn boulders shoveled together by the gods of the Ice Age, though just how it all came about, the geologists are not clear. But there they stand, making a marked feature in the landscape. To the land of the Drumlins, rich in its early associations, the writer of this narrative turns, giving a moving record of real life which to me makes fiction insipid. It presents the natural history of an American girl in the last quarter of the 19th century. And why should we not have such a history, as well as that of much less interesting animals? Herein we see pictured typical and representative conditions and individuals which contributed to the development of a dreaming, aspiring girl into a woman of serious purpose and substantial achievement in a strenuous and useful career. A notable piece of work of permanent literary and psychological value, it sweeps one along by its intrinsic interest, its candor, its playfulness, and its seriousness. Childhood memories, trivial and signal events, portraiture, incidents, form a picture of real life convincing as only real things can convince. Through it, we look into a heart and a life. It is life. One sees the writer from her forebears up. With what admirable art she brings certain scenes before us. One is present, sees and feels them all, and shares her inmost thoughts and emotions. One's tears stand trembling at the doorway. Smiles and laughter are irresistibly evoked. The feeling with which the writer has invested the narrative is the principal source of its charm and value. It is that which makes us a sharer in all her life. The book does not appear to be written, but rather an unveiling of memories, with an entire absence of literary consciousness. Her mind seems transparent, her life like an open book before her, where she can trace every passage, Does she forget nothing? Few persons can see themselves objectively and at the same time achieve such self-analysis. One is carried along by the rush and spontaneity of the record, as the author evidently was in writing it. In her passionate confession, faults and errors are courageously set down. One rejoices to know that there were imps in the girl, who shows at the same time such a serious, earnest nature, such a vibrant, susceptible personality. One likes her for her pranks and her naughtiness, her stubbornness, her primness, and her deep attachments. She piques one and leads one on, a willing sharer in all her experiences. One comes to see that he is always to expect the unexpected from this demure, enigmatic creature who, though preserving her own individuality, is so like all girls of her time and race. And it is this universal appeal which gives the record its value. Other girls and women, other youths and men as well, will see themselves in this child of the Drumlins, who summons her past before us so vividly that we, too, live over again the days of our own youth. John Burroughs. To the Reader. Have you ever reached a time in your life when all that had gone before seemed cut off from the present? When you felt an imperious need to review whatever had gone to the making of the you? When the preceding years, full as they had seemed, were barren of that which made the present so vital? When, because of that barrenness, they seemed to have belonged rather to the life of one you knew than to your own? If you have, you will understand the motive that sometimes leads one to deliberate self-study and self-delineation. He who honestly undertakes such study is pledged to candor at all costs. Beginning by reviewing his ancestry and environment, he also tries to recapture some of those earliest evanescent sense experiences and memories of childhood. He peers into that mysterious borderland between childhood and youth, surveys the formative influences, the outstanding events, the proclivities, longings, aspirations, achievements, struggles, temptations, successes, defeats, reviews them all, tries to estimate their influence, and to recognize their possible reappearance, in other guises perhaps, in his present self. The dawning of religious emotion, sex consciousness, the gradual transition from the receptiveness and naive simplicity of childhood to the willful caprice of adolescence, with its blind gropings, its heightened emotional life, its contradictory moods, its evolution of self-consciousness and social consciousness. All these phases he passes in review and weighs, hoping to form a just estimate as to their effect upon his personality as he alone knows it. One cannot compass this survey until one has passed beyond the seething period of adolescence which merges so insensibly into that of maturity. Immaturity, maturity. The difference is only of degree. The child is father to the man. The psychology we trace in child life is fundamentally the same that obtains when the individual achieves that self-control and balance, that steadiness of aim, that harmonious union of bodily and mental powers which characterize maturity. Until we understand this merging and blending of experiences that make up a life history, We may regard as trivial the fleeting events and memories of childhood which the psychologist knows are significant and far-reaching. In the rapid setting down of what comes crowding into the consciousness as the canvas of one's life unrolls before him, one is not especially concerned with the orderly sequence of events. Mental associations are intractable forces to deal with. A certain looseness of exterior matters is inevitable. The eye cannot look both in and out at the same time. What really matters is that one accurately reads one's own consciousness without mistakes, without self-deception, without willful deceit. Unless this is achieved, one cheats oneself. Perhaps the record is made for self alone, perhaps for another. In any case, not for the public. And yet, as the years pass, and the events recorded have become so remote as to seem dissociated from the present self, it may happen that the question of sharing the record with others arises, a question which gives pause to the autobiographer with scant claim on the public. Who is this, he imagines the reader inquiring, who so confidently asks us to share all these details of her life? And then there comes to mind that statement of Carlyle's, that the humblest life, if truthfully presented, would be of absorbing interest, that a true delineation of the smallest man and his scene of pilgrimage throughout life is capable of interesting the greatest men, since all men are brothers, and since human portraits, faithfully drawn, must be of all pictures the welcomest on human walls. And so the story goes forth. If it faithfully depict the psychology of child life, of adolescence, of dawning maturity, devoid though it be of plot, and, as a whole, of dramatic interest, it may yet, as a typical human portrait, justify itself, may aid the young to a better understanding of their own natures, and help those no longer young to a keener remembrance, a deeper sympathy, and a broader tolerance concerning the struggles, problems, and complexities that beset the young lives around them. This book of my childhood and youth, written many years ago, is as sincere as such a thing can well be, and this constitutes its only excuse for being. Unless I have told the naked, unblushing truth, why pretend to unveil my life? Footnote. The names in the narrative are, of course, fictitious. End footnote. If I have concealed faults and follies, what is there in common with your life as you alone know it? Doubtless you yourself would shrink from the deliberate self-analysis and self-revelation I have made, and yet may find herein natural human reactions which tally with your own inarticulate experiences. L'Ennemi. End of Introduction and to the Reader. Chapter 1 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1 The Family Tree. I once wandered in a beautiful garden. It had high walls which made one feel safe and sheltered. There were many flower-bordered paths, and some that were stony and rough. There were broad open spaces, dark wooded corners, cozy nooks, and friendly trees. Openings in the wall gave glimpses that made one's heart beat faster, and that filled one with queer, restless feelings, half pleasure, half pain. There came a day when I left the garden and started on a long journey. I have never been back. Sometimes I have wanted to go back, but the great gate can never open from the outside. When we lose our Edens, you and I, is it any wonder that we sometimes pause on the journey and long to recapture the days when we played in the enchanted enclosure? What if, some day, one creeps back close to the wall, holding up the magic mirror he brought away with him? What if he gets glimpses that help him to continue on the way? What if he lets you peep into the mirror too, the mirror which will reflect the garden you played in, the paths you trod, the flowers you gathered, the playmates you knew? Chapter 1. The Family Tree. I seem always to have lived a life apart from the obvious one, seeing the strange contrasts, the incongruities, the dramatic moments, though always these things were unexpressed. Those about me had no inkling of what was passing in my mind. Perhaps it is so with all children. One can only know one's self, and that so vaguely. I was born near the foot of a drumlin. Their smooth level crests broke the horizon line of my native village. Amid the drumlins I shared in all the little world they bounded. On the summit of a drumlin my kindred lie buried, and back to the drumlins I shall one day turn, back to the commonplace little village where my life began. The village has not grown in all the years, either in population or importance. On the contrary, it seems to have dwindled to tiny dimensions. Whenever I go back there now, the houses and the prominent buildings look smaller, the drumlins lower, and all the distances are lessened to a surprising degree. I look at the one handsome residence the village boasts and ask, is that the house I used to think so imposing? Are those the grounds so illimitable to my childish eyes? And is this the same hill near grandfather's barn that was so steep when 3 happy children clambered over it in search of sorrel leaves? What a paltry patch of ground grandmother's garden now is! Yet there was a time when engaged in one of the tasks of my childhood, that of picking grandma's raspberries and currants, her garden bounded my little world, which then did not seem little at all. Nor was it, for while moving among the currant bushes, my fingers busy, my thoughts roamed far afield, out past the hop vines in the rear, out past the clump of big red pineys in front, and the corner where the smallage grew, past the snowball bush, even past the oxheart cherry tree, through the little blue gate and out into the big wonderful world beyond. No, it was not a little garden. There was a very big garden then. Some unkind trickery has been at work these later years to make it the poor, cramped little enclosure which I viewed last summer through blinding tears. And Grandma's old house, too, how low the rooms are now. There was a time when, caught up in the arms of an uncle and seated on his shoulder, the laughing faces below me seemed remote indeed to my half-pleased, half-frightened eyes. How tall I feel, almost stately, as I enter the rooms now. And what a chill and gloom strike to the marrow of my being to find no longer the dear old wrinkled face to greet me. To see the same paper on the walls, the same clock on the mantel, the same familiar things at every turn, worn and faded, but still there, while that cherished face and those beneficent, toil-worn hands and the tired, pain-racked heart are gone forever. No one was ever so hospitable as Grandpa and Grandma. "Just sit by and have a bite of something," Grandma would urge, unaware that she was dispensing a blessing instead of asking a boon. Their meals were frugal. No recollection of bounty comes to me except at Thanksgiving or other family reunions. But Grandma's bread and butter, her warmed-up potatoes and her sugar cookies with caraway seeds in them, touched the spot as no other food ever did or can. Then she used to place a cup of tea, green tea it always was, slyly by my plate, saying, "I guess your ma won't care this time if you take a little." I can see the little brown teapot now as she brings it from the back of the stove, the silver luster sugar bowl with its ribbed sides, and the nick on the knob of the cover, the blue dishes, the Britannia spoons — no one but Grandma had Britannia spoons — and the thin, pointed silver ones, the yellow-handled knives, and the funny little two-tined fork that Grandma herself used. The rest of us had forks with 3 tines. There's the Boston rocker in which Grandpa sat of a winter evening and peeled apples for drying. I wonder where his little old shoe knife is. "What makes your hands tremble so, Grandpa?" Sister would ask. But in spite of the tremor, he peeled a heaping pile of an evening. "Eunice, fetch me a bigger pan," he would call to Grandma, busy in kitchen or buttery. And how testy he got if she didn't understand or brought the wrong pan. I shuddered when he spoke that way to her, and wondered why it was. And her meek face and humble silence made me love and pity her the more. I never learned not to mind Grandpa's angry tones. It was his way with her. His voice, as I remember it, was almost always harsh to her, but never to me, never to me. He was always indulgent with me, and with all of us children, except when we hung around the barn at milking time. Then he would forget himself, and one would have thought he was shouting to Grandma or to the cows instead. We learned not to put his temper to this strain very often. The hospitality did not extend that far. I don't know how much an incident of my babyhood engendered this feeling. Grandpa had a white cow, a gentle, well-behaved critter. But one day, when they took her calf away, maddened, she made a dash at me, playing near, caught me on her horns, and ran up the bank of the towpath, while Mother looked on, paralyzed with fear. As Grandpa and a neighbor ran up the bank, the cow ran faster, then tossed me wildly in the air. "I didn't know whether you would fall in the water or on her horns," Mother used to say. "I expected to see you drowned in the canal or horribly wounded. But Mr. Mintline caught you in his arms. Grandpa sold the cow the next day." Mother's voice always trembled in recounting the incident. Since then, I have always been afraid of cows. If the peaceable creatures come slowly toward me, try as I will, I cannot walk slowly away. I breathe freely only when the fence is between them and me. By some childish twist of the imagination, so vivid was the impression made upon me by hearing of being caught on the horns of that old white cow, I believed myself to have been injured by the act, and was quite a big child before I learned that certain anatomical mark on my body, the little deep dimple in the abdomen, was not made by the horns of that angry cow. It needed the confirmation given by seeing my sisters' and other children's bodies similarly marked to disabuse my mind of that belief. I remember when in my early teens I would meet that neighbor, Mintline, an unkempt man who had long since forgotten his share in my life. I would think, he caught you in his arms, and would smile to myself at the incongruity as, fluttering past him on the street in my pretty muslin gown, I was acutely conscious of the contrast with his rough, untidy clothes. Turning and looking after him, I would say under my breath, "You don't know, but I do, and I'm grateful to you, even if you have forgotten it all." Grandpa, as I have said, was impatient and irascible. He was easily moved to profanity, but he was a man of probity of life and character and a hater of shams. His sense of humor was keen, also his sense of justice. He was a mason by trade, had built the brick church in the town, the old academy, and a few other fine old brick buildings standing there today. I used to look upon these with pride, saying to myself, "Grandpa built that and that," though, since my earliest recollection, he had not worked at his trade. He led an active life up to his 86th year about his village farm, with his cows and his pigs and his haying in the low-lying meadows. I can see him now riding his black horse, straight and sturdy, on his way to the pasture with the cows. Often they were wayward, and the boys in the street would annoy him. I used to feel chagrined beyond words when I heard him swearing at the cows or at the boys, and saw him brandishing his whip in the air. Mother felt the same. I could detect a look of relief on her face those days when Grandpa rode peaceably by with the cows. Grandma was not pious. She was a saint. Though a church member, she seldom went to church. Toiling from morning till night, she endured hardship, harshness, and pain with a sweet reasonableness that endeared her to all. Grandpa's impatience and shouting never provoked complaints from her. She seemed to think his quick temper and deafness excused him. In contrast to her hard workaday life, I was always dreaming of the romance of Grandma's early days. Filling in related facts with fancies, I pored over her early picture with its quaint arrangement of gown and hair, rejoicing in traces of her girlish beauty. I liked her quaint name, Eunice. A cousin of hers, a courtly old gentleman, used to call her Eunice. That was beautiful, but Grandpa uncompromisingly pronounced it Eunice. I liked the names of her sisters, too, Thankful, Peace, and Nancy. In retrospect, I mourned with my great-grandfather Albro when he lost his young wife and had to scatter his baby girls among their relatives. Near neighbors, John Gear and wife, had begged for little Eunice, then less than 2 years old. Though he let them take her, he had refused their repeated requests to adopt her. But one morning the neighbors were astonished to find the Gear house dismantled and deserted, the couple having stolen away in the night. They were bound to have that child. No trace of them could be obtained. That was in 1813. They easily escaped detection, though for years the poor father inquired diligently of chance strangers and travelers for news of the fugitives. The Gears journeyed to a distant county. Eunice was reared in ignorance of her real parentage. Even when she married, her foster parents were loath to let her leave them. Her own home and children soon claimed all her thoughts, and she lived on unaware of the tragedy in the life of her father. There was a certain youth, Otis Sprague, to whom Grandma had been attached before marrying Grandpa. At least, she went to parties with him. I can't tell just how much of this is my own romancing, but I convinced myself he was a disappointed suitor. He left home in the early years after Grandma's marriage, journeying to Washington County, the home of his ancestors. I used to make believe he left because he could not bear to see Grandma the wife of another. Visiting among his kindred, he came upon his uncle, my great-grandfather. As usual, the old man inquired of the traveler what parts he had come from, and then ventured, "Did you ever chance to meet a man, Gear, John Gear?" "John Gear? Why, yes. There's a John Gear lives in our place. I know him well." I could see the old man trembling with joy, the long-expected answer come at last. Faltering as he tried to frame the next question, he hesitated so long the young man thought him a little daft. "And did you, did you ever hear tell of Eunice, a child with big blue eyes and—" Then he broke off, afraid to question further. She might be dead, or, if living, must be a woman now. Otis had his own reasons, I was confident, for remembering Eunice. He knew just how those wistful blue eyes looked, and how the soft brown hair waved over her forehead. Seeing at once that this meant more to the old man than he could express, Otis answered the unasked questions, told him there had been a Eunice Gear, eldest daughter of John Gear, for the childless couple had later had children born to them. She had married a young mason a few years ago, Crandall by name, quick-tempered but a good fellow. They had 2 babies when he came away, and he guessed there was another one a-comin'. Yes, he went to school with her, took her to a party once. Then I saw the scene that followed, the broken explanations of the joyous father, questions, answers hurriedly uttered, and the growing eagerness of both men as they supplemented for each other the missing information about the lost and found Eunice. Enraged at the Gears, on his return home, Otis told Grandma the story of her abduction, and gave her the messages from her father and sisters. After that, one hope dominated Grandma's life: to save enough money to go to her father. Loving the Gears, her heart yet yearned for the father and sisters she had never known. But her children came near together, money was scarce, means of travel were difficult and uncertain. 2 children sickened and died, and the years went by with her hope unfulfilled, an infrequent and labored correspondence being the only link between them. After many years of careful saving, the little hoard was thought sufficient for the trip. The children were old enough to be left with Otis's sister, and Grandma set out on her long journey. There were no railroads then. She went on the canal packet. The scene was very real to me. I could see her starting, loath to leave her little family, yet eager to go, timid at the thought of the enterprise, but impatient at the slow-moving boat. I'm sure she often walked on the towpath to relieve excitement and suspense. I wonder how long it took that snail boat to make the trip. Parts of the journey were made by stagecoach. On reaching her old home, she found her sisters, but her father had moved to Warren County. More than that, he had had 1 or 2 strokes of apoplexy and could no longer converse. He would, as the sisters said, say one word when he meant another. Her money was not sufficient to meet the additional expenses. The extra time it would take was a serious drawback to the anxious mother. Then there was her father's inability to talk with her. So, torn between conflicting interests, hampered, anxious, and sore beset, she abandoned the quest, renounced her long-cherished hope of reunion with her father, and turned her face toward home and family, drawn by a half-defined fear lest they get scattered too. During Grandma's last years, her sister Thankful came and lived with her. Two feeble old women, united in infancy, separated throughout their long lives, reunited just before the end. We children called her Aunt Unthankful. Her presence added much to Grandma's burdens, but no murmur passed the patient lips. Nor would she suffer criticism of the poor soul who had found refuge in her home and heart. As a girl, I was keenly alive to the pathos of my great-grandfather's life, and to the deferred, then all but accomplished hope in Grandma's. My own mother's cherished hope of one day taking Grandma to her childhood home was also doomed to unfulfillment. And with a curious prescience I used to ask, will the dearest hope that sleeps against my own heart meet a like rebuff? Had the tired, saddened woman found her father at the last, I wonder if his failing mind could have grasped the truth. Perhaps he would have turned away in bitter disappointment when they had tried to make him understand, unable to articulate, but thinking, "That is not my baby Eunice that John Grier stole from me." Perhaps he died hoping, believing that his little Eunice would still come back. As a child, I remember being gathered into Grandma's arms, conscious of an infinite tenderness, inarticulate but encompassing. I used to look up into her pale, weary face and wonder why she had to work so hard. I loved to stroke her soft cheeks, was mystified by the wrinkled flesh that hung beneath her chin, and her poor hands with their enlarged joints and crooked fingers. It seemed as though they must hurt to be so bent. Vainly I tried to straighten them. It was such a puzzle, too, the contrast between age and youth as I saw and felt it in Grandma and myself when patting her face with my chubby hand. I looked and marveled and questioned, then gave up questioning and rested my head on her breast, content to be folded in her arms. There was a pink china teapot with a broken spout high on Grandma's pantry shelf. I never saw inside it, but a delightful jingle came from its capacious depths. In it, Grandma kept pennies, nickels, half-dimes, and dimes, and those tiny 3-cent coins I haven't seen since childhood. Yes, and there were the large 3-cent pieces and the 2-cent coppers that one sees no more. Grandma had a way of urging us children, "Now take a nickel for all your trouble," just as she had of urging us to help her empty the old brown cookie jar. Although there were no injunctions concerning a reasonable amount of cookies, we were taught at home that we must not accept Grandma's nickels, her milk and yeast money, for the errands we did. And to our credit, be it said, we refused them as a rule, even when we had to summon all our strength to refuse. I can see now 3 pairs of red-mittened hands quickly drawn away as Grandma would press the tempting coins first on one, then the other of her little helpers. Sometimes the nickel would fall into the pail and we would fumble to get it out, while Grandma's siren tones would urge, "There, run along home like good children, and mind Grandma just this once." "Ah, Grandma, many an enticing temptation of yours did our childish strength withstand. Would that the forbidden sweets and glittering coins life has proffered had oftener met a like renunciation. And yet, can one ever really say that he would change anything that has become a part of him, of his experience, that if he could, he would blot it out, make it as though it had never been? So used to serving was she, instead of being served, Grandma seemed always to ask aid under protest. Her gratitude was out of all proportion to the service rendered. "You poor child, when will you get paid for all you do for Grandma?" was the burden of her talk, though the poor child fairly doted on running errands for her. "4 pounds of white sugar, 2 of light brown, half a pound of green tea, and a ball of Babbitt's concentrated lye." This refrain I would con over and over on my way to the village, lest I forget it while loitering to watch the boats crawl under the canal bridge. How many hours I have spent down in her cool, sweet cellar over the little red churn, the dasher going up and down, while I said aloud my favorite poems, after Grandma had gone upstairs. Many a pat of butter has gathered under the dasher, while I rehearsed the winning of Juliet, Othello's speech to the Senate, Portia's speech to Shylock, extracts from Cathcart's Literary Reader, which was my first introduction to real literature. Men do not gather grapes from thorns, or figs from thistles. As Grandma's life had been one of service, so her daughter, my mother, was untiring in devotion to her mother. And so, too, I am glad to say, mothers' children have tried to emulate the filial examples set them. By way of contrast, I am reminded of a story illustrating hereditary tendencies. A boy was arrested for beating his father. The injured father defended his boy thus: "He can't help beating me. I beat my father beat his father, and my son's son will beat him. It runs in our family." I am glad it runs in our family to love and revere our parents. Yet there was Grandpa, with his habit of profanity, the son of a Baptist clergyman. Mother used to marvel how he could have grown up that way, since his father, who used to take boys to tutor in his own home, was said to have given him and them a very strict upbringing. His mother, Katrina Klink, born in Alsace, was an inexorable housekeeper. Her exacting ways have cropped out in full force in one of our aunts. And in later years, I'm not sure, but this great-grandmother wields an influence over my sister and me. We cannot be comfortable in disorder or slack housekeeping, nor, more's the pity, can we let anyone else be. My paternal ancestry is French and probably Scottish. Father used to say we were descended on his father's side from one of the celebrated French revolutionists, an intimate of Napoleon's and Josephine's. But my grandparents and great-grandparents were born in the land of the Drumlins. When, some years ago, the memoirs of our reputed French ancestor were published, bringing to light his brilliant but unscrupulous career, I took a mischievous pleasure in sending Father the particularly scathing comments concerning our ancestor. My father was the 5th child in a family of 10. His father died in early adult life, presumably of tuberculosis, though Father would never admit it. 2 of his sisters had the same disease, and because of my resemblance to one of them, and my not robust health in childhood, I was something of an object of solicitude in early girlhood, though all fears on that score vanished long ago. I have heard that my paternal grandfather drank to excess, and know that one of his sons did, which may largely account for my father's lifelong zeal for the temperance cause. His mother, of Scottish descent, left with a large family, was brave, strong, and resourceful to an unusual degree. Their little log house being miles away from a neighbor, once during a big snowstorm lasting several days, they had nothing in the house to eat but potatoes and salt. But we ate them, and were glad to get them, said father, who added, "We can never know how much inward anxiety mother felt at such times, but whatever it was, none but herself ever knew." We children called her the other grandma, for she then lived way out west in Michigan, and we never saw her but once. I remember her serious face, which could look very merry when she smiled, and her black gown with a purple stripe running through it. She was at our house on one of my early birthdays and helped us smoke glass to look at a total eclipse of the sun. When she died, a cousin came running down the hill, waving a yellow paper and saying breathlessly, "Grandma is dead." And she smiled when she said it. A sensitive girl, overcome with the importance of being the bearer of such news, her smile, I know now, was a purely nervous manifestation. But I could not judge her leniently then. Moved by the grief of my parents, I wept to see them weep. But the shadow passed quickly. Not so the resentment I held toward that cousin for her untimely smile. As youth passes, one longs for fuller knowledge of the lives that preceded one's own. We are the result of all that has gone before, but how often important figures are missing, and even when not, how inexplicable the sum total is. Lives cut off in our childhood and youth, or perhaps before we were born, may have endowed us with this or that constitutional bias, this weakness, that strength. To which of them do I owe this fault? Is this trait, for which I am commended, my own, or my great-grandmother's? Insoluble complexities, yet how we seek an answer, here and there, as we study our tree of life from the roots up. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1, of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 1, The Roof Tree. If my father had married a certain sweetheart of his early youth, and mother a suitor to whom she had almost become engaged, what would have become of me? Should I be I, or would it be 1/10 of another to 9/10 me? I often asked myself this question, but after each of my parents had had a preliminary romance, they met at a Methodist prayer meeting, and each knew from the start what the outcome would be. Mother was then a schoolteacher, father a dry goods clerk. Both were born in log houses, both reared in the frugal way of their times. The snow often blew in on their coverlids through chinks in the logs. They slept in trundle beds, wore homespun clothes and calfskin shoes, and had their education at the district schools to which they walked through the woods following marked trees. Born amid the Drumlins, less than 50 miles apart, all their married lives, more than 50 years together, have been spent in the little village where they met. In the early years of their marriage, Father had a traveling wagon called a Yankee Notion and Boot and Shoe Store. Brother, several years my senior, would tell with pride of Papa's big wagon and the iron gray horses. In girlhood, I spent hours upstairs, when supposed to be putting the large closet to rights at the spring house cleaning, sitting on the floor poring over Father's letters to Mother written during those years. How like a romance to find those letters so full of solicitude and love, comments on Brother's baby ways, admonitions to the adopted brother, words of love to Mother. Strange to get this glimpse of my parents, to see the young father's pride in his boy, and to read these unrestrained expressions of devotion. For the father I knew, though affectionate and kind, was a more staid, reserved person than the one in the letters. Now the baby boy was grown up, the adopted brother scarcely a memory, and the girl who was not born when the letters were written was reading eagerly the ardent words that had gladdened her mother's young heart. The circumstance of my brother's birth strongly appealed to my imagination. My parents had given up hopes of a child some years before he came. Father's health had long been precarious. A persistent cough and exhausting night sweats were wasting him rapidly. Mother, at his side day and night, facing his approaching death, was facing a hidden dread as well, the fear that she was now to become a mother. As the weeks passed and the fear became a certainty, she determined to spare Father the knowledge, thinking it would kill him outright. She almost prayed for his release before the truth must be apparent. How she dreaded the scrutiny of the doctor and Father's questioning eyes. How she resorted to evasion, artifice, and concealment. But one day, suddenly changing her mind, trusting in God to help him bear it, she told Father that the child they had hoped for so long was actually to come. Instantly he became electrified with the glad tidings. Summoning unknown funds of strength, he cried, "I must live! I will live!" It was a greatly improved patient that the doctor found the next day, and recovery, though slow, dated from that time. It was probably arrested tuberculosis. Many years later, Father's health again seemed precarious. Dizziness and numbness of the arms caused the physician to prophesy approaching paralysis. I remember this as my first sorrow. I was perhaps 14 years old. When Mother told me what the doctor had said, I flung myself on the bed in a paroxysm of grief. My father was going to leave me. The utter helplessness and wretchedness of us all without him. It was an hour of agony. But there stood Mother with her own grief and mine. This calmed me. I must help and comfort her, instead of giving away like this. The storm passed, but the days, weeks, and months that followed were shadowed by this dread, which, however, proved less well-founded than it had seemed. Or else Father's change in his mode of life effected a decided change in his condition. Closing out his boot and shoe store, and traveling again for the same firm for which he had traveled as a young man, he recuperated markedly. Now, in his 72nd year, he is in fair health, alert, enduring, and with keen intellectual vigor. a man of undaunted courage and unconquerable optimism. I have often wondered how it would seem to have more than one brother and sister. It always seems as if all the love I have went to these two, and that there would have been none left for others, or at least that it would have had to be divided up, leaving each the poorer. One does not have to divide for brother and sister. The love you give a sister is peculiarly hers, and the love to a brother peculiarly his. But how is it that large families have enough to go around? Death has never come nearer to me than when my grandparents were taken. Not unmindful of this escape, I think of it often now. Once I thought, death can never take away my father and mother, my sister and brother. But of late, I am losing the feeling that none of the calamities of life can come nigh me, and instead find myself trying to think what it would be like to live on if one of them were taken. Once, when brother was a lad of perhaps 12, during an attack of inflammatory rheumatism, his heart acted so badly that sister and I were sent for in great haste to come home from school. The attack passed, but after that illness his disposition was altered. He was more irritable, with a temper much like Grandpa's. He would domineer over us, as big brothers will, speaking sharply over trifles, and he and sister would quarrel. I did not quarrel, but would grieve over his harsh tones. I never could endure angry tones. They always made me shudder. Noting this susceptibility, brother was more patient with me than with sister, who would get miffed easily and talk back. My tears, which came easily in those days, always melted him. Consciously or unconsciously, I ruled him to some extent by this weakness. Once in school, a boy whispered maliciously, "Jeanie, Art is reading a dime novel." Now, I had never read a dime novel, but having straight-laced notions of how wicked they were, my whole soul rose in denial. My brother do such a thing? No. But seeing Arthur bending over his geography with unaccustomed diligence, something in his absorption told me that what that boy said was true. The tears flowed fast. Ah, the bitterness of that knowledge. Someone, the same boy was it, told Arthur his little sister was weeping because he was reading a dime novel. And at recess he berated me. I cried the more bitterly. He then consoled me in his half-scolding, half-wheedling way, finally promising not to do it again. And when he first learned to smoke, we were skating on the canal at noontime, I skating with a girl that Arthur was sweet on. Suddenly, he skated past us with a braggadocio air, a cigar in his mouth. Carrie and I gave one look at each other, one swift, comprehending look. If Arthur had robbed a bank or stolen a horse, we could hardly have felt worse. We tacitly sat down and took off our skates, and heavy-hearted went cross lots to school, the skates dangling from our arms and the lumps in our throats choking us. I cannot remember that we talked about it. It was too awful to discuss. And that defiant look of Arthur's, how it cut. Our grief-stricken faces must have worked on his conscience, for in the afternoon a note was passed to me. I have no doubt he wrote to her, too, in which Arthur said, "Dear sister, why did you leave the ice this noon? We had a good time." Then, as if in afterthought, "Did you feel bad because I was smoking? I won't do it again. Your loving brother, Arthur." He kept his word for a long time. Then, whenever he would break it, there would be tears and repentance and fresh promises. Similar scenes occurred the first time I smelled his breath and learned that he had been drinking. Heartbreakings, attempted denials, then confessions, promises, struggles to keep them, followed by lapses, penitence, and tears. "I'll never do it again, Jeanie," used to make my heart bound with hope. The tears no longer come now. Something too deep for tears is felt when the poor fellow, thinking he can keep his word this time, says penitently, "I've learned my lesson. I won't do it again, Jeanie." This weakness of Arthur's has been almost the only sorrow in our family. We each react to it in different ways according to our temperaments. Father's watchfulness and the necessary work and care that are occasioned by this infirmity, his forgiveness 70 times 7, and his optimism are his ways of meeting the conditions. Mother suffers, pities him, and prays that with the grace of God he will yet be able to conquer. Sister, seeing the sorrow that follows in the wake of such indulgence, loses patience with a weakness she cannot understand, upbraids him, and chides the rest of us for lenience, yet, in spite of herself, breaks through her resolutions and in practical ways dispenses timely aid. And I, knowing it to be a disease, perhaps largely an inheritance, am bound to regard it charitably. Trying to throw around him what safeguards we can, I am thankful for the periods of well-doing, and can but be merciful when defeat comes. He tries hard, never stops trying, and suffers keen remorse at times. It is unspeakably pitiful, and especially in later years, since he has children of his own and sees how they suffer through his infirmity. Who knows how much inherited tendencies in certain ancestors, the poor state of father's and mother's health before and at the time of his birth, and that critical illness when a lad, may have had to do with giving him an organization seriously hampered from the beginning. How can any of us blame another for a given course since, if we were that other and were confronted with identical conditions, we should have to react to them in the same way? We make the mistake of saying virtually, "If I were you, I would be I," whereas the truth would be, "If I were you, I should be you and do as you do." But all my life with brother has not been under a cloud. He used to let me go fishing with him, though I had to keep very still. Sometimes go with him down to the pasture after Grandpa's cows, and often when he went alone he would bring me back a flower, usually a syringa, cabbaged from a bush that overhung a fence we used to pass. This stolen sweet was precious to me, largely because he gave it, perhaps partly because it was stolen. One especially joyous memory is that of a visit to a cousin in a neighboring village, and the happy time we children had there one sunny forenoon. 3 things contributed to our pleasure. Brother and sister, who usually bickered a lot, were amiable. The spearmint was luxurious and abundant, and we followed a path across a meadow to a spring. Little things, simple things, but that particular day, with its keen joy of life, is a red-letter day in my memory. That was the one spring of my childhood. To this day, the taste and smell of spearmint bring all this back, and I mentally substitute spearmint for Tennyson's violet. Who can tell why to smell The violet recalls the dewy prime of youth and buried time. The cause is nowhere found in rhyme. I never go past the little town nowadays without looking longingly at that farm from the car window and wondering if the spring and the spearmint are still there. At times I have almost decided to get off the train and seek it, but have never dared. It would be a needless pain to find my one little spring gone dry. The name of my mother's rejected suitor was Fairchild. If she could have overcome a certain inexplicable repugnance and married him, then I might have been a fair child, I used to think, with a mental play upon the name, for I knew myself to be a very plain little girl. I suffered over this fact, could see myself objectively, greenish-gray eyes, a long nose, a prominent forehead. I hated the sight of my face in the glass, yet would torture myself with scrutinizing it, searching for some redeeming thing, but ending with, no, there's nothing nice about it. My facial angle I used to study with a hand glass, mentally cutting about half an inch from my nose, pinning back my ears and thinking how nice it would be if the straight, uncompromising hair would grow low in ripples on that ugly forehead. But, opposed to anything artificial, I would not bang and curl my hair as the other girls did. Looking at certain girls that I now know were plainer than I wondered pitifully if I looked as well as they, afraid of deceiving myself with such cold comfort. All of which shows how self-engrossed and morbid I was. What capacity for self-torture I developed early. I was constantly reading of beautiful persons. I lamented secretly because my mother was not beautiful. I loved her nonetheless, but had such a craving for the beautiful, which fate had cruelly withheld from me and my mother. I have often been ashamed of this feeling. It seems as though a child should so love its mother, and such a mother, that her face would have to be beautiful to it. But it was not so with me. And it was one of my bitter childish and girlish griefs that mother would not take more pains always to appear at her best. It seems pathetic. How pleased I used to feel when she would wear particularly becoming gowns, or take special pains with dressing her hair. Unable to overcome this feeling, I have always envied one with a beautiful mother. My mother's heart and soul are beautiful, but there was always this yearning for beauty of face as well as of character. Once, as a child, when impersonating Summer at a school exhibition, crowned with roses and bedecked with garlands of flowers, elated by it all, I sang so much better at the concert than I had at rehearsals as to surprise everyone, myself included. Best of all, I overheard someone say that I really looked pretty, that she never knew before that my eyes were black. How I treasured that statement, though knowing it was only a temporary condition. I have no doubt I exaggerated my ugliness somewhat, for, in addition to youth and health, I had a clear dark skin, good teeth, unusually fine and abundant hair, and a well-formed body. The one thing I took pride in was my hair. It was a pardonable pleasure that I felt in contrasting my long, heavy brown braids with the wisps of hair many of the girls had. But when I was perhaps 16, working too hard in school and with my music, my hair came out so rapidly that one day a girl sitting behind me leaned over and whispered, "Why, what has become of your hair?" Bitter were the tears I shed that night. That is going too, I cried in my wretchedness. But it did not all go. I still had more than the average girl. Even today, I sometimes get a sudden sense of that schoolgirl's pang at the threatened loss of her one beauty. In babyhood, I received a burn, the shock of which nearly cut short my life. Tied in a high chair and placed before a stove, I was pushed over by some frozen clothes which a green Irish girl had brought in from the yard. The under part of my chin rested upon the stove, leaving its imprint when I was snatched from it. As I grew up, I grieved over the scar thus sustained. I became morbidly sensitive over it, though consoling myself somewhat that it was not in a more conspicuous place. I envied children and girls their smooth, soft chins. It seemed to me the sweetest part of a girl's features, that white, smooth place under the chin. When a child, I would never play "Do you love butter?" although I liked to see the buttercup's yellow shadow on the chin of the other girls. When my turn came, I always drew away, painfully embarrassed. As a young girl, I used to think it would be lovely to faint away. When we made believe, I usually chose to be French, to have black eyes and red cheeks, and to faint away on critical occasions. But after studying physiology and hygiene, and acquiring more sensible views, I scorned these earlier ambitions, and ridiculed the silly girls who pretended to swoon when vaccinated, and who turned pale and asked to leave the room when the skeleton was brought in to the physiology recitations. There were only 18 months between my sister's age and mine, and although I was the elder, she dominated me. There was almost no difference in our heights, and not much in our figures. She had a pretty face, with fairer skin and sunnier hair. Unobserving persons thought we looked alike. Dressing alike until we were 16, we were often asked by strangers if we were twins. Those who mistook one for the other could not have been very discriminating, for with the marked difference in our natures, there must have been, even in childhood, a corresponding difference in our looks. I was quiet, shy, and dreamy. Kate, lively, active, outspoken. She had to take the lead because I would hang back. In church, when we were little things, she would fix a place for my head on her lap, then pull me down and pet me, whispering to me to keep still and go to sleep. And although I knew I should have been the one to play that role, I would submit, while she carried out to the finish her assumed dignity. How quick-witted she was! One summer, Father had a certain pear tree that yielded only a few choice pears which he was jealously watching. We children had been admonished not to touch them. One day, as Father walked around the yard, he hesitated before the ripening pears, then passed on. We thought him waiting unnecessarily long. One was surely dead ripe. That afternoon, while he was taking a Sunday nap, Kate picked that pear. She had just bitten into it as Father appeared. Putting both hands behind her, she edged backward in the yard till she stood under the astrakhan tree, frightened but gamey. "Catherine, come here," Father called sternly. She came slowly, hands behind her and mouth full of the big bite she was vainly trying to swallow. "What have you in your mouth?" A gulp, and she said, "Nothing," opening wide her little mouth. "Let me see your hand." Out from behind her came the right hand. "Let me see your other hand." Back went her right hand, Out came her left, the pair still invisible. "Let me see both hands," said father relentlessly. Quick as thought, the little minx lifted her leg and, hands still behind her, thrust the pair between her thighs and calmly held out both hands. Father's anger vanished. Kate never resorted to deceit, and almost never to untruths, unless hard-pressed. While my own hypocrisies were subtle, hers were palpable. But I long cherished resentment for one offense, an unusual one with her. Mother had a bed of choice tulips, her special pride, our special temptation. Kate succumbed one day, picking nearly all of them, and with such short stems they were useless. Mother's anger really frightened Kate, who declared, "Jeanie did it." Though denying it, I probably acted guilty, for Mother believed her. I always blushed and looked the culprit in school if a general accusation was made. And if anyone rapped on the door and asked if a certain article had been found, I used to feel so uncomfortable it is a wonder I was not accused of having stolen it. Self-conscious little snip that I was. To punish me for my supposed falsehood, Mother put red pepper on my tongue, a practice which a cousin had told her that she followed with her children. It was terrible, and was all the worse because I was innocent, though I've no doubt it was good for me, for I was more given to prevarication than was sister. My tendency to exaggerate was the cause of my fibs. They were usually harmless ones. Facts never seemed startling enough. I liked to embellish them. Then, too, I was always making mistakes about quantities or anything with figures or distances, and some of my misstatements should be set down to this weakness rather than to deliberate deception. In this very matter, years after, when speaking of this red pepper punishment, I used to say that my mother put a teaspoon of red pepper on my tongue. I can't remember that anyone ever questioned or corrected the statement. I probably told it mostly to children. It is only within a few years that, telling the story again, my own common sense, so late to develop, showed me that must have been a gross exaggeration. A teaspoon of cayenne pepper on a child's tongue? The red pepper had punished one lie that had never been told, but had given rise to one that I had gone on repeating until at last I had sense enough to see that it was too preposterous to be believed. Similarly, in the matter of my weight, I had heard it mentioned it was probably 50 pounds, but with my usual inaccuracy for figures, I solemnly protested that I weighed 5 pounds, standing my ground even when corrected, till the absurdity of it was shown me. I remember, too, hearing Mother talking with some women about how young a certain neighbor was when her daughter was born. And telling the schoolgirls about it later, I announced that Mrs. H. was only 5 years older than her daughter Ida. Shouts of derision greeted my statement, but I was firm. One big girl called me a little fool, and I suffered I know not what ridicule. It was partly an exaggeration, partly ignorance. Grasping the main fact that the mother was very young when her child was born, and having forgotten how young, but wanting to make my story worthwhile, I had resorted to a positive statement which I stoutly maintained. I could not see why those girls should doubt my word, even if the statement was startling. Of course it was unusual. That was why I had cited it. I have a fellow feeling for the Vassar student who, when asked by the resident woman physician what her paternal grandfather died of, and not knowing but wishing not to seem ignorant, said, I I think he died in infancy. For years, I was not a little given to reporting bright things people might have said, as though they had said them. It was such fun to embellish commonplace events and comments with additions of my own. Whenever I would tell these untruths, I always had a queer feeling, almost of disappointment, to find that nothing happened to me, that no one questioned them, and that everything went on just as before the lie had slipped off my tongue. I don't know whether I expected Ananias and Sapphira's fate, or what, but I expected something, and nothing happened. This tendency to exaggeration and misstatement, and on occasion to deliberate falsehood, I have tried conscientiously to overcome. In fact, for years I swung far to the other side. Now, in matters of fact, I think I am more scrupulously accurate than not. If I cannot be accurate, I refrain from giving a definite statement. My special training in later years, of course, helped me in this respect. But it was earlier, when I became a Christian, that this tendency appeared to me in all its heinousness, and in striving to overcome it, I became, for a time, almost morbidly conscientious. One day in school, the word conscientious came up for discussion. I was not present, but learned from one of the girls that Prof had spoken out in school freely, using my name as an example of what conscientiousness meant. But my wise little sister, and how I loved her for it, though pleased at the reference to me, went to all the girls she thought likely to mention it to me and cautioned them not to. When I learned of it, from one who never could keep a secret, I asked why Sister didn't want her to tell me. "Oh, she said it would make you proud," or something like that. And she was right. I was too self-conscious as it was, and vain in a demure kind of way. Kate knew my weaknesses. Sister's deceits, as I have said, were such funny ones. They never deceived anyone, were never really intended to. They were only desperate measures resorted to when in a tight place, their drollery usually serving to protect her from punishment. As a rule, she and brother managed to quarrel when left to their own devices. I played the peacemaker between them, and have done it ever since. One Sunday, when we stayed home from church, they got into a wrangle. Spiteful words led to threats, and Kate was soon chasing Arthur round the room in childish rage, I trying to intervene. In the squabble, my belt fell off, a black shiny belt with a metal buckle. As Kate could not reach Arthur, she grabbed up my belt and, brandishing it in the air, chased him, trying to hit him. Crash went the buckle against the rosewood mirror. When Father and Mother came home and saw that crack in the mirror, they saw also 3 guilty, apprehensive children. Brother and sister pitched in, telling about the quarrel, who did this and who did that. "I don't care who started it, or who kept it up," said Father. "I want to know who broke that looking-glass. The one to blame for that will be punished." "Jeanie is to blame for it," Kate promptly rejoined. Father looked at me in surprise. Arthur opened his mouth in wonderment, while I stood dumb and guilty, looking beyond question. Then Kate added, "Arthur hit me, and I chased him with the belt, and the buckle broke the glass, and it was Jeanie's belt buckle." She escaped punishment. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Roof Tree, Part 2. We had fewer playthings than children have nowadays, but for that very reason they meant more to us. I had but 2 dolls in my childhood, and one is still living, I was about to say. One was a leather-head doll with painted cheeks, black hair, and blue eyes. But in the beginning of her career, she met a strange fate. A boy, much bigger than I, snatched her from me and bit off her nose before my very eyes. This was one of my earliest griefs. I hated that boy, but cherished the noseless doll for many years. Later, Kate and I had big wax dolls whose eyes would open and shut and who would cry when we pressed a little place in the pit of the stomach. We played with them only on state occasions. They were kept up in the front bedroom in a bureau drawer. I saw them a year ago. They had on the same scarlet wool dresses trimmed with narrow black velvet ribbon, but the dresses were moth-eaten, and the dolls showed the ravages of time. Occasionally, other relatives joining us, we had a family Christmas tree, perhaps only 4 or 5 in our childhood. But there was always the hope of one, and when there was one, the joy recompensed for the lean years. One Christmas tree at Aunt Lucinda's, at which some Western relatives were present, stands out vividly. The big house overflowing with people, the smell of the dinner preparing, the air of mystery of the elders as they went to and fro to the parlor with various parcels, and then, at last, when the doors swung open and we got that first glimpse of the blessed tree. But how was my joy modified? Making our way, pell-mell, grown-ups and children, in the eagerness to push through, someone bumped against me, driving my nose against the door jamb. I can feel the pain yet, and the blinding tears. Not all the splendor of that tree could drive that pain away. After that, in a way I had of accounting for things, I attributed a slight deflection of my nose to that bump. I recall black walnut work boxes for sister and me, and a writing desk for brother as the most elaborate and expensive gifts which as children we ever received. Some years there were no gifts, except new clothing, which never satisfied the craving, except once, our white moss velvet hats. These made our hearts light as well as our heads. When there were no presents, can one ever forget the bitter disappointment? A trivial gift means so much to an expectant child. All in vain were we told, as we sometimes were in advance, that no gifts could be afforded that year. We never quite gave up hope. But cruel as was the disappointment, perhaps the discipline was wholesome. One year there were crosses covered with crinkly paper bedecked with wreaths of worsted flowers, and framed in deep rustic frames. What works of art! Almost equal to the hanging basket made of allspice that adorned a cousin's parlor, and to the framed pyramid of hair flowers that hung in our own. I still treasure a paper-covered Red Riding Hood, cut in the form of the little lass, with the wolf crouching at her feet, the text a metrical version charmingly illustrated. I must have had it since I was 7 or 8 years old. I knew the verses by heart, and have heard Mother tell that I used to recite them and other long pieces in my sleep. A bottle of oil once made a spot on the book, and the paper is yellow with age, but I still cherish it and would part with many a choicer possession sooner than with this childhood treasure. In this connection, I recall that when I was perhaps in my early teens, the instinct of acquisition developing, I went about the house placing my name upon all my belongings. Every book and picture, even on the bottoms of little toy vases, a porcelain lamb, and so on. As to Red Riding Hood, I seemed to think it fitting to write my name in a big sprawling child's hand, every letter a capital, with the notion, I suppose, that it would be thought that I had written it there when a child. I even selected a date, reckoning back as well as I could, and putting it upon one of my early birthdays. In the same way, I mutilated a quaint book that had belonged to Grandpa by writing his name on the flyleaf and the legend, "His book," in what I considered an old-fashioned handwriting. Some years later, coming upon these evidences of my silly deception, my cheeks burned with shame, and I erased the false records. Fondness for my own belongings did not prevent me from a cruel piece of vandalism in regard to a cherished possession of my sister's. She had made a clove apple by sticking a greening full of cloves and hiding it in a cuff box in the upstairs closet, had declared she was going to keep it till she grew up. Laughing at her, I said it would decay, but she maintained that it would not. On rare occasions, as if it were a religious rite, she would peep into the box and sniff at the apple, vouchsafe us a sniff also, and put it carefully away. As it dwindled and dwindled, her attachment strengthened and strengthened. I believe she kept it 6 years. Although I have often threatened to throw it away, she never believed I would. But one day, whether out of spite or because of my strenuous housekeeping, I did it, probably silencing my compunctions by thinking she was too old longer to indulge in such nonsense. But her grief and anger on learning of the loss were so moving that I was conscience-stricken, and would then have given anything to have restored the treasure. She scorned all attempts at extenuation. It is with real shame that I confess this misdeed, more perhaps than I feel for later, graver ones. I now know that as one of her treasures it should have been respected. Anything that another really loves, a toy, a bauble, an idol, a comforting superstition, why not let him keep it as long as he can? We were a happy and harmonious family as such things go. I do not mean that we never said a cross word to one another. Such families, I fancy, exist only in Sunday school books. There was not always unity. Our parents sometimes differed. Father was critical and methodical. Mother forgetful and wanting in system. She was tried by father's smoking and inordinate croquet playing, and he was tried by her procrastination. At such times, fault-finding was forthcoming. Sister and brother had early and late unpleasantnesses, and in our teens, sister and I became less harmonious than formerly, about the time, I suppose, when we were each becoming more individual. At least, when, ceasing to be docile, I became more assertive. But there was always the good-night kiss all around, and Kate and I went to sleep with our arms around each other as long as we were girls at home. I do not think we could have slept had we let the sun go down upon our wrath. I remember the first time I omitted our custom of kissing all round at night, the family and any guest staying with us. Some strange man was there. When I had kissed father and mother, I hesitated before the man, I was getting to be a big girl. Then, putting out my hand, said a bashful good night and went upstairs with burning cheeks, wondering if it had seemed rude not to kiss him. We were not a demonstrative family. The good-night kiss was the chief expression of affection. I remember no fondling, no caresses after early childhood, except the habitual ones. No spontaneous overflow of affection at irregular intervals, such as I was inclined to, had the others been so minded. Once in a great while, Father would call us the sweetest pet name in the world, darling. On these rare occasions I was secretly overjoyed. Had he known the delight it gave me, I'm sure he would have said it oftener. Mother sometimes jocosely called me Keturah, and when, in one of her rare playful moods, she dubbed me Keturah Katunk, I liked it exceedingly. I remember once, I was probably 13 or 14, going into the bedroom to bid my parents good night, when, having kissed them, as I started to leave the bed, Father threw out his arm, and seeing it in the half-light, and thinking he did it to motion me back, I bent down and swiftly kissed him again, an unusual thing for either him or me. No sooner had I done it than my cheeks got hot as fire. Perhaps I had misunderstood his gesture. He may have just happened to stretch out his arm and was not beckoning me at all. Upstairs I went, torturing myself with the query which I never solved. Whether or not he had called me back, I now know he was not sorry to get the extra kiss. Why couldn't I have thus comforted myself then? I suppose I was hungry for more demonstration of affection than I got, yet ashamed to show it. Sister, not at all demonstrative, provoked demonstration in me. The curve of her cheek and her long eyelashes resting upon it appealed to me as a child's beauty appeals. I longed to kiss her at inopportune times, and sometimes did not resist. Half annoyed at me, she thought it nonsense, I suppose. As we grew up, when she would be fitting a dress for me, I would try to snatch kisses, sometimes calling forth her impatience, at others her laughing dexterity as she eluded me. I admired her prettiness, but was never jealous of her, though she could dance and skate and do all such things with an ease and grace I could never acquire. Making friends more readily than I, being sociable, lively, and even-tempered, she had plenty of beaux while I had none. But I had friends among the beaux of the other girls. Though I did not want them for beaux, I should have been unhappy had I not had them for friends. I understood myself well enough to know that much then, though the general impression among my schoolmates was that I cared nothing for the boys. My hypersensitiveness about the life of the affections was apparent in the way I felt when Father would bid us all good-bye. When he kissed Mother, I would always turn away. It never seemed right to look on. Perhaps partly because it made me want to cry, but also because it seemed as though I had no right. Even today, if I see lovers on the stage whose acting is good enough to give the sense of reality, I find myself turning away. It seems too intimate for me to witness. A favorite custom in our family was an annual Sunday drive in apple blossom time. Father would hire a team and a sort of landau which, on a pinch, would hold 10 persons, an aunt's family and ours. Big baskets would be stowed under the seats, and off we would go through the country on an all-day's drive, stopping to picnic in some grove or by a stream. Then on again under the blue skies, the air sweet with blossoming trees, and the tender spring green giving that hazy, twiggy look of early May. That line of Whitman's rich apple-blossomed earth always brings back those far-off May times with those perfect childish joys. Then we would drive home in the twilight, singing as we went, old and young joining in the songs. Happy children, happy parents. I'm sure the apple blossom is an escape from the beautiful garden. I never breathe its fragrance without recalling those cherished drives in the maze that are no more. Our parents were wisely indulgent, giving us treats and privileges as they could afford them. We were brought up to go without a thing till it could be paid for. Consequently, all of us have a horror of being in debt. Father spent a good deal, considering our circumstances, on our music, first and last, and he and Mother were ever looking forward to our advancement. But there was always a struggle over money matters. We had to economize and count the cost of any indulgence. But when it was decided that we could afford a given thing, how happy, almost jubilant Father was over the expenditure. One of the happiest hours in childhood, I was perhaps 10 years old, was when, after spending the day from home, we returned at dusk and were met at the door by Father and Mother, looking so excited and happy we knew something was on the carpet. And there was. In the sitting room our eyes encountered a change. The furniture was rearranged, and there standing against the wall, were we awake or dreaming, was a brand new organ. Our joy was unbounded, our parents' delight no less. How we smoothed the polished walnut case, gingerly touched the black and the white keys, fingered the stops, tried the pedals, moved the swell, and asked to have the top lifted so we could look inside. And then Father sat down and struck a few rich chords, those chords with their variations that seemed peculiarly his own. Soon the music teacher came in, and some neighbors, and the new organ sounded throughout our home and doubtless in our dreams that night. And the next morning it was still there. Then began the lessons. Gradually the novelty wore away, lessons grew harder and harder. Kate and Arthur, restless beings that they were, made only fair progress. They disliked the practice. But, taking to it eagerly from the start, I made rather more than ordinary progress. It was as hard to get me away from the organ as it was to get Kate and Arthur to it. I was still very young when, one day, putting aside my exercise book, I opened the Methodist hymnal and picked out one of the hymns, Boylston. I was scared. It sounded so natural, and I had done it alone. Mother came running in to see if it was really I who was playing. Shortly after that, in Sunday school, the organist leaving before the close, the superintendent came to me, saying, "We want you to play the last piece." I tried to beg off, but no, he knew I could do it. So, in fear and trembling, I got up and played. The treadles worked hard, and the stool was too high, so the superintendent pedaled for me, while the school rose and sang. It didn't take us children long to get home that Sunday. "Jeannie played the organ! Jeannie played the organ!" shouted Kate and Arthur as we rushed into the house. After that, this occurred so often that my timidity before the Sunday school wore away. This was the forerunner of a greater event. I had never touched the big organ, but as father was chorister, we children often sat in the choir, pretending to help sing. One day, toward the close of the service, the bass singer, leaning over, whispered, "Miss R. has gone home. You will have to play for us, Jeanie." Protesting, I looked imploringly at father, but he only nodded and smiled encouragingly. My heart nearly thumped itself to pieces, but the wily basso whispered, "We'll sing so loud, if you make a mistake, they'll never know it, and we'll pick out one with an easy bass." So I undertook it. In time, as Miss R. dropped out more and more, I became the regular organist. Later came piano lessons, and later still I had a teacher from a neighboring city. When I was developing rapidly, undergoing the physiological and emotional changes of pubescence, they unwisely put me to studying thorough bass. A paternal aunt had been an accomplished musician, and my parents hoped I would show a like talent. How my head used to ache over that study. As the lessons became more complicated, I grew stupid. My health failed perceptibly, and our family physician was called. He talked with me a long time. Then I was sent out of the room while he and mother talked. Then called in again, and the little black medicine case was opened, while the doctor folded the tiny powders that, he said, as he patted my head and called me lassie, were to make me strong again. The upshot of it all was I had to drop my music, not only then, he advised, but for all time. I had too emotional a temperament, he said, to stand the strain. What kind of a musician would a non-emotional person be? But he was wise in prohibiting it then. I used to dignify the severe headaches which I had at that time by saying I had brain fever. Girls in the books I read had brain fever. But there was no real illness, no staying out of school, though for a time my hours were lessened. Dropping music was a real cross to me. Probably, had I been allowed to resume it, I should have followed that as a vocation and not cast about for another field of work. Although discontinuing the study of music, I did not drop its practice. Music was an important part of our home life. I remember how cruel I once thought my parents because they would not let me go to a distant county to pick hops. One of the schoolgirls had gone with her mother the year before, had earned a lot, and had had a splendid time. As the season came round again, I teased to go with this girl and her mother. I was hearing a good deal at home about economy, and Nora's account of the money she had made had fired me with the prospect of earning great sums to relieve our growing needs. Confident, I announced my plan. Was ever a girl so repulsed, so silenced? They wouldn't even hear me out. I tried to say what Nora said, and what her mother said, but they were obdurate. A martyr in my own eyes for a time, it was probably years before I realized what I had asked to do. When I learned what class of young people usually engaged in such work, I understood how out of the question, a finality of fathers, it had been for my parents even to discuss the project. I remembered, too, how the same bright-eyed Nora had soon left school, how she changed in manner, became coarsened, drifted out of our lives. Strange how, years after, children become aware of the safeguards thrown around them in youth. With this awareness, what a feeling of gratitude wells up within one toward the parents who have surrounded them with such wise and loving care. How one longs to fly home and tell them of it. Yet how reticent we are, how chary of expressing this gratitude. One of the deepest of my early griefs was when we first learned what it was as a family to be separated. When brother, who was a printer, went to Colorado to work. We had been so closely bound together. I realized the anxiety of our parents, divined the loneliness Arthur would feel, and what it would mean to lose him from the home. What interesting and humorous letters he wrote us, with the homesickness sometimes peeping through. How we read and reread them. He stayed away less than a year. Shall I ever forget the day he came back? His clothes had become shabby. He was stained with travel, but I almost devoured him with my eyes. How good his voice sounded, every well-known tone, every gesture, and his laugh. My heart was like to burst. And oh, the joy, the security, the blessed feeling that night, to know we were all together again under the home roof. I used to resort to various devices to keep Arthur at home in the evening, which sometimes worked, sometimes not. The most effectual was to slip away from the supper table while the rest were still seated, under the pretext of wishing to try a new piece, thus getting him under the spell of the music while he was filling the stoves and bringing in water, so he would be drawn, in spite of himself, into the sitting room. Once there, he would hang around and read, often appearing indifferent when I knew he was not. When he would get up to go, after I had held him as long as I could, how my heart would sink as the door closed and his steps sounded fainter and fainter on stoop and sidewalk. But I would keep on playing long enough so as not to make it too apparent to the others what I had been up to, though they were doubtless as well aware of my motive as I. Sometimes he would say, on going out, "Well, I've got to go now," his way of thanking me for playing. Even when he was doing his best, there was always more or less anxiety until brother would come home at night. No matter what I was reading, when 10 o'clock came, unless he had come, I felt an anxious pang. All of us felt it, though it was seldom mentioned. Mother sometimes spoke of it, or her sighs betrayed it, but as a rule we hid our anxiety under an assumed cheerfulness. I would listen when the steps came on the veranda to see if there were two walking, or only father. Then, if father came alone, he would ask with apparent lightness, "Is Arthur home yet?" And I would hasten to answer, "No, not yet," just to forestall mother's sadder negative with its accompanying sigh. Then we would all fall to talking to cover our fears. But when he did come, how we strove to conceal the delight that our fears had been unfounded. Putting up my books, but not too quickly, lest he be aware that I was trying to reward him for coming home early, I would go to the organ, and after making a pretense by first playing some indifferent thing, would play and sing the songs he liked best. Oh, the safe-housed feeling when we could say good night to one another and not have to lie awake listening for brother's footsteps that came so late sometimes and sometimes not at all. After such nights of watching, sister and I would peep into his room in the morning to see if perchance he had come after we had fallen asleep. And when his bed was untouched, the dread and fear of what may have befallen him. Brother was always good company. He is witty and easily moved by humor or pathos. Once stir his worthy emotions and his better nature comes to the surface, though he resists being stirred as long as he can. A fond father, he is, on the whole, a wise one, except when his temper or his infirmity gets the better of him. Like our dear, testy grandfather in disposition, he reacts in much the same way, yet with all his impatience shows surprising tolerance with certain vagaries and eccentricities in others who, being the victims of hereditary and constitutional handicaps, are gay ill to live with. Love for his children is one of his strongest traits. A few months ago, when a maternal uncle, an alcoholic, died, Brother took his own little son to the uncle's coffin, and there, telling the child what a promising youth the uncle had been, explained to him that drink had been his ruination. He wrote me that he had made the child, only 3 years old, understand it all, and then had made him promise that he would never touch alcohol in any form. Poor, tempted, struggling soul! Whitman has expressed tenderly and understandingly the feelings that always well up in me at the thought of my brother's struggles and defeats. Vivas for those who have failed. Such need pity, help, and credit far more than we are wont to give. Bobby Burns knew whereof he spoke when he reminded us, "What's done we partly may compute, but know not what's resisted." Father and mother still have hope in Brother's ultimate victory. Such faith and such optimism combined with such tenderness and forgiveness. Footnote: the victory came some years after this was written. My brother now knows the triumph of him who ruleth his spirit. End footnote. I know of nothing more godlike than these attributes as I have seen them exemplified in the daily lives of my parents. Like as a father pitieth his children, what a perfect example I have known of this infinite, compassionate love. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, A Child Went Forth, Part 1. Environment. What part does it play? Its stamp is upon us, but other forces and influences also determine our reactions and mold our characters. Is the objective environment alone the sea in which we swim? More significant still are the emotions which a given environment induces in each individual. To determine these, it is needful to resort to our earliest memories. What were the things that so impressed us that we carry them on down through the years, an inseparable part of our inmost selves? What part have they played in shaping our characters? I have said that it was a commonplace little village where I was born, and to another it may seem a commonplace outward life that I have to record. But who among us will own to a commonplace inner subjective life? Our village, named after him who sang of the deep and dark blue ocean, is a prosaic port on the Erie Canal along whose banks mules slowly draw the heavy-laden boats. The canal divides the village into north and south, as Owasco Creek divides it into east and west. Rising from the level landscape here and there, the long, low, lenticular drumlins form a conspicuous feature through that section of the state. Commonplace, did I say? But less than 3 miles away are the marshes of the Montezumas. What strange, wild feelings the lighted skies at night evoked. The marshes are burning was such an inadequate explanation of that lurid western sky. A few miles to the south is Goldsmith's loveliest village of the plain. About the same distance west, one reaches Tyre. As far again, and Palmyra is found. While a little to the east sits Syracuse in all her glory. Surely an illustrious environment, this drumlin land, if names could make it so. In the upper and hilly part of the town, called Nauvoo, the house still stands where Brigham Young lived before he became famous, or shall we say infamous. He was a carpenter and painter, and several buildings are there pointed out as houses that Brigham built. They tell that the Mormon went to Utah, owing a certain couple in our village for his board, and that years after, on learning that they were to celebrate their golden wedding, he sent them the amount he owed, with interest for all the years. In the decrepit old hotel on the village green, Isaac Singer once lived and dreamed of the sewing machine which later made his name a household word. There, too, in our little hamlet, faithful Henry Wells, sometimes afoot, sometimes on horseback, went hither and yon amid the drumlins, carrying in his shabby carpet-bags messages and parcels to the scattered homes. Trusty and dependable, there in our little village he laid the humble foundations of the Wells Fargo Express of today. 6 churches, 2 hotels, several dry goods and grocery stores, a drugstore, a meat market, the post office, sometimes a bank, a boot and shoe store, cigar shops and saloons, a pie factory, a shirt factory, the Masonic Hall. These, most of which were grouped around the village fountain, constituted the life I knew. It was amid these scenes that I as a child went forth. The objects I looked upon became a part of me, interwoven with my very being. The familiar drumlins on the horizon, flowers and the wayside weeds, the pets I cherished, the family life, our neighbors, my teachers and playmates, the games we played, the songs we sang, the books I read, the sunset clouds, the friendly trees, and the winding creek. And mingled with these commonplace scenes, the sorrows, joys, affections, hopes, and fears. All these became a part of that child that went forth. In thinking of my earliest memories, why does my mind revert to that little old tannery down by the dam which we passed on our way to Grandma's? It was painted red. There was a multitude of little square, mahogany-brown pieces of wood that covered the yard like a carpet. There was a buzz of machinery which always frightened me, and machinery frightens me still. And a peculiar smell always emanated from the place. And though later a grist mill, still later a paper mill, and then a planing mill stood there, and now for many years dwelling houses have occupied the spot, yet, as I think back to my childhood, I recall most vividly the earliest scene, and the peculiar elastic feel of those pieces of tan bark under my feet. Quiet and shy I was, as I have said, dominated by my sister, till perhaps a year or 2 before I went away from home. More of a leader, more practical in those days, more executive, my sister had withal more common sense, and far more initiative than I. She mothered me as a child and bossed me as a little girl, and for a long time I was content to have it so. In truth, so established was that order of things that she has never, I think, quite accepted my emancipation. I was more shy in father's presence than elsewhere, even in my late teens. I don't know why, but involuntarily I became more reserved. I myself could see a difference in voice and manner. I was not afraid of him, though that was the way Sister put it, for I had no reason to be. He was kindness itself, and more gentle with me than with Kate. She, being so full of pranks, he often had to rebuke her. I don't know just what the shyness was, but I was two different beings when with and away from my father. As nearly as I can explain it now, it was my exaggerated love of approbation making me so anxious for his approval that I overexerted myself when near him, the result being a shy awkwardness. Yet he always seemed to understand me and to make it easy for me. I never would ask him for favors. Kate always had to do such things for both herself and me. "You do it," I would plead, and she would sputter and say I ought to do it for myself, but would give in. Sometimes she made me go with her, occasionally taking revenge by saying, "Jeanie wants to ask you for a penny." Then I felt like running away. He seldom refused us. I don't see why I was so bashful with him. It irritated Sister. Straightforward herself, she thought me two-sided. I don't know when this shyness came or when it wore away, but before it developed, I have one memory that is significant, one of my earliest recollections. Years later, I marveled that I ever dared do it. I remember sitting on my father's lap, he in a little black rocker, and teasing him to tell me where I came from. It must have been when I first began to wonder about such things. I recall how I kept pulling his face around by putting my hands in his long brown beard, how he would laugh and turn away, trying to avoid me. And I can remember just how he looked at Mother as they exchanged glances. I can't recall how they answered me, but think they told me I would know when I was older. I never remember being told about storks bringing babies, though I do remember someone saying the doctor brought them and that God sent them. But that scene is very vivid to me, and afterward, when I began to know, though imperfectly, the answer to my question, I thought of how I had sat and coaxed Father to tell me. I would like to know just how old I was when this question first seemed so important to me. I recall when still very small, though later than this, being in the yard and digging in the ground when Brother and some older boys, going by, asked what we were doing. "Digging for babies," we said, and it seems as though I can remember the smile that passed between Brother and the boys as they ran off shouting derisively, "Digging for babies." That must have been in the days when we used earnestly to try to dig down to China. Although asking my father this question is one of my earliest recollections, I think the very earliest is that of my first day in school. I can remember just how I trotted along by my brother's side, how my starched skirt stood out proudly, and how my heart swelled with excitement when at the sound of the first bell I started off to school. Arthur was very nice to me and granted permission to two of the bigger girls to let me sit between them. I recall the delicious feeling of being the object of interest in the little flock, and how they petted and entertained me. But the most wonderful thing was a little wire frame which the teacher let me take to amuse myself with. A frame with colored balls big as cranberries, which could be moved back and forth on the wires. Not long after I began going to school regularly, and that little frame, years later I learned it was called an abacus, was given out as a reward of merit. I can see now the look of blushing pride mantling the cheeks of the favored pupils as they marched from the teacher's desk back to their seats bearing the coveted trophy. One evening, shortly after my first day in school, we were startled by the alarm of fire and saw the flames coming from the direction of the academy. "Goody, goody!" shouted some boys in the street. "We won't have to go to school anymore." But I cried as though my heart would break, until a neighbor came down the hill and told us it was some unimportant building farther away. A few years ago, the academy did burn, and the news came to me with a far keener pang than that felt in childhood at the false alarm. The present was momentarily blotted out. My thoughts flew back to the old building where the most tender and beautiful memories centered. Of that place so rich in associations, only ashes remained. Only in memory could I see again the old brick walls, the walls my grandfather had helped to build. Only in memory hear the school bell ring. Curious, but more than all the furnishings, the books, the globes, the maps and charts, the chemical apparatus, more than all the things really of value in the building, my thoughts kept going back perversely to that dear little wire frame with colored balls which I had so cherished since the first day at school. That was gone past recall. That and the old bell. At those earlier homecomings after graduation, one of my keenest pleasures had been to be awakened in the morning by the sound of the school bell. It brought back so much. I was a girl again. The past was bridged over. It stirred a host of chaotic feelings of mingled sweetness and sadness, longing for my lost girlhood and exultation at the successes and achievements of today. The spell of the past was in that bell. A fine high school building, well equipped, now stands where the old academy stood. To the younger generation, it will doubtless mean all that the old school meant to us, but how like an interloper it is. Only the ground and the old trees are left, the old linden trees under which we played, where we used to gather the tiny round nuts and eat the sweet brown kernels that ripen in September. Once, when sister was a little thing, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, and an aunt, in telling her Bible stories, started to make some explanation about God, Kate interrupted her in a superior way with, "Oh, yes, I know God. He lives over there," pointing to a meadow opposite our house. Astonished, Aunt Kate inquired further, when the child added, "He's got white hair and wears a long coat. He walks around there when it's getting dark." She meant an old man with a white beard and flowing locks who, like old Grimes, wore a long gray coat all buttoned down before. His unusual appearance as he came and went in the hay meadows had appealed to the child's imagination, and she had settled to her own satisfaction that he was God. An experience of my own, some years later, however, illustrates the marked difference in our minds and temperaments. The one given to definite, concrete ways of thinking and to settled convictions which satisfy her, however inadequate they may seem to others. the other, at that time, to vague, even mystical interpretations. And a similar tendency exists today in our attitudes where temperament and personal bent are concerned. One spring, going to a sheltered strip in our yard where we had previously transplanted wild flowers from the woods, I found a pale blue hepatica in bloom. I remember the directness with which the flower spoke to me. Something in its gem-like beauty and its completeness touched me peculiarly. My eyes filled with tears. I hesitate to write it, but it seemed almost as though the flower whispered to me, God. It was an exquisite moment. The beauty and purity of that flower spoke to my soul, and for a brief while I had a conception of divinity that made the day and hour memorable. To my mother I am primarily indebted for my love of nature. She used to take us to the cowslip woods every spring, and later to the wintergreen woods. She would begin coaxing to go weeks beforehand. Something sweet and tender stirs at the thought of our excursions to those distant moist woods in the early spring days. With what eagerness we started off, Mother as eager as any of us. How we ran across lots, climbed rail fences and a stone wall, peeped into deserted barns, traversed meadow after meadow, till we came to the swampy woods where the gay flowers grew. It was dark and wet and mysterious in those woods. We knew them only as the cowslip woods. Other woods we frequented at other times of the year, these only in the cowslip days. I liked the crackle as we gathered the plant for greens. We even ate the bitter buds raw. Often we would slip from the mossy, decaying logs into the brown pools. We always returned home with squeaking shoes, wet feet, full baskets, and happy hearts. Mother used to go wading with us, too. Taking our luncheon, we would follow the winding creek along the willows a mile or more till we came to a little grove, a sort of natural park with an island and a dam, and a big swimming hole on one side of the island. Brother, who had been to Niagara Falls, called this Goat Island. The water that went over the dam was Niagara, and the grove was Prospect Park. Many a time he has lain in his little bedroom, his door and ours open, and recounted to sister and me his visit to Niagara, always getting excited and waxing eloquent, and seeming to see it all over again as he talked to his willing listeners till sleep overtook them. Down to the dam. There some of our sweetest childhood hours were spent, Mother one with us, wading the stream, teaching us the names of the flowers, and telling us what was good to eat. When she was in doubt about a certain thing, and so would caution us, I was pretty sure to taste it, thus finding out for myself that many a thing is good to eat at which others looked askance. Some Eves begin early to taste forbidden fruit. Up the ditch bank was another favorite place for our picnics, a high grassy bank running along a feeder, and farther up a big round pond on one side of the bank, and a long stretch of marshy creek below on the other. From the bank, across a precarious bridge, we got into Groom's Woods, where the wake robins grew, and the large white trilliums, Dutchman's breeches, squirrel corn, crinkle root, spring beauties, anemones, hepaticas, blood roots, and mandrakes. Mother taught us these names, and the names of what few birds we knew, robins, goldfinches, hummingbirds, and orioles chiefly. Each year, in cherry blossom time, Mother would say, "The orioles are here again." I had a goldfinch in a cage for a time. I called it a wild canary and grew much attached to it, but it soon died, and after that I never cared to have another bird. I had one cat that I loved too. His name was Nimrod. He got so old, a neighbor took him away. They told me what was going to happen, but when I heard the gunshot far away, though I had braced for it, I was nearly frantic. I could never bear to have it mentioned after that, and loathed the man who did it. Children's griefs are about little things, but they are not little griefs. I feel sorry for the child who suffered some of the things I remember. Mother used to say, "Poor Nimrod's dead. He's run his race. No other cat can fill his place." And no other cat ever did. I have never cared for cats since. Cats came and went. There was always one at home. They multiplied as cats have a way of doing, but after Nimrod's death I was indifferent to them. I had one dog too. One cat, one bird, one dog, and ever after eschewed all pets. A little yellow dog came to our house once, from heaven, I guess. We called him Ponto, such a big name for such a roly-poly dog. Aeolus would have suited him better, for we knew not whence he came, nor whither he went months later, after having endeared himself to us all. He came the night I was brought home with a broken arm, and was such a dear companion during my 6 weeks in splints that I grew inordinately fond of him. Rheumatism, attacking the arm, caused me more suffering than did the fracture itself. Ponto would cry when I cried, putting up his paws so imploringly that just to hear him take on, I'd stop crying in earnest, only to cry louder in make-believe. How piteously he wailed! I would get ashamed of myself for enlisting his ever-ready sympathy. He left so mysteriously that we found no trace of him. One of the desires of my heart for a year or two was to have Ponto back. I believe I used to pray for his return. Prayer is the soul's sincere desire, and my soul surely longed for Ponto. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, A Child Went Forth, Part 2. Another love of mine, a less responsive one, was my big willow tree. It was only one of many trees along the creek, but oh, the difference to me. Cows grazed in the pasture nearby. Spearmint grew in patches along the path. The water flowed quietly. It was about 10 minutes' walk from home, but I was in another world when there. Seated in the heart of the old tree, I looked out upon a scene commonplace enough to the eye, level fields and houses and distant drumlins, but ah, what inner visions! What happy hours I have spent ensconced in that old willow. Just a little climb, for I never could really climb a tree. I was too afraid of getting up high. And there I sat, a queen on her throne. Safe in the tree, I was not afraid of the cows. There I read and sang, recited poetry, and dreamed dreams. I am monarch of all I survey, I usually began with. The place really belonged to me. The old farmer who came after his cows every night thought he owned the land, but I knew and the old tree knew who was the real owner. For years, as a child and a girl, I kept tryst with this tree, and for years only the cows and I knew just where it was that I went when I stole away to the willows, for I guarded the exact spot jealously. Often in going past it with others, I have feigned indifference, lest someone note its natural seat. I wanted it all to myself. I used to feel uneasy when I had to climb down about supper time, for the cows, eager for their own supper, came near the bars and insisted on coming close to me. Although my heart beat wildly at their approach, I would try to brave it out and look them down as I had heard one should do. On they always came, bland and peaceable. Facing them as long as I could, ashamed to show fright, even to cows, I finally had to cut and run, and then how chagrined I felt. Once, in running from them, in my hurry to get under the fence, I flung my book ahead of me, and it went into the creek. My beloved Cathcart's Literary Reader. To this day, its stained leaves and warped cover remind me of the fright I got from the harmless, curious cows. "Oh, aren't they cute? They must be twins," was a remark Sister and I often heard, long before we knew what twins really meant. Mother would follow such remarks with, "No, there's 18 months difference between them." We thought twins must be something pretty nice, and learned to feel the disappointment that we saw on the faces of strangers when Mother set them right. Once at camp meeting, we were playing together, when some ladies stopped us asking, "Little girls, are you twins?" Mother was not near. Kate and I looked at each other and knew that our time had come to be twins. With one accord, we nodded yes, and had some few minutes of unalloyed pleasure. Days later, while playing in our tent door, the same lady and another passed. Pausing and noting us as we sat with our big wax dolls, they too dressed just alike. The one lady told the other that we were twins. "Oh, no, there's 18 months difference between them," said Mother, sitting near. "But they told me they were twins," insisted the lady. We were covered with confusion. Tears, chidings, shame, and repentance followed. Though I am not sure whether at that time we knew what twins really meant, still we knew very well that we were not twins. When we were perhaps 10 and 11 years of age, one of our schoolmates, a child in a destitute Irish family living in the west part of the village, died of scarlet fever. They lived in the haunted house on the hill, a house near which we never ventured, though Mother had repeatedly assured us there was no such thing as a haunted house. Now, however, because of the fever, one would have thought we would have still kept our distance. But hearing of the child's death, Sister was bound to go there. The dead always had a strange fascination for her. She wanted to feel the corpse, the last thing I wanted to do. At noon, Kate made me go with her to that house. Other children accompanied us. Awestruck, we crept up the hill. We glanced furtively at the broken shutters of the windows from which a ghostly arm was said often to beckon. Such poverty and squalor we had never before come in contact with. We filed past the body of our little schoolmate. Kate touched the marble forehead, awed by the presence of death, and uneasy at what we knew was wrong. If the ghosts of the Board of Health of today could have antedated themselves and walked there, what consternation would they have felt at the presence of those children in the fever-stricken precinct. The bereaved mother howled hysterically. An elder sister told us they had no underclothes to put on the dead child. Kate marched me home, enjoining strict secrecy. Moved by the poverty and grief we had seen, with one accord we stole upstairs and purloined a suit of our best underclothes, secreting them till after dinner, when we ran with them to the house of mourning, intending then to hurry back to school. I can see now the trimming on that little white petticoat that we stole from ourselves. We hesitated. It was such a pretty petticoat, but the need was urgent, and somehow we thought it must be the very best that we give to the dead child. The family welcomed us effusively, blessing us or asking Holy Mary to, as they immediately put our offerings to use, and still we lingered on. Presently they asked Kate to go with them to the burial, bribing her with a nice long drive. Before I knew it, it was all settled. Kate ordered me to stop my opposition. She was going to that funeral. She had also persuaded or commanded me to give her my hat, having lent hers to the sister. Then she made me promise to go back to school and say nothing. She would soon be home. The last bell had long since rung when, bare-headed, frightened, and alone, Miss Docility ran to school, tardily repentant over the whole strange proceedings. A wretched afternoon. As soon as school was out, I rushed up to the post office and in tears and penitence told it all to Father. I can see now his growing anxiety on learning of our visit to that fever-stricken house, and then of Kate's having gone to the burial. He upbraided me for not coming to him at once, but knew that, as usual, Kate had dominated me. "Run home and tell your mother not to worry," he said. "We will soon get track of her and see that she gets home safe." Mother's distress was pitiful. Tormenting herself and me, she rehearsed tales of Catholic funerals where they raced horses and got drunk. Perhaps they would have her run away. Kate might be thrown out, hurt, maybe killed, and perhaps we would all get the scarlet fever. When Father came home to supper, no trace had yet been found of the funeral train, though a man had driven to the cemetery. The mourners were either driving home by some other road or had gone on to a nearby city. How the hours dragged! But the joy when Father came in bringing Kate, safe and sound, her elation over the experience only a little dampened by the fear of punishment. But she escaped at that time, and we all escaped the fever. Although I had had to drop the study of music in early girlhood, music continued to be an important part of our home life. Other boys and girls in our street used to gather round our organ in the winter evenings, or sit on the veranda in summer, and sing till we had to stop for hoarseness, the neighbors often calling to us for this and that favorite. Gathering up the seashells, pass under the rod, Jamie's on the stormy sea. O fair dove, we'd better bide a wee. I'll be all smiles tonight, love. Then you'll remember me. Juanita. A heterogeneous repertoire, the list seems interminable. There were certain favorites we would get Father to sing. Bonnie Doon, The Sword of Bunker Hill, and My Susanna. Songs inseparably linked with home and those happy days. I used to sing Father to sleep Sunday afternoons. No matter how many other songs I introduced, I always had to sing Longfellow's Bridge and The Day is Done. I was annoyed if he asked for the latter before the day was done. I liked best to sing it as the afternoon light began to fade and barely come in at the west window, just enough for me to trace the notes. Sometimes of a Sunday evening, an aunt and uncle would ask for more lively songs than those I chose, for there was a long period when I steadfastly refused to sing secular songs on the Sabbath. At their request, I would evade and substitute, but if their insistence became too pronounced to be set aside, I would refuse point blank. In my unregenerate days, there had been a time when I had sung The Yellow Rose of Texas, Nancy Lee, putting on the style, Father, come down with the stamps, and such worldly things. But later the little Puritan was shocked to be asked to desecrate the Sabbath with such levity. They learned to cater to my straight-laced notions. I am afraid I was a not very pleasant person to deal with when a question of what I considered the fitness of things was involved. Perhaps I am not even now. I strongly suspect I was a self-righteous little prig for several years. At a later period, one of the schoolboys described me to a newcomer in the town as a nice girl, only such a prim little Methodist. Not many weeks later, that girl and I were laughing in great glee over the description which, though it had once been true, was then hardly applicable. But I was still living on the reputation of a past phase of religious emotion. We had a song called Fire Bells Are Ringing, a dramatic account of a fire on a wild winter night, the chorus ringing out with repeated cries of fire. One windy night in February, as Sister and I were at the organ singing this with all the dramatic power we could summon, the wild night putting us in the mood, Father, who had been in the kitchen popping corn, came running in shouting fire, even louder than we were. Smiling, we sang on with redoubled energy, pleased that we had put him in the spirit of acting too. He rushed around the room, frantically shouting, "Fire! I tell you, girls, do you hear?" Louder and more dramatic grew our efforts, and louder grew his cries until a still more desperate tone in his voice and the words, "Girls, get my coat quick," finally made us understand he was in earnest. Mother, too, had thought him fooling, and there he was, excited as he always got at the alarm of fire, almost in despair of making any of us take him seriously. It was a house on the street above. A fierce conflagration was under way. With the high wind, the adjoining house of a neighbor was endangered, and we had an exciting time helping our friends gather together valuables and other belongings, though luckily the fire did not spread. Ah, the cruel, relentless sight of that burning home! What if it was the meanest man in town whose house was burning down? Everyone pitied him that wild night when they saw the pitiless flames. We never associated with the neighbors on our right, except to be civil to them, and I to borrow their novels by Mary Jane Holmes whenever I could without the knowledge of my parents. The man was coarse and illiterate. His wife, a silly, slovenly, red-haired woman who would sit on her husband's lap on the doorstep in full view of passers-by. But our left-hand neighbors, though shiftless and lawless, were interesting and likable. Great borrowers, always borrowing, They would keep our belongings till we had to go after them. I would feel chagrined to have to ask for our own flat irons or tack hammer or chopping knife when we needed them, but Jean, the witty daughter, would relieve my embarrassment by her ready assurance. "Certainly, Miss Jeanie, you are welcome to the irons. Keep them as long as you like. We'll come after them when we need them again." Formerly there had been a picket fence between our yard and theirs, along which the myrtle grew, and a board fence farther back, between the gardens. But little by little, first the board fence disappeared, later the picket fence. Whenever they got out of kindling wood, they would take a board here, a picket there, usually early in the morning or late at night. In time, both fences were down, and only the myrtle in front and the pie plant bed and berry bushes in the rear marked the division between our yards. Mother would try shaming them out of it by wondering, to them, who could be carrying off our fence boards, and the wily Jean would reply, "It's a shame, Mrs. Arnold. Such people ought to have something done to them," when perhaps that very morning Mother had seen her slip out, knock off a picket or two, and hustle with it into the woodshed. But the whole family had a way with them that was irresistible, and they were kindness itself when any one was sick or in trouble. A slack housekeeper, the mother of the family, proud as Lucifer, was a remarkable character. She reared a large family, all smart as whips, but inclined to waywardness of one kind and another. The boys handsome and debonair, but profane and given to drink, yet more gentlemanly when drunk than many are when sober. Although we lived near them all their lives, the young men never spoke to sister and me after we reached our teens without prefixing our names with Miss and lifting their hats. If they stood at the woodpile, perhaps sawing some of our fence boards, when we went to the well, they would bid us a courteous good morning, always cutting short their profanity, if indulging in it at the time. I admired their chivalrous manners, their good looks, and their witty talk, even though knowing less admirable things about them. The father, a crafty man, with no visible means of support, lived mostly by his wits. He was handsome and humorous in a droll way. Never lifting his hand to help his overworked wife, he would yet say ingratiatingly, "Mother, I don't like to see you work so hard. We are not worthy of it." And she, knowing how lazy he was, how it was all talk, would beam on him, proud of his good looks, the handsome father of her handsome sons, pleased with the affectionate protestations that he shouted in her deaf ears. She never criticized him or her sons to others, but sometimes her lips would shut in an emphatic way, and her eyes say unutterable things if she thought herself unobserved. But the face she turned to others was innocent of all this. How her eyes would shine as she watched her sons start out of the house, well dressed, with manly carriage, and that air of distinction that never wholly left them. And when they came home intoxicated, how fertile she was in resources to get them quietly out of sight. How apt in concealing the loquacity induced by a lesser degree of intoxication. An incident in her earlier days put her on a pedestal in my regard. Jean, her daughter, a fiery girl with coal-black eyes and hair, was witty and irresponsible, as I have said, but energetic and warm-hearted. The neighbors knew her to be capable of escapades of which her doting mother was innocent. More than once she had been seen creeping down the slanting veranda roof and down the porch pillars, from which she dropped softly to the ground. But no one dared acquaint her mother with the fact. In the course of time, Jean was missing. Her brother traced her to a neighboring town, and going to the hotel where she and her lover were staying, so arranged it that when they came into the dining room, there he sat confronting them. Equal to the occasion, Jean, I'll wager, showed no embarrassment, and though her brother was bursting with rage and shame, he too was mindful not to make a scene. But what a dinner it must have been! Yet I can imagine that Jean kept the conversation going in her inimitable way. Dinner over, she asked her brother when he was going home. "Just as soon as you can get your things packed," Dick said significantly. Knowing the Norton blood was up, she made the best of it and returned with him. After that, she stayed closely at home. People in general did not know of her elopement, nor of the fact that she was to become a mother. Both she and her mother kept secluded for months. I wish I knew just how old her mother's youngest child was when Jean's child was born. My impression is that he was at least 3 or 4 years old. Nevertheless, it is stated as a fact, and was generally believed in the village, that at the birth of Jean's baby, Mrs. Norton, its grandmother, put the baby to her own breast, and by sheer force of will, causing the milk to flow, brought up the child at her breast. He always called her Mamma, and his own mother by her given name. And although after a time the fact of his parentage was learned, the family pride was saved to a great degree. People tacitly accepted the child as Jean's youngest brother, and he himself thought he was until quite a lad. Not having learned of all this till years after it occurred, the impression it made upon me was far less pronounced than when I learned about a certain girl, nearer my own age, who went wrong. But I did not learn of this little tragedy till a year or 2 afterward, although when I did, I was so sorry for the girl that there was no room for blame, and I was glad to know that Mother, knowing it all along, had befriended her. I loved my mother the more for it, but how incredible that such a thing had happened to one I actually knew. I used to wonder how she could go on living and acting like other folk, how she could meet that young man on the street, how she could fulfill her daily tasks. Divining what she must secretly have suffered, I felt sure her keenest grief must come from knowing that she was not as good as people thought her. I used to wish that she knew I knew of it, and that Mother had known it all the time, and yet that we felt the same toward her. I was sure that would have been a comfort to her. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 A Child Went Forth, Part 3. A boy in our neighborhood, a gay, boastful, light-hearted boy, who was always whistling on the street, got into difficulties, became entangled with low companions, and a grave charge was made against him from which he was only partly exonerated. The first year I was away from home, in writing to me about it, Mother had said, "Howard has lost his whistle." How significant that was. The merry-hearted boy was never the same after that. These and other revelations concerning townspeople I knew made a profound impression upon me. They were the beginnings of my plucking the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and I found it bitter. Every taste saddened me. The dispersion of every illusion was accompanied by a distinct pain. I think it must always be so for those who believe that persons and things are what they seem. The surface so smooth, so fair, incredible that beneath lie many diverse strata seldom or never seen. Outcroppings come as a revelation, and with the shattering of an ideal, inevitable sadness and pain. One of my vivid childhood experiences comes to me here, that of being taken through the state prison at Auburn and to chapel services there, and how my throat ached as those hundreds and hundreds of men in convict garb filed in and took their places. The striped gray and black cloth for their suits was made at a woolen mill just outside our village. We sat in the gallery and looked down on the men. I have never forgotten the pain I felt, child that I was, at seeing such a mass of men branded with shame and crime, many imprisoned for life. I wonder if my sympathy and tolerance for wrongdoing were not generated by that early experience, when I pitied them so that there was no room to condemn. Notes of piercing sweetness sounded through that vast auditorium as a convict played on a cornet the prelude to "Watchman, Tell Us of the Night." When they began singing, I thought my heart would break. A part of the men sang the questions, then another body of them the answers, all joining in the refrain. Mother and all of us were in tears. Always after that, at home, when we would sing that piece, that moving scene would be vividly reproduced. Chaplain Searle preached that day, and I remember, or think I remember, his beautiful, beneficent spirit as he talked to the men. He used later to lecture in our village, and those impressions of him became blended with the earlier. One of his lectures was "The Sunny Side of Life in Libby Prison." We saw the men march to dinner, saw their coarse fare, and peered into their bare cells, and a great pity rose within me for their blighted lives. To this day, the sight of Copper John, the statue we see on the top of the prison on driving into Auburn, awakens the recollection of the painful emotions born that day when I first learned how hard the way of the transgressor really is. About the only plays I ever saw, until I went away from home, were Uncle Tom's Cabin and 10 Nights in a Barroom, played in our hometown, and East Lynne in Syracuse. These were my only preparation for the appreciation and understanding of Booth's Hamlet, which I saw my first year in Boston. A mere child when Uncle Tom came to town, and too moved to do anything but cry openly, I was unmercifully tormented the next day at school by the older girls, who, having witnessed my humiliation of the night before, jeered at and mimicked me. Curiously enough, many years later, while visiting in Worcester, Massachusetts, I encountered the star of this performance at close quarters. I was taken ill while there, and the landlady of my hostess was the Topsy of my early remembrance. When she learned that I had seen her as Topsy, she doubled her offices in my behalf. There was a distinct improvement in my toast and gruel, although her housekeeping was almost as shiftless as Aunt Ophelia had complained of years before. My first experience with remorse came when I was quite a little girl, on learning of the death of a schoolmate. One of the older girls, on seeing me weeping bitterly, looking at me coldly, said, "You needn't cry. You used to quarrel with her. You know you did." As though I didn't know it only too well. For years that girl's twitting me of those irrevocable quarrels seemed the most unfeeling thing imaginable. It was perhaps when I was 16 that another schoolmate, going into a rapid decline, died of consumption. During that summer I went almost daily to brush her hair. She said I did not tangle it as others did. It was painful to see her wasting daily, that ominous cough, that sickly odor, and her pathetic hopefulness as her condition became more hopeless. But I had a strong sense of duty then. It was about the time, I suppose, that youthful altruism developed. Sometimes I would be so tired from work at home that I could hardly drag myself up the hill, and I dreaded the depressing environment. When she died, they sent for me to dress her hair. She had requested it. That seemed more than I could do. I have never been able to conquer my repugnance to touching a dead body. But there was no way out of it. After the task was done, with which there was no one to help me except her brother, who was no help at all, I stayed and got supper for the invalid parents, and did other little things round the house, waiting for someone to come in who would stay the night. But no one came. I could not leave those helpless parents alone, so sent word home that I was going to stay, at the same time sending for a schoolmate to come and bear me company. We had Louisa M. Alcott's Old-Fashioned Girl to read, and proceeded to pass the night sitting up in the room next to the one where our dead schoolmate lay. The girl's brother, the same who years before had bitten off the nose of my Leatherhead doll, kept coming into the room and lamenting his sister's death. Then, going into the parlor, he would weep over the body, groaning and reproaching himself noisily for his past unkindness. The wildness of his grief, which came in paroxysms, was terrible. I pitied him, but it was a relief when he calmed down and went to bed. Late in the evening the undertaker came and was alone in the parlor a long time. On coming out, he asked who was going to stay overnight. Lizzie and I told him we were. But what grown person, I mean? On learning that there was no one else, he scrutinized us a moment, then said to me, "If you will step in here, I will show you what I wish you to do." Wondering, I followed him and learned that at midnight I was to remove the cloth from the face, moisten it in a solution, replace it, taking care to press it well down on the eyes and around the nose and lips. I have forgotten what else we had to do, but remember that I had to remove the folded hands from across the chest. I did it by taking hold of the nightgown sleeves at the wrist. How startled I was at the spring the arms gave as I let go the sleeves. He added that if I did it at midnight, and again at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, it would answer. I have done much harder things since, but never remember undertaking anything that seemed more of an ordeal than that was then. Our dead schoolmate, my shrinking at the feel of a corpse, the mere staying up in this remote house that night, no neighbors within call, we two girls, with the sick parents and the remorse-stricken brother. No one to give us moral support. Small wonder that I quailed, but it had to be done. My companion, less self-contained and terrified on learning what was required, began to be hysterical. It was not easy to get her interested in the book, but we read on and on, taking turns through the long hours, our feverish excitement increasing as the dread hour approached. How loud the clock ticked! How every little sound about the house smote our ears! How furtively we kept glancing at the time, pretending not to be thinking of it! How our voices trembled! We both started in a fright as the clock began to strike 12. Lizzie held the lamp while I did as I had been instructed. Poor girls! They seemed like someone else, not I and another. She trembled and nearly dropped the lamp, and when it was done, we almost ran from the room. It was no vulgar fear of the corpse. It was the general gruesomeness, our loneliness, and all that, the uncanny, tiny little mother, a mere skeleton, the quilt-like father, everything added to our shuddering dread. No sooner had we closed the creaking folding doors and were back in the sitting room than my companion, heaving a sigh of relief, said, "Now let's go and have something to eat." I could have screamed outright. Eat now? After that experience? My hands felt contaminated, even after repeated washings. I begged her to wait a while. So Miss Alcott still diverted us till I felt I could go and eat. After that, we grew cheerful, even hilarious, and then felt guilty for laughing in that house of mourning. Long hours passed in talking and reading till we had to go in that dread room again. Finally morning came, and with it a neighbor who relieved us. Going home in the early dawn, the queer look of the quiet streets, the physical weariness, combined with the night's experiences, made me feel years older. Stealing up the steps at home and creeping into the hammock on the veranda, I slept until the opening of doors and windows in the house announced the family astir. Perhaps a year after the death of this girl, another schoolmate died of the same disease, a brilliant, beautiful girl with smoldering dark eyes, a girl of great promise who had made a brave fight for life. Her mother, who was given to doing things in a theatrical way, asked 4 of us girls to be honorary pallbearers, to dress in white and follow the casket in and out of the church. At the house, the general gloom and our own grief had been a strain on us. But as we got into the carriage, we calmed down from our weeping and were trying to get in condition to face the ordeal at the church when, just as we were driving through the main street, without any warning, one of us broke into laughter. 2 others followed in sympathy, the 4th girl looking so disgusted that it made us laugh the more. Finally she gave way too, and we were all in a state of uncontrolled, unreasoning mirth. Although the carriage was closed, we feared the driver would hear us, or people in the street catch a glimpse of us. Our efforts at self-control were painful in the extreme. What would Ruth think if she could know of our conduct? But everything we tried to say only made matters worse. When the carriage drove into the churchyard, we were still in a pitiable plight, And how we ever mastered ourselves enough to step out and walk past the bystanders and on into the church behind the casket is something I marvel at even yet. But we had had our escape valve, and now everything was done decently and in order. Long after that, we thought with remorse of our conduct, not understanding how blameless we were, how wrong it was to subject a group of impressionable girls to such an emotional strain. I recall some byword meetings, which I think had some share in my development at a plastic period. They were conducted by the wife of the Presbyterian minister, their object being to help us refrain from the use of slang. That minister's wife seems to me, even yet, the most beautiful woman I ever saw. Tall, slender, with a queenly carriage, the smoothest, creamiest skin, bewitching dimples, jet black hair and eyes, and slender white hands. On the street she wore a heavy veil, and when she lifted it as she came into the meetings, it was like the unveiling of a beautiful statue. She had a silvery voice, so different from any voice I had heard. In fact, she seemed a little too bright and good for everyday life. We children idolized her. Some of our playmates would not go to her meetings, and spitefully told us she was proud, wore a veil to preserve her complexion, never ate butter, and nearly starved herself to keep slender. But resenting these rude charges against our divinity, we continued her willing devotees. How good she used to talk to us! She began her prayers with "Dear Father," praying easily as she stood before us, as though talking to a loved parent. She listened to our confessions of what bywords we had been betrayed into saying during the week, smiling brilliantly at times, looking grieved at other disclosures, and sometimes shocked, but always encouraging us to try harder the next week. The bywords permitted were, "Oh," "Oh my," "Oh dear," and "Oh dear me." These, with varying intensity, were the legitimate outlets for the various experiences and emotions of our lives. All others we must strive to keep from saying, with the aid of our Heavenly Father. I think grief was the word with which I kicked over the traces the oftenest, but her reproving smile was not a hard punishment, and it was such a delight to see her approval when we could make a good confession. It was an excellent influence she shed, not the least of which was due to her beauty. My aversion to slang, except when right off the bat, is probably due to those early byword meetings. Although the hands of this woman strongly appealed to me by their beauty and delicacy, my mother's appealed more powerfully. The whole woman in her seems typified in her hands. Not small, nor especially white, they are well formed, and in spite of a life filled with work, are soft yet firm, strong, capable, and tender. Even as a child I seemed aware of her emotion, as well as her strength in them. I used to like to clasp them, such a warm, sustaining grasp, and I liked to open them and look at the palms. She has a hollow palm, something like my own, and all the mounds are full and elastic, a warm, soft, brooding hand-clasp peculiarly her own. In my emotional nature I am more like mother, in mental make-up more like father. Sister's hands are more like father's, yet her physical type in general, and her mental, is more like mother's. From mother she and brother get their fairer skin, while mine is the brunette shade like father's. How mysterious it all is, how complex. Mate and make beget such different issues. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, In the Old Paths, Part 1. Does one ever outgrow one's early religious training? Though he outgrow his credulity, his faith, his observance of rite and ceremony, and though he wander far from the paths he followed when being trained in the way he should go, still must the religious influences shed round him in those early plastic years have their permanent bearing upon his afterlife, even though sometimes so transformed as to be traceable only to the keen student of personality. Back to the Old Paths was a gospel hymn I heard in the days when those paths were traversed by my childish feet, and back to the old paths I now turn, seeking to retrace the steps which time and disuse have almost obliterated. Being Methodists, we children had been baptized in infancy, and our childhood and youth had been divided into 3-year periods, diminutive dynasties, marked by the reigns of the different ministers, events being referred to as during Brother Greg's stay, in Brother Carrier's time, when Brother Brown was here. What excitement toward the close of one of those dynasties to see what the new minister would be like. Father was one of the church trustees. Mother had a class in Sunday school. Although we children regularly attended church and Sunday school, and often prayer meeting and class meeting, we showed little of the early piety which our Sunday school books set forth. When there was no one to leave us with at home, Mother usually took us to prayer meeting. All would kneel during the seasons of prayer, each consisting of about 3 prayers, then would rise and sing, then kneel for another season, and so on. I remember once awaking in shame and confusion, still on my knees while the others stood round me singing. Crouching there, a miserable heap on the floor, I waited for them to kneel again, hoping no one but Mother had noticed me. But as it proved the last season that evening, when the hymn ended and all took their seats, the little heap on the floor had to creep up and seat herself shamefacedly by its mother, its discomfiture unrelieved until they rose and sang, "Blessed be the tie that binds," and the meeting closed. Sometimes Mother put us to bed when she went to evening meetings. It was a hardship to be locked in the house those spring twilights, with the church bells tolling and the boys and girls calling us to come out and play I Spy. Everything called us out of doors. What was there about that time of day that seemed made for frolic? How we pitied ourselves when the all free of our playmates floated to us on the twilight air. Once we climbed out of the window and played in the street, barefooted too. Oh, the delight of our bare feet on the soft, cool grass. But we had to climb in again soon, gloating guiltily over the stolen liberty. We thought Mother unfeeling to leave us locked in the house. But if we objected to the prayer meetings, she sometimes had no alternative. We rather liked the class meetings. There were only 2 or 3 prayers then, and all gave their experiences. We knew by heart some of the stereotyped speeches. Sometimes we would signal to one another when it was about time for certain expressions that amused us, and again would giggle if the good brethren and sisters varied their remarks and failed to repeat the queer things we expected. One man, at a certain stage in his prayer, always rubbed his palms together. Then, as his voice got louder, he would rub faster and faster. His straggling hair would fall over his face, the veins would swell in his forehead, and he would reach a climax of frenzied petition from which he would gradually subside, tapering to a breathless amen. Sister could repeat this prayer and his maneuvers to perfection. "O Lorda, we have come here to-night to crave thy mercy-a," thus regaling us with reproductions of Brother Aaron and other eccentric ones, when Mother was not near. Mother herself, though quiet in testimony and prayer, would not let us ridicule those who were not. There were 3 or 4 of the brethren and sisters of the old-fashioned kind of Methodists who were a boon to sleepy children. But as I grew older, I wearied of their stereotyped speeches and felt a repugnance to their emotional storms. In the home, at seasons of special religious fervor, we had family prayers. There was something peculiarly satisfying to me in all of us kneeling together while Father prayed. His prayers were controlled and rational. I never felt uneasy when he prayed, while with Mother there was always the fear that her voice would tremble as it did when she read touching passages in our Sunday school books. I could not bear to hear the tears come in her voice, for it meant we would all ultimately break down and cry. Mother loved the Bible. How well she knew it! It was history, poetry, and all literature to her. How interesting she made the stories when telling them in her own words, the story of Ruth, of Queen Esther, of Joseph and his coat of many colors. How inseparably these are linked with Mother's interpretations. She loved music too, but none of her family could carry a tune, except one brother who died in his youth. She would try so hard to sing, "Hush, my dear, lie still and slumber," usually getting the first 2 lines pretty well, then would flounder around, unable to get the rest. In church, she would start out bravely to sing the doxology, or "By cool Siloam's shady rill," or "There is a land of pure delight," but would falter and have to stop entirely before the end of the first stanza. I have seen her almost weep because she wanted so much to sing. At first we laughed at her. It seemed so funny and so easy to catch a tune. But with her, it was so serious a matter that I learned to pity her. Unless Sister was watched throughout the church service, she would excite the risibilities of all around by her antics and imitation of the minister. Quick as a flash, she would jump up on the seat, tiny mite that she was, and flourish her arms as the speaker was doing. Mrs. R., the wife of a certain pastor who made very awkward gestures, used to say it was bad enough to see the gestures themselves, but to see them so perfectly reproduced was much too much. She would laugh about it till the tears ran down her cheeks. Kate would imitate the twisting gait and fidgety manner of a sister of Father's so well that a neighbor seeing her would say, "There goes your Aunt Lucinda, boiled down." I learned early to while away the long sermons by reading Sunday school books, Mother remonstrating, but often ignoring the practice, for it lightened her duties. She was thus sure of one of us being quiet during services. If not reading, Arthur and I were bound to titter at Kate's pranks. "Who is this?" she would whisper, then pull down her face like old Aaron Wilson in the side pew, or again like Brother Schermerhorn, or saintly Sister Brown, or lugubrious Sister Stiles. She could look like any of them in a jiffy, and we would nearly explode, while she was tickled to get us in such an uncomfortable plight. Mother was often on pins and needles, lest we laugh outright in church. Sometimes it would please the minx to assume a demure, reverential air throughout the entire service. Then we almost went into spasms. She would turn the leaves of the Bible, rise, bow her head, and sing. Would place a hymn book behind her, as the good sister in front of us did, halfway through the sermon, to ease her back. Would use her handkerchief in a grown-up way, all apparently unaware of her giggling brother and sister, except when she would turn upon us a pained, reproving glance, usually the last straw for the poor camels. I kept up the habit of reading during services till the pastor mentioned it so pointedly in Sunday school that I had to stop. When the sermons interested me, I no longer cared to read. I recall 3 of our ministers who were liberally educated for pastors in small churches. One, in particular, a Scotch-Irishman, was an original thinker, emotional, with a tumultuous Carlylean eloquence. He preached remarkable sermons. Father and I followed his thought, I think, more closely than anyone else in the congregation. He seemed to feel this too, addressing us almost personally, sure of sympathetic attention. Many of his stolid hearers had no idea what he was driving at. Sometimes he would labor so to bring forth his thought that it was painful to watch him. It was as though his mind was laid bare. Carried away with the grandeur of a conception, he would wrestle with it, conquer it, and finally unfold it. His influence on my mental and religious nature, I was 17 then, was unquestionable, but unsettling, seeming to increase the chaotic state of my mind. At least, it was during his dynasty that I became so unsettled, doubting and trying to think a way out of the inconsistencies I was continually coming upon. But earlier wanderings in the old paths claimed their share in this backward glance. Tenting at camp meeting, Auburndale, perhaps 4 times in all, not 4 years in succession, for that would have been too great a boon, was a keen pleasure of our childhood. How we felt the deprivation of the blank years! What a homesick longing for our tent in the woods when the August days came round. The woods were perhaps 5 miles away. It seemed a long journey. What fun to see the wagon piled with bedding, furniture, and tinware, to see kettles dangling below, to hear the rattle as we sat atop of the heterogeneous array. Then the ride along the sunny country road to the campgrounds. I wonder if a part of my fascination for gypsy wagons and the life of the Romneys isn't due to our own gypsying in the camp-meeting woods. Mother usually shared a tent with a certain good sister, an old-fashioned fat countrywoman who was very devout and who made good cookies. We liked her best for the last quality. How our hearts swelled as we neared the grounds and saw the high board fence enclosing the sacred woods. Going nearer, we heard the singing as the sound rose through the trees. The preacher's stand and the tents were down a steep hill from the road along which we came. Jumping from the wagon, we would go in at the little gate, for the team had to go a long way farther to enter the big gate. Wild with delight, we bounded down the hill, shouting a greeting to the lame gatekeeper and taking care not to trip on the long roots extending into the path. Our exuberance was always checked, partly by admonitions from our elders, partly by the spirit of the place. There was something in the sight of those white tents among the trees and the voices of song and prayer floating up to us that in themselves held us in check. But the smell of the woods and the realization that we were to dwell there for 10 blissful days. Did ever children have a more beautiful experience? Then the hunting for our tent site, the scrutiny of its surroundings, its relation to the various places of interest, the fun of getting settled, of seeing the stove put up, the tent raised on its wooden platform, Mrs. Van Aken's queer little cord bedstead set up, and the funny makeshifts of housekeeping that mother and her tent mate would devise. The mere sight of a familiar kettle or a spider hung on a tree at the back door, the improvised wash bench with leaves from the beech trees falling on the soap dish and into the water as we washed, these simple things provoked the most delightful sensations and made us so happy, so happy. It is a delight just to stop and think how happy we were. In the morning, there were the walks after milk to a neighboring farmhouse, and the smell of the breakfast cooking under the trees as we returned. Mrs. Van Aken's fried pork and warmed-up potatoes made our mouths water. We liked her best when she was doing these things. As the day wore on, she got absorbed in sermons and religious experiences, and became teary and lugubrious, making us feel our unregeneracy at the bubbling of our spirits. It was bad enough at dinner time, but at supper, whew! The breakfast, however, she was livable and human. Mother was sufficiently zealous, often uncomfortably so, but not unbearably so, as was Mrs. Van Aken when the religious leavened the whole lump, and she weighed nearly 200. But she did make good fat cookies, bless her heart. She scowled if we lingered on the way with the milk, and there was so much to make us linger, even with breakfast at the end. The smell of the woods in the early morning. There were the places deep in the woods where we were not supposed to wander, but where we did sometimes wander later in the day in quest of mandrakes. They made us sick, but we never ceased to seek them, the sickish yellow things. There were the yellow jackets' nests, our especial bane. One year, a troop of us, sister in the lead, while exploring forbidden territory, suddenly plunged into one of those miniature hells and were beset by those flying fiends. Such howling as arose from our savage breasts, the Methodist shouting was for once in the shade. 6 tortured little beings ran screaming to their tents, half blinded from swelling faces. Pandemonium reigned. Sister and the presiding elder's boy were stung the worst. Her eyes were swollen shut. Her face was unrecognizable. She was frightful to behold, and her hands looked like Mrs. Van Aken's fattest cookies. I was stung only a little, but enough to know why the others howled so. We liked to jump from bench to bench in the large circle in front of the preacher's stand, when it was not sermon time, but some pious brother or sister would usually come along and tell us to stop. Sometimes Willie Ives, the presiding elder's son, would creep up to the pulpit and exhort us eloquently, but such pleasures were quickly curtailed, and we were made to feel the meaning of the formidable word sacrilege. It was the custom of some to sing the blessing at breakfast. Hurrying along with our milk pail past the tents, we would hear men's, women's, and children's voices mingled as the family gathered around their tables, singing to the tune of doxology. We thank thee, Lord, for this our food, but more because of Jesus' blood. Let manna to our souls be given, the bread of life sent down from heaven. This usually had a subduing effect, as did the voices at family devotions which issued through the tent openings. But we were little pagans after all, and many a time did not resist the temptation to pluck at a woman's skirt or punch a foot as we caught sight of them under the half-rolled tent folds while the occupants knelt in prayer. Not compelled to listen to the long morning and afternoon sermons, except on Sundays, we had to attend evening services or go to bed. But there was much to make them endurable, especially if a certain woman got the power. And anyhow, the scene was impressive out there in the night, the tents gleaming in the distance, and the hymns and petitions echoing under the trees. We went willingly to the children's meetings, held after dinner in a huge tent with its carpet of straw. Certain brethren and sisters would address the children. Many an infant convert would go forward amid great rejoicing. The singing and childish experiences were interesting, though then our religious natures were fortunately but slightly aroused. I would choke up and cry softly sometimes, but was not deeply moved, the woods being a powerful rival at that early age. But one dear old lady, she seemed old even then, I always loved to hear. She would come in at the side of the tent, Bible and camp chair in hand, stoop under the tent folds, wade through the straw, which would cling to her black skirt. The smell of straw always reproduces the scene. Place her blue Brussels camp chair in front of us, and open the meeting with, "Now, children." I can't remember what else she used to say, but that "now, children" was so intimate and confidential, not sanctimonious like many who addressed us. Her voice was rich with emotion, but controlled, so as not to make her listeners uncomfortable. Those good sisters whose voices were on the ragged edge of tears used to irritate me. It seemed indecent. Even in my most devout days, I never overcame my repugnance toward those who went to pieces when giving testimony. What she said to us day after day I forgot years ago, but her face, her kindly, comprehensive glance, and the inflections of her voice became a part of my consciousness, deeply fixed in memory. Years later, soon after entering the hospital where my work has since been, the poor soul was brought here as a patient. Going on the wards one morning, notebook in hand, eager to take the history of the patient admitted the previous night, I found dear old Sister Mifflin, the same who had exhorted us at children's meetings years before. No older, it seemed to me, only more broken, pitiably broken. How the scene at Auburndale came back at the sight of her face, the sound of her voice. She was just a feeble, whimpering old woman to the others, but to me she was those dear dark woods with the white tents, the holy songs, mother, sister, brother, childhood. Such a flood of recollections surged through me that I could only attempt a few words of consolation and postpone my case-taking till under better control. But I told her where I used to know her, and she brightened pathetically at the word Auburndale. And here she was now, a child among other gray-haired children who had lost their way, while the Drumlin child, whose feet she had tried to lead in the old paths, was henceforth to guide her faltering steps to the journey's end. I remember the last time we tented at Auburndale, at instance of Mother's watchful care that humiliated and incensed us then, but for which I am grateful now. We were probably 14 and 15 years old when, one evening, Sister and I and some other girls and boys stole up through the little gate and outside the grounds to some willows a short distance away. We knew it was wrong. The boys were new acquaintances, unknown to Mother, sons of a man who later became our pastor. Besides, we were not supposed to go beyond the grounds without permission. But with many misgivings we set out, feeling quite like young ladies walking out with young men. A very delectable stolen sweet we were nibbling. Sitting under the trees while the boys made willow canes for us, tracing fantastic designs on them, we enjoyed ourselves for a brief period. Presently, an uncle of ours went by, and greeting us, passed on to the campground. The chatting and cane-making continued. Twilight deepened, but it was still light enough to see that which filled Sister and me with consternation and chagrin. Mother, coming down the road, bareheaded, in those days betokening great haste, coming rapidly toward us, and with whips in her hand. With one accord we all arose and meekly followed her back to the campground. Something very like hatred stirred within us at the course she had taken to show us before our new acquaintances that we were still children and subject to her authority. Not that we questioned her right to require us to return, but it seemed needlessly humiliating to come after us with whips. I think we rebelled at her carrying the whips, and that she finally dropped them. How crestfallen we all looked, the boys whittling the canes, and the other girls probably seeing in ours a fate similar to their own. We got a vigorous talking to before we were sent to bed. Our uncle, it seems, had alarmed Mother by saying that we were lounging under the willows with a lot of strange fellows. This was a favorite trysting place for the young people whose devotion led them into these bypaths rather than to the evening meetings. I can laugh now at our discomfiture and at Mother's wrath, but it was no laughing matter that August night so long ago. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2. In the Old Paths. I don't know how old I was when I experienced religion. Reared from infancy in the nurture and admonition of the Lord, there had been, during childhood, a period of apparent indifference to such matters. Later, one of acute interest, then the lull and reaction from the excitement of a revival. Then one of renewed and deepened interest, followed by a gradual decline in religious observances, a creeping in of doubt and unbelief, a period of acute suffering, extending probably over 3 or 4 years, because I could no longer walk in the old paths. then one of lonely wanderings in strange paths, till I finally settled down to where I now find myself, though that state would be hard to define. Of the length of these various periods, and the age at which some of them occurred, I am uncertain. I was perhaps 15 when I first became converted. There had been premonitory symptoms a year or two before, at Auburndale, but the real attack came one winter during a prolonged revival. Many of the boys and girls went forward long before I did. Steeling my heart, I stayed at home and applied myself to my studies with increased zeal, for Professor Durland, a Baptist, less carried away by the revival than many others, although attending the meetings occasionally, had talked wisely in school about religion, urging us to be temperate in frequenting the meetings. He reminded us that all this emotion was not religion, and that it was our duty as students to let nothing interfere with our studies. I was impressed by what he said, but this religious wave was sweeping over the town and was hard to withstand. 2 young evangelists were there with gospel hymns, moving prayers, and engaging ways of leading souls to the Lord. Every night witnessed the conversion of sinners who, having groaned under the burden of the conviction of sin, finally sought salvation. Night after night I studied at home when most of the young people were thronging to the meetings. But finally I succumbed and went forward, to the great joy of associates, parents, and friends. But our principal's admonitions still acted as a restraining force and kept me from yielding to the extreme emotionalism influencing so many young and old. Why, the girls got so they held prayer meetings at noon in an old stagecoach in the lumber yard near the academy. I went once, but the incongruity so overcame my religious ardor that I never went again. Still I was devout and had a pretty severe and long-continued attack. My diaries at that time were full of religious yearnings and strivings. I read the Bible diligently, taking a verse for guidance each day. I was religious in season and out of season. After the revival had died down, many converts backslid. But with me, this religious experience was a steady thing, of varying phases, it is true, but of tremendous importance for perhaps 3 years. During the height of the revival, when the other converts joined the church, Sister and I, having been baptized in infancy, felt ourselves defrauded of a part of the ceremony. So intent were we on being baptized, we prevailed upon our parents, much against their wishes, to consent to a repetition of the sacrament. Little sophists that we were, we made it a point of conscience, our argument being the biblical injunction, repent and be baptized. Baptized in infancy, before we had anything to repent of, the cart had been put before the horse, and we were not following the Scriptures. This view grieved our parents, who had given us to the Lord in holy baptism when we were babies. To them it seemed wrong to set aside that sacrament for a later one, but the strenuous converts, thinking they were acting from conscientious motives, overruled parents and pastor. Of course, sprinkling had been the form of baptism in infancy. Now most of the converts were being immersed. Sister chose immersion. There was still another form sanctioned by the discipline, though seldom used, pouring. This was to go down into the water and kneel while the minister, dipping water from the stream, poured it upon the convert's head. As usual, seeking something distinctive, therefore conspicuous, though quietly so, I chose to be poured. Not that I was conscious of it then, but I see now that the desire to be different from the herd was largely what influenced me in choosing that mode of baptism. Moreover, I abhorred immersion. The sight of it outraged my aesthetic sense. It was such a sudden transition that I, as onlooker, experienced. The gathering of the congregation at the waterside was beautiful. The holy songs seemed more holy there. The black-gowned pastor and the convert wading out in the stream while the hymn was being sung, the pause, the solemn words, the yielding body as the minister started to immerse the convert. Up to this point, the scene filled me with religious awe. But from that point onward, it was most repellent. The convert's rigidity and the struggle at contact with water, the determined push of the minister as he forced the resisting head under water, and the gasping, snorting, drowned rat appearance of the victim when pulled out. All this was hideous. So I was poured, and it was a beautiful ceremony. But many a time since I have regretted setting aside the earlier sacrament so revered by my parents. And yet, how can I regret it when I remember the strange, beatific mood induced that day by the sacred rite? It lasted several hours. I have never experienced anything like it before or since. It was hard to come down to practical matters on reaching home. I went about helping to get dinner in a kind of dream state, eager to have the work out of the way so I could be alone and think over the beautiful solemnity of it all. It was a real uplift of my introspective little soul, and very beautiful while it lasted. Dressing myself that afternoon with great care, Bible in hand, I visited a sick neighbor. She had a bad-smelling, untidy house, which I always disliked to enter, though often sent there by Mother with delicacies. I think it was in a spirit of real self-sacrifice that I required this of myself that day. Probably nowadays, under a similar beneficent impulse, I should put on a suitable gown and go and clean her house. But then I was under the spell of stories of pious maidens who read the Bible to sick people. I can't recall whether I actually read to her that day, but do recall how the dingy house smelled. In the dooryard was a bush of dainty pink roses, and as she sometimes told me to pick one, I hoped she did then. It seemed queer that the only place in town where those exquisite roses grew was in that unlovely yard, amid those sordid surroundings. Religion was for a long time thereafter the guiding influence of my life. Conscientious and devout, I was consumed with a desire to be useful. Out of school, I helped with the housework at home and at Grandma's, and helped Father in the post office. I do not recall much recreation. Though sentimental, most of my sentiment took a religious turn. The presiding elder and other clergymen were entertained in our home during those years, and the silver communion service was kept with us. To polish this before quarterly meetings was one of my duties, and to prepare the bread in long strips for communion, and in the little cubes for love feast. One communion Sunday, being indisposed and staying at home alone, when the time came for the sacrament to be administered, I read aloud the solemn service from the discipline, sang, then knelt, devoutly partaking of the bread and water in place of wine. The hour was a real means of grace to me. I have never divulged this before. Much as it meant to me then, I find in myself now a tendency to ridicule that strange little creature, and to wonder if it was not a partial pose, albeit at the time she thought herself sincere. I recall that during the revival at which I was converted, Father took an active part, though in a more moderate way than many of the brethren and sisters. During the singing of gospel hymns, the workers would go up and down the aisles, and by a sort of intuitive knowledge seek out those under conviction, urging the obdurate ones to go forward and confess Christ. One night, after they had sung the hymn that begins tenderly, "Why do you wait, dear brother? Why do you tarry so long?" the refrain being, "Why not, why not, why not come to him now?" The workers sought to lead the penitents to the throne of grace. The crowded house, vibrant with religious fervor, the reiterated invitation, the contrite sinners making their way forward, were powerful appeals to others with whom the Holy Spirit was striving. As the last words of the hymn died away, Father, stepping up to a certain townsman, and putting his hand on his shoulder, looked in his face appealingly and asked, "Why not, Wilbur?" I recall the man's stern look as he struggled for further resistance, Father's quiet, persuasive tones, and at length the actual yielding of the man's body as the tension relaxed and they came down the aisle together, the man shaking with sobs while the happy tears streamed down Father's face. One particular love feast stands out in memory. In fact, I never went to many. They were held too early in the morning. At this one, a loud-mouthed local preacher, whose reputed private life was much at variance with his professed religion, held forth at great length about the wrath of God, the fear of God, and the unending punishment God would visit upon those who kept not his commandments. He was a burly, blustering man who worked himself up into a state of tremendous physical excitement during exhortations. As he sat down, breathless, with red, sweaty face and tumbled hair, Father arose and in a few quiet words said that the God he worshipped was a God of love, that he liked to think of the love, not the fear of God. Beautiful and memorable this recollection, and all the more so that Father so seldom expressed his religious feelings in public, although he frequently addressed the congregation at the close of the sermon on financial matters. It fell to him to stir up the people when there were extra expenses to be met, church repairs to be made, and the minister's salary raised. Generous of time and money, he accepted the trusteeship with the zeal that characterized him in whatever he undertook. Stating concisely the needs, he would so plead with the congregation as to stir up the apathetic members, sometimes fairly talking the money out of the pockets of those whose purse strings were tightly drawn. It was a study to see him play upon the different ones by earnest appeal, by gleams of humor, by eloquent pauses, his own enthusiasm as he announced the sums subscribed, egging others and still others on to announce their grudging subscriptions. He should have been a lawyer. What a special pleader he would have made! If he had been able to exercise the same gifts in his own business interests, he would not always have had to contend with the ogre economy. But there seemed little self-seeking in him. His commercial spirit was never strong. His zeal could not be aroused for personal gain, only for some cause into which he could throw heart and soul. I remember well his weary looks after such sessions were over, especially if the needed amount had not been raised. On reaching home, he would unburden himself of scorn and indignation at the parsimonious ones who had sat unmoved when the needs of the church were so urgent. Against the obnoxious local preacher before mentioned, Sister and I had a special grievance. While standing one day on the creek bridge, when he and some boys were below fishing, we had heard him say an obscene word as a fish got off his hook. Indignant to our fingertips, we walked on, harboring this in righteous wrath. And shortly after that, when he was assisting the pastor at communion, Sister and I tacitly agreed to stay away from the altar rather than be ministered unto by him. Noting our failure to commune, and meeting us on the street later, he questioned us. Kate took the initiative, but we were both terrible in our wrath. We told him we did not care to take the bread and wine from one who talked as he did on weekdays. Astonished, he inquired what we meant. Concerned and uncomfortable, he seemed divided between wanting to know and dreading to hear. Kate said she would not repeat such talk, but that she heard it herself on the creek bridge when he was fishing. He looked very cheap. Having reproved this whited sepulchre, the offended misses went disdainfully on their way. I suppose that was the least of his sins. I fancy he felt relieved that it was nothing worse we knew about him. Later, his conduct became notorious, but he never had more inflexible accusers than those stern maidens who upbraided him that Sunday. Another communion service, probably before this, stands out vividly. It was when I was having doubts and waverings about acceptance as a child of God, when, in Methodist parlance, I was falling from grace. That day, sitting through the service, seeing altarful after altarful kneel, commune, rise, and go in peace, I had said to myself, I will not go. Steeling my heart, I sat upright, conscious of Mother's questioning glances, but apparently unmoved. After the congregation had communed, the choir members went to the altar rail, and as the sparse gathering knelt there, and the last notes of the hymn died away, instead of immediately passing the bread and wine, the minister and the young evangelist paused to see if others would come. Although the evangelist made a moving appeal, still was I determined not to go, and anyhow, having waited so long, I was too embarrassed to go. The choir communed and left the altar. It was the last chance. No, the evangelist still stood there, and in a few earnest words besought any who were hanging back to come. I knew he meant me. Still, I tried to withstand. In conclusion, he said, "While the choir is singing the next hymn, I know God will soften your heart, and you will come. Just as I am, without one plea, but that thy blood was shed for me, and that thou biddest me come to thee, O Lamb of God, I come, I come." Melted by the singing, broken and contrite, alone I went and knelt at the altar rail. I can remember just how glad and gentle his voice sounded, and how soothing it was as the evangelist placed his hand upon my bowed head and prayed for the young sister who had tried in vain to turn away the Holy Spirit. One other girl, moved by my example, came sobbing to the altar too, one who always followed my lead. In justice to myself, I must say that there was no pose this time. I did not want to be singled out in this way, for I abhorred betrayal of emotion in public. To be the center of a scene like this was painful to me. Nevertheless, there was a great peace in my heart as I arose and returned to our pew. When zealous young converts join the Methodist Church and renounce the devil and all his works, they give little heed to such renunciation, only to learn later, as their religious fervor subsides and their social needs assert themselves, that the discipline regards card-playing and dancing as the works of his satanic majesty. I remember when my sister was inveigled by some unconverted boys and girls into playing cards, how I labored with her, but with poor results. She refrained for a time, but soon again succumbed to the pastime. It makes me smile to recall how long it took me to regard those wicked-looking cards as an innocent amusement. Not caring for them, however, they were never a temptation to me, and I found myself distinctly bored when, by the occasional playing of hearts, I declared my independence. I never could learn whist or euchre. But dancing, because more pleasurable, seemed more wicked, and little by little I yielded to the seductions of the violin and the quadrille when, at an evening party, dancing would form the wind-up. But I never learned to dance well. Too self-conscious, the few times that I indulged in it in those days, I suffered so from remorse that it was a questionable pleasure. Toward spring, after the revival at which we had been converted, we attended a party given by a boy whose father owned the Masonic Hall. It was an innocent affair, with dancing and light refreshments. I imagine we were home in our beds before midnight, but a few nights later, at a church sociable, one of the good sisters of the church, attacking a group of us, berated us soundly for attending a dance in a public hall, thus forsaking Christ and espousing the devil and all his works. Her unjust, intemperate, and tactless accusations made me regard the whole matter more rationally than I had theretofore. Through gossip, our little party had grown beyond all recognition. It was characterized as a public dance. Without any foundation whatever, it had been asserted that we had had supper at the hotel, a thing reprehensible in itself, that wine had been passed, that sister had tasted it, but that I had refused it. Whoever had so falsified had done it skillfully, as Kate was then more inclined to dip into the untried than I. But we had been near no hotel, and did not know the taste or sight of wine except the unfermented wine used at communion. The rigor of our church discipline concerning amusements which I had come to regard as innocent pleasures made me loath to continue belonging to a body placing such strictures upon its members. Many church members danced and played cards without compunction, but I was strenuously opposed to belonging to anything to which I could not heartily subscribe and obey to the letter. So when, a year or more later, I left home, I requested that my name be taken from the church books. Reluctant to accede to this request, the pastor urged me to take a church letter, but I refused, determined not to begin my new life by professing what I no longer believed or practiced. I wanted to start with a clean slate, since I no longer conformed to the rulings of the church. Emancipation from the old teachings and beliefs came about gradually and painfully. When first assailed by doubts as to teachings and traditions formally accepted unquestioningly, I had tried to talk them over with Mother, but her unreasoning faith irritated me. Unable to command my temper, I was narrowly and harshly critical. Her devoutness, her intuitions, Her faith all irritated me, counting for almost nothing with me then, when I wanted something to satisfy my reason, wanted to reconcile the conflict between orthodox teachings and the truths of science as I was coming upon them in my studies. Moreover, I was tenderly attached to the old paths, and Mother's manifestations of feelings I was trying to stifle only increased my intolerance. The church members no longer rent the same pews year after year. Now, when I go home, I look in vain for the old families or their representatives in their accustomed places. Scattered here and there throughout the congregation, like lost sheep, I see a few of the brethren and sisters who in the early days sat with us under the droppings of the sanctuary. I would like to see them once again in the places that knew them in those long-gone days, would like to sit with father and mother in our own pew, join in the hymns, and once again feel at home in the old church. For however far I have wandered from the old paths, they must always be sacred to me. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1, of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 1, As Twig is Bent. The books one reads in childhood and youth are, of course, among the most potent formative influences of those periods. My post-Mother Goose reading consisted largely of the child's Bible, later the Bible itself, and the goody-good Sunday school books, 2 or 3 of Miss Alcott's, and whatever else I could find in my browsings. How I have cried over the Elsie books and rejoiced over the Gypsy books. Madcap Gypsy Brayton and pious Elsie Dinsmore were real beings to me. Sunday afternoons I would read by the west window, with the door leading upstairs at just a convenient distance, so that when I found my emotions getting the upper hand, I could at one step open the door, slip upstairs, and weep in secret over the woes of my little heroines. I thought the others had no inkling what that sudden plunge meant, but my acute little sister soon learned, and one dreadful Sunday, when I was making a desperate move for the stairway before the torrent should burst, she called out mischievously, "Jeanie, what are you going upstairs for? It's warmer down here." "Yes, Eugenia, it is too cold for you to sit upstairs," Mother intervened. With this sudden centering of attention on me at such a crucial time, the clouds burst, the situation was revealed, and I was permitted to go up and have it out. Bitter were my tears. It was exceedingly painful to be seen thus moved. Such things should be suffered in secret. When, shamefaced, I returned to the sitting-room, Sister was not too deep in her book to shoot me a knowing glance, though she had evidently been instructed to hold her peace. After that, I would feel the storm coming afar off. I learned to rise calmly, to open the door with less precipitation, sometimes even making an indifferent comment on leaving the room. So deliberate were my movements, I flattered myself that no one suspected I was withdrawing from the family circle in order to dissolve in tears. I would even open a bureau drawer in hopes they would hear the sound through the stovepipe hole and think I had gone up after something. Oh, the poor, thin artifices of childhood! Looking back and seeing how pitiful they were, an added tenderness wells up within me for my parents, who so wisely and kindly refrained from letting me see that my little devices were so ineffectual. There was no village library, though a temperance club supplied a circulating one, of which I availed myself till I learned to use the academy library. Then, too, I was a great borrower of books, although we probably had more in our house than the average family in the town. These I read over and over. Robinson Crusoe and the Arabian Nights I read surreptitiously in school. I reveled in The Lady of the Lake and Aurora Leigh. I was wont to combine reading and housework to the detriment of the latter. While ironing sheets and towels, I managed to read at the same time, with long waits between the movements of the iron, unless Mother came suddenly into the room when I started up briskly, sometimes having to fold inside a scorched place where the iron had rested too long. Many a poem have I committed to memory at the ironing board. Father started to buy the American Cyclopedia when I was very young, a big undertaking, for they cost $5 a volume. The volumes came slowly, but we rejoiced whenever a new one was added to the row. It was annoying enough, though, to step up to the bookcase and find that we had only got to O or P when we needed volumes containing S or T. As a girl, I had a pastime of my own, a kind of mental book collecting. Going along the streets, I would say to myself, "What books will you have from this house? You may have any three you choose." Then the fun would begin. At Grandpa's were Timothy Titcomb's letters, and Bittersweet, and a queer little book called Aristotle's Masterpiece. At an uncle's were Walton's Complete Angler, Reveries of a Bachelor, and Louis or the Bended Twig. At an aunt's was Right and Wrong, or She Told the Truth at Last, a fascinating, big, green-covered book that I used to weep over, pitying the heroine entangled in an intricate web of deceit. At another aunt's were Wells's Science of Common Things, and Sexual Science, or Love, Its Powers and Uses, by O.S. Fowler. I valued the Science of Common Things because it asked and answered questions about a lot of things I thought I ought to know and did not know, and never could study out, even with the help of physics, always a hard study for me. And I liked the book of Fowler's because it dealt with the alluring subject in a lofty and, as I thought then, scientific way. At still another aunt's, Pilgrim's Progress, and Byron's poems leaned confidingly against each other, except when I disturbed them. Bunyan was the favorite then, and for that matter is yet. At the homes of neighbors and friends were many coveted treasures. The Embury poems, Physiognomy and Signs of Character, this I borrowed for months at a time, Moore's Melodies, Longfellow's poems, Shakespeare, Fern Leaves, and many more. I thought one man in town very literary because he had all of E.P. Rose's works. At one time, Barriers Burned Away and Opening of a Chestnut Burr seemed wonderful productions, and, I may as well confess it, I adored the novels of Mary Jane Holmes. Though forbidden to read them, I borrowed them of our slatternly red-haired neighbor, devouring them on the sly. I read Darkness and Daylight twice or thrice, and 5 or 6 others by the same author. The only times I can remember Father's voice raised in sternness to me were when he caught me absorbed in novels by that wicked Mrs. Holmes. Mother told me he himself once sat up all night at a hotel to read Lena Rivers, and that he had wanted to name me Lena. Dr. Dio Lewis was born near our village. One of my schoolmates was related to him, and one to the wicked Mary Jane. I, alas, had no illustrious kin. She lent me 2 of his books, Our Girls and Chastity. I believe I am indebted to them for a wholesome interest in physiology and physical life, and for a sudden turning from forbidden things learned in childhood. I think it was the reading of them that engendered a repugnance to unchaste thoughts and conversation, a repugnance that the majority of my schoolmates did not have, and that, for a certain period, I did not have, for I engaged in talk and stories and conduct that later made me blush to recall. After reading Dio Lewis, I can remember refusing to stay in the midst of girls who insisted on telling improper stories. Many a time I have been ridiculed for my uncompromising attitude, and many a time in later years have had to check women in their recitals of such stories, though making both them and myself uncomfortable by a seeming pharisaical attitude. I would try to lessen the embarrassment by telling them that these things were likely to come unbidden to the mind, polluting by unwelcome, unchaste recollections our sweetest experiences, all of which I learned in the Dio Lewis books. I recall this man's once lecturing in our town. He was the first author I had ever seen, and I was somewhat disappointed to find him so like other folk. On that occasion he confessed to some human weaknesses, such as eating pumpkin pie late at night. He, the high priest of hygiene, lightly and shamelessly confessing this, when advice to the contrary had been so clear in his books. In my ignorance of life, I was startled to learn that one could so earnestly preach one thing and so lightly practice the opposite. I thought him somewhat of a fraud. I was getting my eyes opened, and the light hurt. There was a time when I was under the spell of the poems of Emma C. Embury, whoever she was. I borrowed a copy of her poems from a neighbor who lent me the poems of Longfellow in quaint, thin volumes. But those of Emma C. Embury, how beautiful they seemed! Most of them were sad. That was why I liked them. Love's first step is upon the rose, his second finds the thorn, was the burden of one. Of another, the gathered rose and the stolen heart can charm but for a day. I would improvise tunes to these verses when I could get away by myself, preferably down by the creek in the heart of my big willow. But if not there, then down in Grandma's cellar, while she discreetly stayed upstairs, never betraying by word or look her awareness of anything going on below except the tiresome churning for which she pretended to pity me. Was she laughing in her sleeve all the time? It would have hurt to know it then, but would be a delight now if I were sure that her hours of toil were lightened by quiet amusement at my expense. Those sentimental, lovelorn pieces I affected at a time when my days were so full of sunshine that I had to seek artificial gloom. My greatest favorites among this melancholy poet's verses were The Mother and The Lonely One, long poems, but I believe I could say every word of them now, even without the aid of the churn-dasher. The first pictured a young mother reveling in the beauty of her baby boy. Then comes his illness and the harrowing scene as she realizes she is to be bereft. As I recited the lines, I used to feel her rapt devotion and her piteous grief. I identified with the lonely one in the same way. a lovelorn, unattractive damsel on whose spirit genius poured its rays, who lived through the bitterness of seeing her hero marry another, and then, his wife having died, turned to her for comfort, entreating her love just as death was about to claim her. She died, yet as a day of storms will ofttimes sink, with a rich burst of sunlight at its close, thus did the rays of happiness illume her parting spirit. By this time my eyes would be suffused and my voice tremulous, but the butter had come, and Grandma would come down cellar and pour a little cold water into the churn to help the butter gather. And despite Emma C. Embury and her ill-fated maidens, I would drink copiously of that most delicious beverage, buttermilk from Grandma's little red churn. It was a heterogeneous lot of books that I read the last 4 years in school. There was perhaps more system during the last 2. And though I had little discrimination myself, I was aggrieved if the interference of parents or teachers took the form of anything more positive than suggestion. How fascinating I found the historical novels of Louise Muhlbach. What cared I if they were not reliable as history? I turned unwillingly from them to Scott at the earnest solicitation of my teachers. The correspondence between Goethe and Bettina made a deep impression upon me. I should like to see the identical copy I read. It opened up a new world. And a translation of Faust by Agnes Swanwick moved me strangely. I copied favorite passages from it in a blank book, conning them again and again. Faust's apostrophe to the radiant moonlight would put me in an exalted mood whenever I read it, especially the latter part. Oh, that I might wander on the mountain tops in thy loved light, hover with spirits around the mountain caves, flit over the fields in thy glimmer, and, disencumbered from all the fumes of knowledge, bathe myself sound in thy dew. I copied sentimental passages in German script. I would have blushed to have it known how much I liked this. His stately step, his noble form, the smile of his mouth, the power of his eyes, and of his speech the witching flow, the pressure of his hand, and his kiss. But there was no one in my little world that answered to all these things. Somewhere, some day, I might meet such a being. I was in no hurry. Enough to know that such things had been and would be again. Poor little dreamer, silly little dreamer. And all the time she was pretending, even to herself, that she did not care for love or lovers, that they were never to be a part of her life, that she never wanted to marry, never would, and that she meant to live a much more serious and useful life than one of mere married happiness. It was a perverse, contradictory inner and outer life I lived at the ages of 16 and 17, yes, and on into the 20s. No girl ever thought more about love and possible lovers than I, yet I felt they were never to be really for me. Even my daydreams had barriers interposed. I wonder if this is not unusual. Do not other dreamers dream things as they want them, when everything can be rose-color for the mere wishing? Is it customary, I wonder, to let dark clouds overcast the dream sky? As I think of it, I wonder if it was not a kind of prescience of what the reality would be. Anyhow, as far back as I can remember thinking of these things, mingled with the whims, sentimentalities, and insincerities of the adolescent period, was a conviction of these two things: that love was the greatest, the most wonderful thing in the world, and that there would be some barrier always to my knowing all that it might mean. Besides the books I read, I can trace other influences that had their part in bending the twig in the way it was to grow. In the early teens, Brother and I helped Father in the post office, out of school hours, an occupation profitable in many ways. I had much leisure there for reading, was trained to accuracy and alertness in the office work, and learned a good deal about human nature. The requirements furnished a needed corrective to my tendency to dream. I could still dream, but had to do also. It was a matter of pride between Brother and me to see how rapidly we could distribute the mail, how quickly deliver it when the box numbers were called out, and how well we could remember just what letters were in the general delivery. I was vain, too. I can remember how gratified I was at occasional words of approbation I heard concerning my efficiency, and when crowds of men and boys would be standing outside waiting for the distribution of the mail, while Father, Brother, and I would be darting here and there to put the letters and papers in the boxes, trying at the same time to keep out of one another's way, I would think with pride that I was helping just as much as the others were. And what a smart girl I was to be doing it too. My cheeks would flush, and I felt a diminutive sense of power. All these persons waiting for something we were doing. We held in our hands letters fraught with happiness, with disappointment, with sorrow. I liked to have them crowd around and peer at us through the windows and from the door in the rear that led to the store. And when the work was done and the public was at liberty to inquire for mail, I just doted on reaching through the tiny window and taking in the little green sign bearing the legend, "Distributing the Mail." And the self-centered miss was aware just how her hand and wrist must look as they reached through and lifted the sign from the hook outside the window. I forgot, in cataloguing my unattractive points, to mention in extenuation that I did have a pretty arm and hand, and actually discovering the fact myself took a keen satisfaction in the discovery. Perhaps this was not all vanity, as I am especially susceptible to beauty of form and line wherever seen. In looking back upon my life, it seems to have been a strange, contradictory mixture of sincerity and duplicity. I passionately longed, for sincerity and openness. Anything else tortured me. And yet I can see how influences always seemed at work to foster complexity and duplicity. To begin with, I was always fond of playing a part. Beginning as children do, we played at ghosts. Wrapped in sheets at twilight, we peered into the neighbors' windows to startle them. But I soon wanted something less crude. One day, in my early teens, dressing as a beggar, I went to the houses in our street asking for cold pieces. At first it was a failure, as either I or the others would giggle and spoil it all. Finally, stipulating that the others keep out of sight, I went alone to the Widow Earl's and told a pitiful tale, and the unsuspicious old soul gave me a slice of her new bread just out of the oven. Blessing her, I hobbled away, munching the bread under my veil. Soon we all scampered back in great glee, confessing to the widow, who relished the joke far less than I did the bread. No woman likes to cut into her warm bread than to find she has been hoodwinked. No wonder she was cross. Each time I tried something harder. One day, when visiting in the country, I dressed as a beggar, and going to a neighbor's, while the good housewife was in the pantry getting me something to eat, stole her spectacles, took my food, and went my way. Returning shortly after with the other girls, I delivered the spectacles to the incredulous victim of my hoax. Then, in high feather, I tackled a newly married elderly pair at the next farm, concocting my story on the spot and enjoying keenly their gullibility. I was destitute, was journeying afoot to my daughter in a distant town, naming a town on the spur of the moment. They asked my daughter's name. Chancing to give the name of a new girl who had come to school that week, I myself met with a surprise, for the man said, "Why, I know the Godfreys of Groton." Quickly I begged him for news of my daughter, and asked about her husband, whom I had never seen, catechizing him a while, so he would let up on me, as their questions were proving quite a tax on my ingenuity. As I sat there, after having lunched on pears and a glass of milk, which the deluded couple had given me, the other girls, impatient at my long stay, came down the road. The sympathetic farmer by that time was partly hitched up to take me as far on my way as the next village. As the girls came tentatively into the yard, my unsuspecting victims called out to them to come and have their fortunes told, dilating on the wonderful things I had told them. I had done this to pay for my luncheon. I don't recall how the revelation came about, but I soon stood confessed, a sham beggar, while the man and his wife looked sheepishly at me and at each other, at the mocking girls and the half-harnessed horses. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, As Twig is Bent, Part 2. Graver instances of duplicity I have to record concerning a planchette craze, rife in our neighborhood when I was perhaps 15. Although we had had a planchette in the house for years, and I had heard how it was supposed to write, it had long lain neglected, none of us showing either curiosity or credulity concerning it. Our planchette was a heart-shaped piece of black walnut, large enough for the tips of the fingers of 2 hands to rest upon. Mounted upon 2 gutta-percha casters fastened to short brass legs, the third leg was formed by a lead pencil stuck through a hole in the apex of the heart. When the right hands of 2 persons rest lightly on the planchette, the muscular tremor, I suppose, makes the machine move over the paper placed beneath. Some supernatural agency was supposed to make the thing reply to questions asked by someone present. I can't recall how we happened to start experimenting with it, but during one winter, night after night, neighbors and friends gathered at our house to watch the thing write. It was rather uncanny to see it travel, fast for some, slower for others, not at all for certain ones. After a time, we detected crude attempts at words, but there were many trials before any satisfactory results were obtained. I wish I could recall just how my part in it began, and how much of my conduct was conscious deception, how much self-deception. My impression now is that at first, especially, I was to a great extent self-deceived, although that I was by no means wholly so, I am well aware. At any rate, it gradually came about that the planchette would write the best for me and a certain boy in the neighborhood, but, he being absent, almost as well if I was one of the operators. We were closely watched to see that there was no guidance of the thing, that no perceptible movements of our hands or arms were made. Sometimes they even blindfolded us, for there were always incredulous ones in the company. These would take a turn at it, and would admit that I did not move it. They were sure I did not. But I did move it, whether consciously, with my muscles, or not, I'm not quite sure myself. I know I determined what the answers were to be, and willed that the thing should so answer. And although there seemed to be little opportunity for actually directing the movements without my partner detecting it, I think I did do it, artfully and successfully. And, little hypocrite that I was, pretended to be surprised at the answers, or at a loss to make them out. Some of the others usually deciphered the scrawlings, I helping out occasionally on a pinch, and then we would all shout at the unexpectedness and aptness of the replies. My parents never suspected me. As I think back on those times, I see how deep within my nature must have been the tendency to deception. Of all the crowd of young persons and adults that gathered around that mysterious little instrument, I believe I was the only one at all conscious of deceit being at work. And further, I believe I would have been the last one to be suspected. My parents and the other adults were intelligent persons, not prone to vulgar credulity. They did not pretend to understand the writing, yet knew there was no spiritualistic explanation. Mother would have burned the thing had anyone said that seriously, though we used to jest about the spooks making it go. It was with living persons and issues that our questions dealt, and we found it a fascinating amusement. I remember how they used to try to test it, how my parents would ask names and things about family history that they thought no one in the room but they themselves knew or remembered. One of these tests was to ask for my maternal grandmother's maiden name. It was usually spoken of as Eunice Gear, her adopted name, but they forgot that I had noted and remembered her romantic story, and knew her real name, Albro, as well as I did my own. And here is where my double-dyed hypocrisy comes in. I willed the thing to write Eunice Albro, and whether consciously or unconsciously, I cannot now say, guided the movement of the machine in the formation of the letters. But watching it, as Albro was being written, I cried out, feigning surprise. "Why, that isn't right. It isn't writing Grandma's name." Father and Mother, watching eagerly, hushed me up, and the thing wrote Albro instead of Gear. Excited and mystified, Father explained to the onlookers about Grandma's early abduction, adding that the children had probably always heard her spoken of by the name of her foster parents. This was often cited as the most signal triumph planchette had to its credit. It was but one of my many conscious intrigues with the little machine. Often, of course, the answers were evasive or ambiguous, but I made them definite when I could, and then they were very convincing. One night, a young woman spectator asked a silent question. This disturbed but did not nonplus me. I knew she was having a love affair whose course was not running smoothly, so I made the oracle declare, "There's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip." And although she laughed it away and said there was no sense in the answer, Subsequent events showed that I probably hit the nail on the head. Much later, I learned a real tragedy for her was going on at that very time. And there was that poor girl depending on such flimsy help as this for solution of her difficulties. I tremble when I think what indirect harm such practices may work, palmistry and other occult things, with impressionable, uncritical minds, swayed powerfully by the hit-and-miss guesses of these worthless oracles. The craze continued all one winter. It was great fun, but I wearied of it after a while. And what makes me know that I was more than vaguely conscious of my own deception is that on experiencing religion, I changed so in my feelings about the pastime. After that, when planchette writing was proposed, I recoiled from it, refusing or evading requests for the experiments, and somehow finally managed to put a quietus on the career of the little instrument. I think I even appeared to comply with their requests occasionally, but did not will the thing to write, and several failures dampening the interest, the thing was dropped. Planchette was again relegated to the upstairs closet. For years I never came upon the little heart-shaped affair without a feeling almost of nausea at the part I had taken in the mysterious writing. Thereafter it was painful to hear others recounting, in good faith, the wonderful things it had done. Harmless as were these pastimes on the whole, it is in their deeper significance that the gravity lies. They betray innate and grave faults of character, a capacity for artful duplicity which grew by what it fed upon, each triumph leading to other, more elaborate experiments. How it would pain my parents to learn that I had been such a gay deceiver when they thought me a demure little mouse. The experience has shown me how easy it is, too, to delude oneself, as well as to dupe others. I can see how mediums and all who deal in occult matters may evolve into veritable frauds, though starting out in the utmost good faith. For some years after most of the girls wore bangs or curled their hair, I resolutely refused to do it, on the ground that it was artificial. Though longing for wavy hair falling softly over my high forehead, I would not curl it. It was false. The whole idea was wrong. Nature had denied me natural curls, and I would suffer the sight of my plain face in the glass rather than employ artificial means to relieve its plainness. But when about 17, I did begin to curl my hair, my awakening feminine instincts, I suppose, getting the better of my principles, such as they were. I disapproved of artificial flowers, and for years would not wear them on my hats. But there came a time when I weakened in this, though the flowers must be of the best, the most natural-looking to be had. I can see now a significance back of these seemingly trivial things. They reveal an unenviable complexity of nature. In first one thing, then another, I have stood out against conforming to customs, if my own ideas of right and wrong prohibited me, but alas, so often has come the ultimate defeat. Concessions to conventions, customs, overpowering circumstances or instincts. And when finally yielding to that so long withstood, I have pursued the opposite course with an almost equal determination to make a success of the counterfeit, to give, as far as possible, an impression of genuineness. If I curled my hair, the curls must be as natural as possible. And the same principle has been carried into less trivial matters. a legitimate outlet for my ingrained mimetic and dramatic tendency would have been the stage. When, as a child, I had sat on my father's lap and coaxed him to tell me where I came from, I had no idea of the correct answer to my question. Though I do not remember how he answered me, I think I may have persisted in my query because I was beginning to see the inconsistencies and absurdities of the stories told me, but this is purely conjecture. I remember the older school girls telling me strange, incredible things for a time, then later, one dreadful day, explaining more correctly the real origin of babies. Shocked and horrified by their talk, I opposed a prompt and stout rejection. It wasn't so. I knew it wasn't so. Laughing at me, they adduced further proof. I tried to pull away and get out of the room as I hotly declared, "It isn't so. I know my father and my mother never," and I choked with indignation. They evidently enjoyed the torture they were inflicting. I was like a hunted hare, and half my fright was doubtless due to the growing conviction that it might be true. One girl pulled me back as I tried to escape, then braced herself against the door while I faced her in impotent rage and shame, and another informer taunted, "Little fool, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't true. Your father and mother ain't any better than anyone else's." This was such a bitter experience that I have always felt strongly the need of early satisfying these inevitable queries of children by true, if partial, explanations, thus forestalling their enlightenment in the brutal way it came to me, associated with impure, repelling interpretations. For some months preceding the time of passing from girlhood to womanhood, I stayed with Cousin Prudence, helping her with the housework, and going to school from there. Fond of her, I was, too, more docile in learning from her than I was at home. She was a married old maid. Prunes and prisms was her watchword. Her house was in order from top to bottom. She could tell on just what shelf, in which box, in which corner of said box, a given article lay, and whoever helped her had to observe a like care. She was not at all well, and did almost nothing but to help with the baking. I pitied her, and she managed to get a lot of work out of me for this reason, and also because she had tact and convinced me of the vital importance of attending thoroughly to the infinite details of housekeeping. From her throne on the couch she would issue gentle commands and endless queries, and she had an uncanny way of ascertaining if I slighted anything. But in justice, I must say, I was conscientious in carrying out her exacting requirements. Methodical to a degree, it was not enough that her minute directions were followed to the letter. She could not drop it there. When, tired out, I sat by her couch to rest, I would have to listen as she would go over and over the things that had been done, and the things I was to do on the morrow. She nearly broke my back, and tomorrow's too. Saturday nights were trying times, for she doted on rehearsing all that had been accomplished through the day, and all that we had in the house to eat for over Sunday. Her husband was a prodigious eater, and she wanted to make sure we would not run short. Then, too, it seemed to make her more a part of these things if she could ring the changes on them. So, pitying her helplessness, I humored these foibles that I now know bordered on morbidity. "You say you swept off the back porch today, dear? I always want it clean for Sunday." Are you sure you scoured the tea kettle, nice and bright? Yes, I'm sure you did. You won't mind if Cousin Prue asks you about these things, will you? Are the potatoes pared for breakfast and covered with water, dear? Because you know, if some are out of the water, they get black. Yes, you are sure. I'm glad of that. Let's see. There are 4 loaves of white bread and 2 of brown. Or is it only 3½ loaves of white? And there is a jar of sugar cookies and part of a jar of molasses cookies, and you said there was a whole loaf of ginger cake? And there is some, dear, isn't there, of that 1, 2, 3, and 4 cake? You know Uncle, I should say Cousin Richard, is so fond of that. And there are, how many pies are there, dear? 1 lemon and 2 apple pies? And about how much of that custard pie did you say there is left? Oh, how weary I got of her endless talk about these matters. The things themselves were bad enough, though I didn't mind them so much, only I did get very tired. I was willing to wash and rinse the dishcloth till it was sweet and white as a handkerchief, but did not like washing and rinsing it over again after I got back to the sitting-room. I was always tempted to shirk polishing the stove, but she was sure to detect it, or I dare say I should have slighted it more frequently, for I never liked to soil my hands. But she had a way of commending me that recompensed a good deal, and if there were criticisms, they were tactfully made. Dear, when you have rested a little, I wish you would stand the broom up the other way. You know it wears out sooner to rest on the splint end. You dusted behind the mirror carefully, didn't you? And when you get up, won't you just straighten it a wee bit? Now, after you have had a good rest, won't you sweep off the sidewalk? I see the leaves have fallen a good deal today. I pitied her, and I was meek in those days, but I marvel now at my long suffering. She was unhappy, but tried to conceal this, making pitiful excuses which I saw through. Later, she knew that I divined her troubles, yet we each kept up a pretense of not seeing things as they were. It was easier for her in more ways than one to have me there. I learned later that was why my parents let me stay with her. One day, calling me to her with much preliminary talk, she said she was going to tell me some things that I was old enough to know, which my mother wished me to know. She then explained the mysteries of the physiological changes of pubescence. My cheeks began to blaze. I suppose she saw that she was late with her information, and with less than her usual tact, asked outright if I knew about it already, and I, having learned it from older girls, along with forbidden things, and thinking it something to be ashamed of, lied to her, pretending I did not know what she meant. Of course she knew better, but not betraying this, explained it all in a judicious, womanly way, divesting it for me of the false shame with which I had come to associate it. That day, or later, I broke down and confessed that I had known about it before, and we were even better friends than ever after that. It was about this time that a friend of my mother made a confidant of me, disclosing deep wrongs endured through her husband, especially in previous years. Whispering these cruelties to me, even when we were alone in the house, she would interrupt her dramatic recital again and again to make me promise never to divulge them, declaring her parents would force her to leave her husband if they learned about it all. It was a grave wrong to burden a young girl with this hidden sorrow. But nervous and sickly, she craved the sympathy I was ready to give. Yet It was a shadow which should never have rested on my girlhood. I think it had no inconsiderable share in fostering in me the habit of duplicity. Her husband was a moody, morose man, subject to spells of unnatural gaiety. Living with him was like living on the rim of a smoldering volcano, ready at any moment to belch forth. By the hour she would pour into my ears circumstantial details of her husband's cruelties. It was like a thrilling continued story. Then she would add, "But he's different now. You mustn't lay this up against him, and you mustn't, for the world, let him see you mistrust him. Oh, Eugenie, don't let him see a difference in you. Swear to me you won't." And I would swear. And when we heard his step on the porch, we would begin to laugh and chatter in assumed gaiety, disarming him of all suspicion. Many a time after such a recital I have sat with them when it seemed as if I must scream out and tell him I knew just how base he had been. But I only went to the other extreme, becoming unusually gay and talkative, while the artful little wife would chime in and egg me on. I learned in watching her what a consummate artist in deception one can become. It was a revelation to see her coaxing, conciliating manner to the tyrant follow so closely her terrible disclosures to me. Happily, more wholesome influences were at work at the same time, counteracting somewhat these somber ones. I think I received a certain intellectual stimulus from attending the debates of the lyceum to which father belonged. 8 or 10 of the townsmen met for years every Saturday night in a lawyer's office, debating in a spirited manner. Though women and girls seldom went, they were made welcome. The last year or two before leaving home, I persuaded another girl to go with me. She went to please me rather than because she liked it. Father encouraged me in going. Although I really enjoyed the debates, I know that a part of my pleasure was because Laura and I were the only girls there. I liked the oddity of it, and was vain of the fact that I had a taste in that direction. Those middle-aged men were much in earnest. There were several lawyers, a doctor or two, our professor, ministers, and a few non-professional men like father. One lawyer, a hunchback, was very eloquent. His smooth, melodious voice and engaging manner made one forget his deformity. There was a gentleman farmer, too, a liberally educated bachelor, very diffident, with halting speech. They had great respect for his learning. How easily he colored up on occasion. I think he never felt quite so much at ease when we girls were present, but he was very deferential to us. There were pompous men, testy men, humorous men, taciturn men. In fact, as I recall the little club, I see it was composed of very varied types, and therein, I suppose, lay a large part of the interest for me, as I was always interested in studying people. Often I had but little understanding of the questions at issue, but even when these did not concern me, I liked to follow the arguments, liked to see them pick one another up, liked the mental activity of it all, just as when, in later years, my life work calling me much in the courtroom, I have enjoyed listening to the trial of even an indifferent case. To hear the pros and cons, to see the intricate, many-faceted presentation of the truth, gives me the same kind of enjoyment I get from Browning's Ring and the Book. Then, too, I was proud of father's part in it all, his reasoning, so clear and forcible, his humor so compelling, his enthusiasm so contagious. but he was always partisan. Whatever he took up, he espoused con amore. I come honestly by my enthusiasms. At each meeting, they appointed a member to report errors of grammar and pronunciation. Father's critical bent earned him the nickname the Critic. In time, the schoolgirls dubbed me Critic Junior, an epithet justly bestowed, I confess. It has always been easy for me to pick flaws, to criticize myself relentlessly, as well as others. Another of the formative influences of this period was a literary society organized by the young people. It started as a secret society for the purpose of mental improvement and the study of literature. We called ourselves the WBS, guarding carefully the meaning of these letters. I feel almost guilty now in revealing that we were the would-be somebodies. It proved an interesting and profitable association. Having no older person to direct us, we groped about and attempted many ridiculous things, and we had to make concessions to the less serious-minded. But our aspirations were genuine, and the general effect of the society was beneficial. We began by reading aloud Lucille, but all our selections were not so absurd. In time, we did some creditable work, reading and discussing good literature. There were original papers, recitations, debates, music, enlisting the talents of the various members. One winter, we raised enough money to hire a professor from Rochester University to lecture on geology, and felt we were by way of being somebodies then. On anniversaries there were sleigh rides and suppers, gay and happy times. My first glimpse of beauty in art I owe to the WBS. We went to Rochester and visited Power's Art Gallery. Until then, I had seen no statuary, no watercolors, no etchings, no oil paintings of any merit. The art with which I had been familiar was the sorry art to be found in small towns, atrocious paintings in chromos, at the best a few good steel engravings. In these days, through reproductions, school children in small villages become familiar with the world's masterpieces, but I was starved in this respect. I shall never forget the awe and wonder that came over me that day in Power's Art Gallery as we stepped into the room where the statuary stood out against a background of dark plush hangings, while a sweet low air was played by an orchestrion in an adjoining room. The place was holy ground. I shall also never forget my disgust when one of the girls brought me down from the sublime to the ridiculous. While I stood gazing in rapt admiration at the genius of art, a winged god carved from the marble, poised as though about to fly, the beauty and aspiration of the figure holding me spellbound, I heard the stage whisper of this irreverent girl. "He looks as if he hadn't had a square meal lately," referring to the prominence of the ribs of the beautiful creature. It took me years to forget that speech. It was such a discord in this new harmony. I saw no humor in it then. Now I rather enjoy the picture my imagination paints, my transition from ecstasy to detestation, and my struggle not to show her how she had jarred upon me. The names of the artists meant nothing to me. I cared only for their works, looking long at what interested me. I remember especially the gathering of the potatoes, a huge, sad painting that, as I recall it, had much of the dreary realism I have since seen in the Angulus and the Gleaners. The haunting sadness of that painting, the somber sky, the peasants in the foreground, the woman holding open the bag while the man poured in the potatoes. They seemed to be counting each one of the scanty store. The homely pathos of their lives moved me then, and it all comes back to me now. There was much else that moved me, but I was irritated too, for that same facetious girl went around nudging others and giggling over the complete anatomy of the cupids and cherubs frankly portrayed. I detested this singling out of such things and talking about them. Prim as I was, I saw nothing to object to in those charming figures, and it was painful to have my enjoyment desecrated by these silly observations. To this day I have no patience with persons who cannot view the nude in art without low-minded comments or thoughts on what seems to fill their entire field of vision to the exclusion of the work as a whole. I once showed a vulgar-minded woman a picture of a beautiful 3-year-old child, nude, a thing so lovely I thought it must appeal even to her, but she was scandalized at the pearl I had cast before her. She began a tirade against such things, her unique argument being, "The sight of means to do ill deeds makes ill deeds done." I thought that Shakespeare would have risked his own curse, and, moving his bones, would almost have risen to confront her, could he have heard his lines so perversely misapplied. A year or two after our visit to Power's art gallery, I had my next glimpse of art in Boston. But neither the Fine Arts Museum there, nor those in other cities since, produced upon me the profound impression that my first excursion into the world of art produced. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Bred in the Bone. Whether due to my reading or almost wholly to observations and conclusions, I cannot say, but I began early to feel the potency of heredity, to lament certain tendencies in my kindred which I saw cropping out in myself, and to realize the gravity of marrying and having offspring. I saw my grandfather's ungovernable temper exaggerated in one of his daughters and in my brother, saw in myself, though naturally of a mild disposition, a tendency to give way on occasion to intense anger, saw queer traits in aunts and cousins that frightened me, knew that tuberculosis had attacked some members of my father's family, that certain cousins on both sides were neurotic, that my maternal grandmother had carcinoma, that a cousin was an epileptic, and that on both sides were intemperate uncles. These were the chief reasons contributing to my early, deep-seated resolution never to marry. As a family, one trait which we have in common is intemperance, though sister is less so than the rest of us. My father would be surprised to be charged with intemperance, for all his life he has waged war against intemperance in its restricted sense, the excessive use of strong drink. But he has been intemperate in his zeal for the cause of temperance. I remember the temperance movement in our village in my early childhood. Mother and other women went around to the saloons praying and singing and beseeching the liquor dealers to close out their business. I have heard them tell that when one obdurate man finally yielded, pouring barrels of liquor into the street, There was such rejoicing that staid citizens like my father threw their hats in the air and shouted for joy. This was years before father left the Republican Party to espouse the cause of Prohibition. Perhaps long before there was a Prohibition Party. Of course, the reform wave subsided. The liquor dealers bought more whiskey, and the curse continued. But although that early warfare died out, father's zeal, I might almost say his fanaticism, has ever been unceasingly directed toward efforts to quell the liquor traffic. So it was not surprising that, in time, ardent Republican though he was, he allied himself to the party bent on fighting this evil. It is sad to think of him expending energy on what seems to me a lost cause, but Prohibition is no lost cause for him. Footnote: the above was written in 1902. Now his hopes are nearly fulfilled, but he is no longer here to rejoice. All honor to him and to others like him, who, true to their vision, were untiring in their efforts to bring it to realization. End footnote. Logical and clear-sighted as he is, he seems to me to take a one-sided view in this matter and to be following a chimera. He says prohibition will yet prevail, whereas I feel that the prohibition, the inhibition, must be in the individual himself. The long years of character building determine whether one shall succeed or fail. Legislative measures, I fear, can never be effective for those suffering from ingrained weakness and dragged down by tyrannical habits. But father firmly believes that the good time is coming toward which he labors unceasingly. Father's excesses in minor matters also show the intemperance to which I refer. I mention them only to show that in certain things I am a chip of the old block. Many years ago he had the croquet craze. He and other businessmen would play that silly game for hours. I recall mother's disapproval and father's lame defense. She was not opposed to a reasonable amount of playing. It was the intemperate, inopportune indulgence that disturbed her. The same with chess and checkers. He and his chess-loving friends pursued these with a fervor prejudicial to business. Often when I have gone to the lawyer's office where they were wont to play, or in the back of father's store, I would find him so absorbed that my timid request would remain long unnoticed. If some other player would call his attention to me, his preoccupation was such that I verily believe a moment later he did not know I had been there. He contended that he never neglected customers for the pastime, but mother would tell him that his impatience to get back to his game made him attend grudgingly to them, and that feeling this, they would go elsewhere. Of course he disavowed this, but it was true. I can see the same trait strong in myself. Given to riding my hobbies hard, everything else is relegated to the background. I attend to all else as expeditiously as possible that I may return to my knitting, whatever it happens to be, though I do try to conceal my lack of interest in the work at hand. Perhaps I flatter myself that I do, as father flattered himself. Doubtless onlookers see that my heart's in the highlands chasing the deer. For games I have cared but little, except tennis. That draws me as croquet used to draw my father. My hand itches for the racket as his itched for the croquet mallet and the chessmen, though it is not the ultimate winning I care so much about as to make good plays and have an exciting game. I get positively despondent when I make a succession of poor plays, while with a good audience I can sometimes play a brilliant game. I can seldom remember the score after the game is over. Many and varied have been the things I have taken up with an ardor that, bred in the bone, persists in coming out in the flesh. Tennis, bicycling, amateur theatricals, the study of wild flowers, of the birds, palmistry, handwriting and character, the Romany jib, the spasmodic study of German and French. For the time, these are the things for which I live. Incidentally, I followed my profession. Perhaps I deceive myself in thinking I have more moderation than my father. At least I can see my tendency and attempt some self-discipline. There is this marked difference between us. He makes himself believe what he wants to believe, while the more I want a thing to be so, the more I am afraid of being deceived into thinking it is so. I want to face things as they are always, endure them, yield to them, or forego them, as my will elects, or circumstances decree, but never to cheat myself into thinking that they are so, if such is not the case. If father and I wanted to do a given thing, and the weather threatened to be unfavorable, father would be likely to scrutinize the sky, announce that it was not going to rain, and start out hopefully. I should know I couldn't tell if I did scan the sky, but, with a strong feeling that it probably would rain, would start out in spite of misgivings, taking the precaution, however, to carry my umbrella. Mother's excesses take her into other fields. Always she has been a lover of flowers. Garden flowers and house plants have been her hobbies. How she would pore over the Vicks catalogues, and stoop for hours over her flower beds, and go miles to lug black dirt to enrich the soil. Indifferent to sun, rain, heat, and cold, pulling weeds and caring for her treasures, she would forget her rheumatic tendencies and the pain that would make her groan outright when under a roof. As a young girl, it tried me sorely that she would do these things at such unseasonable times, pottering in the yard in her old clothes when I wanted her to look tidy in the afternoon. But what especially disturbed me was that she would leave the dinner table standing to pursue her craze. It was not so much that I objected to doing the dishes after school. If they had been piled away in the kitchen and the dining room put in order, I believe I should not have said a word. It was that sickening feeling on coming home and seeing the table just as we had risen from it that was one of the real trials of my girlhood. I used to plead with her, but all in vain. My training with Cousin Prudence had made me particular about these things, but I should doubtless have been much the same anyhow. I would urge how much more she would enjoy the afternoon if she would give up a half-hour to doing the work. I never could understand her perversity in this, for she knew it distressed us girls, and in a way seemed sorry. Many and bitter are the tears I have shed over the dishpan at 5 p.m, and how ashamed I was if other girls came home with us and saw the table standing. But oh joy, the nights I opened the door and found the table cleared and the work done. I never failed to mention this delight either, though I am sorry to say I expressed the opposite feelings when the more accustomed sight met my eyes. I purposely slammed things to make a commotion, so she could no longer enjoy in peace her persistent weed-pulling. In those days, I sometimes went down into the basement and banged an old pie tin around. This, though, not so much from anger as from a feeling of inward irritation and pent-up energy, a desire to make a racket. One day I made such a dent in a tin that Mother told me I had better keep that one downstairs just for that purpose when the mood came on. So whenever the desperate spell would come over me, I would go down there and kick the old tin about. The cat would jump in terror out of the window, and I'd bang away till the noise, the exercise, and the absurdity of it all exorcised the demon, when I would go upstairs flushed, relieved, and good-naturedly at ease. I suppose I did not have enough play, and this furnished a needed outlet. Mother was wise to indulge me in it. I often wish I had that pie tin now. As to Mother's habit of leaving the dishes, I used to quote to her, "Parents, provoke not your children to wrath," as I would tell her how other girls' mothers did. But she would only say, "Don't touch the dishes, I'll do them. I only wanted to put in those bulbs," or "transplant that shrub." I only went out for a few minutes, the same old story. It never appeased me. I wonder now if it was not something she was practically powerless to resist. She was not very well those years. It was probably during a crisis in her woman's life when she had need of relaxation, and felt difficulty in concentrating on the common round of duties. It was doubtless a salutary thing for her. Not always flowers. In winter it was piecework, carpet rags, or quilting, pursued to the exclusion of regular tasks, and always from her the lame excuses. It grieves me now to think how impatient and critical Sister and I were because she would not conform to our wishes. Now I believe she could not. Since then, I have seen other women pushed on in a similar manner by an imperative need of some absorbing diversion, and have come to regard it as a safety valve at certain periods in their lives. Mother was not a poor housekeeper in the ordinary sense. She was neat and fastidious and a good cook. Her house was sweet and clean from top to bottom. This of which I speak was a surface disorder, due to lack of method and to postponing things, the neglect of which gave a cluttered appearance to kitchen and pantry which sorely tried my methodical soul. I have heard Mother plead with her mother in much the same way, only more kindly, that Sister and I would plead with her, concerning Grandma's queer way of doing her work. For example, she would put the scouring board on the floor to scour her knives, but she could not persuade her to adopt the easier, rational way. We wondered, when Mother would marvel at Grandma's obstinacy, why she could not see that she, in turn, was equally obstinate. One of Mother's sisters was such a strenuous housekeeper that she lost sight of what it means to make a home. So intent was she on having things immaculate, and in maintaining a painful orderliness from cellar to garret. The habit grew on her in later years. I can remember when she used to get up delicious dinners at our family reunions, opening her house with real hospitality. But a few years after her late marriage to a widower with a large family, her peculiarities developed, and, taken with a captious disposition and shrewish temper, made her a trying person to deal with. Yet she had a generous nature and could not do enough for one at times. But let some little thing displease her, and a tantrum would result. She would twit the one at whom she was enraged of every trifle she ever gave him, and would rake up every little and big grievance against him. These tirades would be as likely to occur on the street as elsewhere. We learned not to cross her, even if she made statements that we knew were wrong, for to disagree with her was to see the fur fly. Yet how amiable she was to strangers, to everyone for that matter, when in her good moods, and she was kind at heart, even to those she would on occasion rake over the coals. Mother could not bear to have us criticize her. "I know, I'm sorry, but it's her way. You mustn't stir her up," she would say. She was a woman of keen intelligence, well-educated, public-spirited, and with a distinct gift for composition. She dressed much younger than her years, with a marked individuality in dress. In later years she seemed obsessed with a love of fine clothes, which she kept in a wardrobe full to overflowing, wearing her plainer ones as a rule. Another queer aunt, perhaps in the late 30s, also married a widower. Such a timid, docile creature that we children wondered how he ever got up spunk enough to propose to Aunt Anne. Though having marked peculiarities, she had a keen, quick mind and a phenomenal memory. She was very obstinate. It was years before we children learned of the skeleton in her house. We knew that when visiting her, Mother took along sheets, towels, etc., but supposed it was to save work for Aunt Anne, the excuse usually offered. Later we learned that, spick and span as was her house in general appearance, and neat as she was about her cooking, she had an unheard-of peculiarity, and that she never did any washing, nor had any done. This queerness must have grown on her in middle life. At the time I learned of it, her wash-tubs had fallen down, and her flat irons were covered with rust. Shrewd as she was in concealing this singularity, a close observer could discern abundant evidence of it. We learned that Mother had labored with her all to no purpose. So Sister and I decided to make Aunt Anne a visit and see what we could do to effect a change. Talking about it at first with our uncle, we told him our intention. He said it would do no good, and that it would not be safe for him if she knew he had discussed it with us. He startled us by saying that she had a violent temper, and had often berated him so loudly that the neighbors heard her, that she had even used profane language and threatened his life. She, a regular churchgoer and apparently an exemplary woman. "She can't help it. She's crazy," the husband said. This seemed so incredible that we almost thought him the crazy one. Still, there were these incomprehensible things which we knew were true, and the others might be so too. As Aunt Anne took pride in us and our pretty clothes, we conceived the plan of appealing to this pride to bring her to terms, an invitation to a neighborhood party hastening our preliminary attack. That afternoon she had said, "Girls, will you wear your velveteen dresses tonight?" We would, we agreed, if she would let us do her washing the next day. Bridling up, she said she guessed she could do her own washing when she needed to. This gave us the opening. Beginning guardedly, not letting her know that we knew the extent of her negligence, we said we knew that she was not strong, and we wanted to help her. But as she persisted in saying that nothing needed to be done, we were obliged to instance this and that were so obvious, and finally laid all pretense aside. Yet, when confronted with the facts, she stoutly maintained that everything was as it should be. Then we told her how ashamed we were, how Grandma and Mother grieved over these queer ways, and how it was the talk of the neighborhood. We said we did not care to go to any parties there, or to church, or anywhere, when one of our own flesh and blood was such a disgrace to us. Then we threatened to leave her, never to come there again, unless from that day she would do differently. It was a tragic afternoon. That middle-aged woman convicted of these unheard-of things and berated by her nieces whose family pride was stung, yet whose affection for her persisted in spite of it all. We were baffled and bewildered by her conduct in the first place, and her inaccessibility to reason in the next. She attempted no defense, would not meet our arguments, would declare things that were so were not so, till repeatedly confronted with them, then would stand there sad-eyed like a creature at bay, sometimes darkly hinting, "You don't know, you can't understand." "What is it we can't understand? Tell us, let us try," we urged. Convinced that there was a dread mystery somewhere, we tried in vain to fathom it. Was there some terrible thing concerning the poor-spirited uncle about which we did not know? But all the time we would come back to the thought that nothing excused this strange conduct. We cried, we pleaded, we threatened, we entreated. She would not promise to mend her ways or even admit that they needed mending. Yet, with a strange insistence, showed as much persistence in urging us to go to that party and wear our velveteen gowns as we showed in urging her to begin a radical reform in this matter of household management, concerning which there could be no two rational opinions. In the heat of argument, and knowing her strong interest in church affairs, I said, "Why, Aunt Anne, how can you do as you do? You know the Bible says that cleanliness is next to godliness." Her eye lighted in triumph, and quick as a flash she retorted, "That isn't in the Bible. You can't find it in the Bible." For a minute I was chagrined, but she harped on it unmercifully. But I finally told her it ought to be in the Bible if it wasn't, after which I railed against the kind of Christianity that would let one teach a class in Sunday school while leading such an unclean daily life. Sister and I alternated between righteous indignation and crying for shame. Aunt Anne seemed to harbor no resentment toward us, but remained unmoved. I am convinced now that there was some delusional development back of those strange ways. Yet those who knew her then, and who have known her since, who see her only as she appears when out among folk, would say one must be crazy to suggest that she is not in her right mind. All this gave me an ominous feeling as to my inheritance. It also served to make both sister and me extremely fastidious in matters of personal neatness. We made a kind of god of cleanliness from that dreadful afternoon when we realized that one of our own kin had developed these strange ways. I resolved that whatever else heredity developed in me, I would steer clear of that particular line of offense. We made good our threats and soon left our aunts to visit a cousin in the same village. While there, I was invited by a young man to drive out one Sunday evening, the nearest experience to having a beau. I was pleased but embarrassed. I was probably then 17. Rallied by my cousins before I went, I was laughed at unmercifully on return early in the evening because I had not invited the young man in to call, as he evidently expected I would. During the drive, when I had mentioned my plans for further study on leaving school, he had questioned the wisdom of them, saying a woman should choose no career that would interfere with her home life, as that assuredly would if followed. "But I'm not going to marry," I promptly announced, and then how he squelched me. "Don't ever be heard saying that again. When a young girl says that, it is either because she is so ignorant of life that she doesn't know what she is talking about, or else she says it for effect and to be contradicted." I think he added that he did not believe I meant to be insincere, but I felt his rebuke keenly. My cheeks flamed at the suggestion that I might be saying this for effect. I suppose I did think it was smart to be different from the other girls, though beneath this was a settled purpose. His advice stung me, but taught me a lesson. Since then, I have been guarded in expressing my intention in this respect, but my attitude has never changed. As a family, all 5 of us have alike a strong love for children. The others have the natural outlet for it, which I have never had, and early knew I should never have. I was perhaps 16 when I discovered how strong this feeling was in myself. A friend of mother's was visiting us with her 2-year-old child. We girls were planning to go out that evening for a frolic, but just before starting, I had taken that baby in my arms, and the delicious feeling I had as he nestled up to me acted like a charm. In spite of the coaxing of the girls, I stayed at home. Left alone in the house, I had a precious hour holding that baby and singing him to sleep. After all the years, that evening stands out as a blessed experience. But even then, I believe, I was more sad than glad. Possibly I am mistaken, but I think I felt convinced then that no child of mine would ever nestle in my arms. I remember my voice broke as I sang to him. The experience was too sacred to repeat. I have never mentioned it before. Not long after my sister's first child came, several years later than the foregoing incident, I dreamed of being back home, and that a neighbor boy, running through our yard, in reply to some remark which, on waking, I could not remember, called out derisively, "Jeannie's baby! You mean Kate's! Who ever heard of Jeannie's baby?" Dream analysts would find in this a good example of wish fulfillment. That dream marked an epoch in my woman's life. I realized then and there how acutely only a childless woman can know that I should never be a mother. Till then I had given the subject but little thought. Occupied with my work, and having known from girlhood that I should not marry, yet the knowledge of this other thing came to me like a stab. Never a baby of my own. And then I knew that, fill my life with whatever work and interest I might, nothing could compensate for missing this supreme joy. The positive notions I held as to heredity, the traits and diseases in my kindred which I took so seriously, the disagreeable and morbid tendencies I noted in myself, had, as I have intimated, all combined to make me feel it would be wrong for me to marry. I used to argue with myself. A man that I could esteem and love would be so far above me that he could never stoop to love me. If he did, he would not be the hero I thought him. And if I were to marry, and bring into the world children like myself, it would be a calamity indeed. No, I would stop the perpetuation of beings like myself. It was a blind kind of altruism that actuated me, and not till I had the dream just mentioned did the personal side of the question occur to me. And then I learned how, as an individual, I should suffer in abiding by the stand I had taken. A lover at this time would probably have swept away all my fine theories and resolutions. But I had none, and serious work and interests were filling my days. But how illogical I was! It seemed never to occur to me that the same conditions that debarred me from marriage should debar my sister also. I was even anxious for her to marry, while so firmly convinced that it would be wrong for me. I evidently thought that all the seeds of disease and crankiness were in me alone, and that I must let them die out. Now I know, too, that I exaggerated greatly the unfortunate family inheritance. My studies in this field in subsequent years, inquiries into the family histories of many hundreds of persons, have shown me that my inheritance averages up well with that of most families. My own little knowledge in girlhood was a dangerous thing. Hypersensitive and introspective to a degree, I took my own adolescent impressionability too seriously, losing sight of the fact that good as well as bad traits and tendencies are inherited, and that training, environment, and self-culture may do wonders to counteract undesirable proclivities. I assuredly locked the barn door before the horse was stolen and threw away the key. Though perhaps, in a way, so far as my sister was concerned, I was right, for she is of a more harmonious nature, more normal and typical than I am. As to my brother, however, had I spent my life trying to bring about a deplorable hereditary combination, I could hardly have succeeded better than when, by the merest chance, and by my own act, I unwittingly enlisted propinquity, which lost no time in bringing about his marriage with a neurotic girl who has since become the mother of his children. And yet for beautiful little beings who seem to be unusually well endowed physically and mentally, gladden the lives of all of us. And as I reflect how much of the good and true there is in their inheritance, I am hopeful that, with such training and fortuitous environment as can be compassed, much can be done to counteract undesirable tendencies. But my soul sometimes contemplates all this, my early theories and the actual conditions, with a grim smile, that it was I who brought it all about, I, the prudent one, the far-seeing, the stickler for observing the inexorable laws of heredity. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1, of A Life Unveiled, by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1, School Days. Serious as my girlhood, as the somber experiences and the resolutions which grew out of them show, it was by no means always so shadowed as this record would indicate. And it is a relief to turn from the detailed account of much of my inner life when a schoolgirl to more of the objective life, to sunnier memories, to the life within the schoolhouse walls, even though to do so I go back for a little to the carefree days of early girlhood. In school I was a dutiful little girl of the goody-goody sort, but from about 13 onward my badness cropped out, and I became a little terror. My mates were equally unmanageable. In the senior department, we could keep a teacher only a short time because of our insubordination and irregularities, as one dignified principal said when he came in to chastise us. And I, though demure in appearance, was one of the chief offenders among the girls. How fertile we were in devising ways to annoy the teacher. We would agree to hum a tune in an undertone, so arranging it that when the teacher would steal up to the desks whence the humming issued, pupils in another part of the room would take up the tune, and the baffled teacher would wander from desk to desk, trying in vain to spot the offenders. The very diligence with which we were studying at such times should have enlightened her. One day, the whole roomful broke out in paroxysms of sneezing. The ringleaders, when discovered, were made to promise never to bring snuff to school again. I kept my word, but sought to get a similar effect some other way. An arbor-vitae tree grew near the schoolyard, and somehow I found that by irritating the nostrils with those rough sprigs, we could induce sneezing. It worked, though less successfully than the snuff. I had my triumph when the teacher accused me of having broken my word. Flatly and indignantly I denied it. We had had no snuff, I declared emphatically. No, and no pepper either. Nevertheless, she kept me after school, whipped my hands, then, taking me on her lap, wept and talked religion to me. Her leniency should have melted me, but it did not. I was unregenerate indeed. I remember the casuistry I used, which she herself must have repeated, for one of the students in the academic department rallied me on the way I had defended myself for sneezing in school. I had put a hypothetical question to her. If the Lord made something grow that tickled the lining of my nose, was I to blame that I could not control the sneeze? The youth would get that off with variations till it teased me so that I was fairly punished for my naughtiness. We also brought soda biscuit to school and ate them fast, inducing hiccups. And the boys would strike matches, then report that they thought they smelled something burning. All sorts of schemes were devised to annoy the poor teacher. Finally, the Board of Education sent one of their members to sit in the schoolroom and keep order. He was a great fat man I had known from childhood. When I was little, he had called me Sis Arnold, and I had called him Piggy Hanford. Mother used to remonstrate with me, but it was not so disrespectful as it sounded. We understood each other. He always had a Jackson ball to give me when we met on the street, but first he would pretend to bite my hand. Once, I remember, he did bite hard enough for the print of his teeth to show at the base of my thumb. But he didn't hurt, just liked to scare me, and I liked being scared. It was such fun to see him coming toward me, big and black and frowning, to be snatched up while he pretended to bite me, to struggle, then to be put down when I would hold fast to him while he hunted for the Jackson ball, after which I would run away calling, "Goodbye, Piggy, Piggy Hanford." It was years after that when he came to keep order for Miss O. I liked to have him there, for he helped me with my examples, and I needed help sorely then and always. We were as good as pie when he was there. But one day, when he was strutting past my desk, a recollection of my childish freaks coming to me, I whispered mischievously, "Piggy, Piggy Hanford." He turned on me such a stern look that for an instant I almost screamed, as I used to when he would grab me up as a child. But I soon saw the smile coming, and he bent down, saying in a low tone, "That won't do here, Sis Arnold," and walked solemnly away. They hired a more competent teacher the next term, and Piggy came no more to keep us within bounds. In the academic department, becoming interested in my studies and having to work hard, I kept out of mischief. Still, there was nonsense going on even there, whispering and writing notes and passing them surreptitiously, chiefly for the fun of disobeying the rules, especially with the preceptress. More afraid of the new principal, we toed the mark better for him, dreading his ready sarcasm too much to risk it often. Mathematics was always a bugbear to me. Passing the regents early in the other elementary branches, and also in many of the intermediate studies, I was long in passing in arithmetic. It was not only dry, it was incomprehensible. I detested it. Professor Durland was patient with me. I verily believe he would have let me drop the study if he could have. To this day, I often dream of being back in school and sneaking out of the arithmetic class, only to be discovered by Prof and sent back to my hated recitations. What present-day duties am I longing to shirk, the Freudians will inquire. I tried regents in arithmetic 3 times before I passed. I well remember the last time. Professor Durland had coached me diligently for weeks, and I had felt desperately that I must succeed this time. The whole department was interested. It was unusual for one so advanced as I was in other studies to be so stupid in this. It was Father's Day for being present during the regents' examination. The different members of the Board of Education took turns in coming to see that all was fair play. How my heart thumped when the principal opened the sealed questions sent from Albany, handed a paper to Father, and glanced rapidly over the questions himself. I knew how much he wanted me to succeed, and I wanted to for his sake as well as for my own. Soon he nodded satisfactorily. Knowing I was watching him, it was as though he said to me, "It isn't so hard, you can do it." And as he put the slip of printed questions on my desk, he said in a low voice, "You will pass this time, Eugenia." That cheered me. It sounded so confident, and he knew my limitations. He had drilled me so well on the ground covered by the questions that I myself felt, on setting to work, that there was a fair chance of getting through. Prof came often to my desk, overlooking my paper. Once, it was not fair, I know, and he knew, he drew his pencil across an example I had worked. I did it over, somewhat conscience-stricken, even at that hint, for at the close of each examination we had to listen to an oath read, stating that we had neither given nor received help from any source. Then had to write these solemn words, "I do so declare," and sign our names. Had I not been conscientious about this oath, I should long before that have cheated in arithmetic examinations. When I handed in my paper, Prof said, "Don't go home till I look it over." Returning to my desk, I waited. The suspense while Professor Durland and Father were bent over my paper was harrowing. It was a real vivisection for me. I saw by their faces when an answer was right, and when one was wrong, and saw them estimate the number of counts the regents would probably allow on each answer. Other students, too, were eagerly watching the result. Girls I had helped write compositions, who, in turn, had worked my examples for me, were anxious for me to be rid of the troublesome study. Finally, those two men lifted their heads. They had evidently marked me strictly, so as to be sure beyond a doubt that the more rigid Regents Board would not turn me down. Professor Durland now nodded his head vigorously, and Father beamed with joy. How gaily I walked out into the hall, my feet scarcely touching the floor. While I was putting on my wraps, the door softly opened. Prof stepped out and said, "You are through this time, Eugenia." It was one of the happiest moments of my life. But though choking with emotion and gratitude to him, I don't suppose I expressed it at all. Still, I think he knew also that I was fond of him. Along with several of the other girls, I had a schoolgirl's infatuation for him. He was our hero, a silly, sentimental fondness of the adolescent period, but then and always afterward redeemed by genuine affection and gratitude. He was then, I suppose, a man in the 30s, and we were girls of 16 and 17. I have since thought how wise and kind he was never to seem to notice or to take advantage of our romantic feelings, and never to make us appear ridiculous on that score, for he must have seen it all. There was a time when we treasured everything he said or did. I even remember once that a certain girl and I kept count how many times he glanced at us in a forenoon. Though his glances were doubtless of surveillance, we treasured them just the same. He pursued just the right course with us, and our sentimental adoration did us no harm. It probably helped us in our studies. We blossomed under his approval and withered under his biting sarcasm. Yet we often teased and annoyed him. He was surprisingly forbearing at times, and especially indulgent with me, giving me freer rein than some others to indulge certain whims and idiosyncrasies. I half consciously recognized this, girl that I was, and sometimes took advantage of it. I used to love to hear him pronounce my name. He said it in a different way from anyone else. What is it Whitman says? Do you think there was but one pronunciation to your name? I had nearly as hard a time with algebra as with arithmetic, and often became rebellious. Feeling that I could not go through the struggles and humiliations that I had with arithmetic, I tried repeatedly to get out of going to the class. I simply could not comprehend the study, and was always behind the others. Girls that were as stupid could be about tasks that were play to me would do things on the blackboard as impossible for me as the labors of Hercules. How glibly they explained what they had done. How painfully I toiled to perform the simplest tasks. Oh, those miserable days. Professor Durland tried all kinds of methods with me. He sometimes lost patience and would make cutting remarks. Not, however, without having first tried to persuade me to work harder. I would not study if I could possibly help it, vainly hoping he would overlook me in class or give me something easy, which he often did, that my stupidity would not be so patent. One day, when sent to the blackboard, knowing that the task was beyond me, I refused to try. He insisted, saying he would help me. I hung back. That angered him. "You can go up to the blackboard, can't you?" he tauntingly asked. I walked up to the board, boiling with rage. He stood near, giving me points and explanations which, had I not been so incensed and obstinate, would have enabled me to do the work. But I was angry to my fingertips. I fumbled with the crayon, and it broke. I was powerless to do a thing but stand there and sulk. The tasks of the other students nearing completion, one by one they took their seats, one by one rose to explain their work, and still I stood, alone now, before the long blackboard, my work untouched, my eyes blinded with angry tears, my listless hand holding that useless piece of crayon, and those meaningless symbols staring me in the face. What an awareness I had of my figure as I stood there, my back to the school. I could see just how the back of my drooping head looked, my long braids hanging below my waist. It was such an uncomfortable awareness of my disgraced self that I had as I stood there. The classwork ended. There was an ominous pause, I still standing helpless and hopeless. Then the storm fell. Before the whole school he launched forth a reprimand, every word of which cut me cruelly, the burden of it being that I was not so stupid as obstinate. I think he said mulish, that I thought I knew better than anyone else what I ought to study, but that I would soon find that I was tremendously mistaken, that a bird that can sing and won't sing must be made to sing, that algebra has its uses as well as rhetoric and physiology. Oh, what scorn as he said these words, my pet studies, and that hereafter I was to get my algebra lessons before being allowed to recite in anything else. I got so angry I was cold, and oh, so still. I remember the awful stillness I felt within myself as I stood there. I knew what he said was just, but it hurt my pride that he would speak that way to me and before the whole school. I don't know how I ever left the blackboard and faced the others. He kept me after school and patiently showed me how to do the work. I was maddened for days after to see how, to conciliate me, who did not want to be conciliated, and perhaps to avoid the risk for me of another ignominious failure, he gave me such easy work that I could not fail to do it. At that, I felt insulted. Perhaps I did study harder thereafter, but I went in and out of school for a period, perhaps only a week, but it seems ages, with an air of offended dignity that must have been absurd. I thought myself a martyr. Avoiding his glances at recitations, I refused to smile at his jests and pleasantries, showed no interest in the things about which I was wont to be enthusiastic, and was on my highest heels of offended dignity. If I had the courage to look at some of my old diaries, I should doubtless find my injured feelings faithfully and minutely recorded in them. But there is a limit to one's endurance of self-scrutiny. Some of Prof's efforts at reconciliation were obvious, and though they pleased my vanity, my obduracy would not yield. The girls pleaded with me to soften my heart. I hardened it instead. The memory of that hour at the blackboard froze me. Then, too, I was pleased to be of so much importance. I remember one of the things he tried to soften me. It was before I had studied Virgil, but always when the class in Virgil was reciting, I had made little pretense of studying, listening to the translations instead. At this, Prof sometimes shook his head disapprovingly, motioning me to attend to my studies, and sometimes he suggested that it would be well if those not in the class in Virgil would kindly study their Caesar, that there was abundant need of it, and so on. But I had noticed that he seemed secretly pleased at my attention when, the students having given their lame translations, he would take it up and, in his beautiful, smooth rendering, read on and on, himself carried away by the beauty of it. At such times I could not help but drink it in. It was a daily dissipation that I struggled against but yielded to. Time and again I would pretend to be studying, but really listening, till, in spite of myself, I would have to glance up, always to find him looking at me as he translated the beautiful epic. I think he took a mischievous pleasure in this. He knew I could not resist it, and it was a tribute to his translation as well as to the poet. Well after our quarrel, he tried Virgil as a pacifier. Knowing that he was seeking to draw some sign of interest from me, and pleased and angered at the same time, still was I deaf to the charm. But one day, in order to counteract its effect, I seized my algebra, and, stimulated by the excitement of it all, dashed off a parody on Hamlet's soliloquy on the study of algebra. It was rather clever. The girls thought it wonderful, and it helped to relieve my wounded feelings, for in it I spoke rather freely of the principle. Shortly after this, when things were running fairly smooth again, Prof, who was helping me with my algebra lesson one day, taking up my book to show me some rule, chanced to see that parody written on the fly-leaves. After reading a few lines, he turned fairly white with rage. In low tones of concentrated anger, he said, "I always knew it was pure mulishness in you. You could master your algebra as well as anything else if you would. You spend your time writing things like this instead of honestly studying. I've lost all patience with you. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink." Then followed another period of strained relations when, after days of obduracy on my part, he enlisted Coleridge to break the spell. It was in the literature class. Whether by accident or design, I don't know, but he read the sonnet on severed friendship, in which are the words, "Each spoke words of high disdain and insult to the other," and also, "And to be wroth with one we love doth work like madness on the brain." Reading this in class, as he always read poetry, beautifully, feelingly, while I sat bursting with this teapot tempest which I was dignifying into a tragedy, he melted my stony heart. I barely escaped dissolving in tears, and when the class was dismissed, the skies were again clear. He had never again mentioned to me that wretched parody of the previous year till one day shortly before graduation. One of the lower class girls had been using my algebra that term. We were grouped together during recess, talking over the approaching commencement, when Prof came up and asked where my algebra was. "Lizzie has it," I said, curious as to why he asked. Thereupon he sat down at Lizzie's desk and copied my wicked parody. I mildly protested, but half smiling, he continued copying, looking grave as he proceeded. Touched and flattered, the memory of my silly actions and of his forbearance, and the thought that our school days were soon to end, made me repentant and remorseful. I would have given a good deal to have changed some of the lines in the old thing that I had thought so clever, and would have given much more to have told him how sorry I then was for my stubbornness, how grateful for his help, but I couldn't. He never knew until years after, when I obeyed an impulse and wrote him, unless he then divined my contrition. One other time in school he was severe with me. I had habitually helped certain girls with their compositions. It was play for me. They were poor stuff, but better than the others could do, and I always made theirs inferior to my own. One week I thought it would be fun to experiment a bit. So, instead of having the girls that I usually aided write a part of their own essays, I told each one that I would write her entire essay if she would not tell a soul, and after copying it, would destroy my copy. Each girl jumped at the chance. How the literary ardor possessed me that week! To write 4 or 5 essays besides my own, all of which were to be read in one afternoon. I must vary my style so that no one could detect the authorship. I flattered myself I was versatile enough to do this. Glowing with pride, I read them to myself before handing them over to the girls. On the momentous afternoon, I assumed a calm, indifferent manner while the various essays were being read, and when my turn came at the last, read in my usual faltering voice, my knees trembling so that I felt I must run from the platform before I was half through. As usual, mine was greeted with applause, and I took my seat with cheeks aflame, a sense of elation all through me. It had been an exciting afternoon, but as I had sworn each girl to secrecy, I could share it with no one. At the close, Prof arose and said the exercises, though longer than usual, had been uncommonly interesting, that the choice of subjects had been varied, well chosen, well presented. I glowed more with scarcely concealed pride, but, and here he paused, he would like to add that it seemed a little selfish, not to say conceited, for one person to be so pleased with her ability that she insisted on being represented 5 or 6 times in one afternoon. Instantly, every eye was turned upon me. Each girl, knowing her own false position, suspected the others, and his remarks were so pointed that all the others guessed. He rubbed it in by saying that it was a well-laid plan, but was rather unflattering to the instructors to suppose them incapable of detecting it. Were we not aware that our teachers knew what each student was capable of? Then he launched forth in withering scorn of those who had been so helped, not only then, but throughout the year. But of what he said to them I cared little. For my own disgraceful part, I felt the deepest chagrin. He made me realize how culpable I had been in helping them to sail under false colors. It was a bitter lesson for all of us, but did not keep me from lending a hand or pen when we graduated. It was known then, I'm sure, but winked at. One girl boldly said, "You've helped us all along. You can't leave us in the lurch now." In fact, I wrote outright the graduating essay of an upper-class girl who graduated the year before I did, and of the 14 essays in our class, I had a hand in 6, 2 of which, my own and another's, I wrote outright. My itch for writing bothered me at an early age, and I had to scratch. Not that there was any merit in the schoolgirl effusions. It was only a facility for stringing words together, an aptness for quotation, and a tendency to moralizing and to figurative writing that let themselves loosen them. It has always irritated me to see persons too credulous, and I enjoyed punishing them for their credulity. One of our classmates could be made to believe the most absurd things. Sometimes we had spelling bouts the last few minutes before the close of school, and the principal would require us to define the word spelled. Sprinkled in with the long columns of English words were occasional Latin ones. A demon of some sort possessed me one day on seeing Sal Atticum in the spelling lesson. It was my first year of Latin, and I chose Bessie Barnes, the credulous one, who had not studied Latin at all, for my victim. Whispering to her, I said, "Shall I tell you the definition of the Latin words in today's lesson?" Of course she was glad of help, so telling her correctly the meaning of the others, when I came to Sal Atticum, pausing and laughing, perforce at the absurd joke I meant to perpetrate on her, I turned it off by saying that it was such a funny thing to have in the spelling lesson, and the little goose believed me when I told her it meant with Sal in the attic. We both laughed at the absurdity of it. Then I went on soberly to explain that Sal was just Sal, because proper names do not change. Then, reminding her that in Latin the words do not come in consecutive order as in English, I said that cum means with, that attic is the same in both languages, and that attic being in the ablative case, in is understood, thus making the translation with Sal in the attic. Then, drilling her on the meaning of all the foreign words in the column, I got heaps of fun every time she came to Sal Atticum and gave the ludicrous definition. And as we both laughed at the comical phrase, she said she hoped it would not fall to her to define it. I have forgotten the outcome. I can't be sure, but think we gave Prof the tip and got him to ask her its meaning. But I remember distinctly her indignation when she learned how I had hoodwinked her. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2, of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 2, School Days. I formed a romantic affection, perhaps in my 17th year, for a new girl who moved into our village. She appealed to my imagination, being so different from the girls I had known. Beautiful, with deep, proud, dark eyes, she was a good student, had read much more than I had, and could translate Virgil far better, all of which made me look up to her. Strange to say, I wasn't jealous of her. We studied Greek and Roman history together and astronomy. There were 4 of us girls and 2 of the boys who met at our various homes certain evenings studying together. The old Greek and Roman names and the constellations are inseparably linked in memory, particularly with that lovely dark-eyed girl and, yes, those 2 boys. It was a good fellowship I had with the boys. No nonsense, at least hardly any. The boys had their own sweethearts who met with us, as a rule, though they were less studious than we were. I think at that time I was vaguely conscious of being liked by these boys in a different way than they liked their sweethearts, because I was a girl and because I was companionable besides. There was always a certain piquancy about it, and this has always been a pleasing consciousness in connection with my men friends. I never could be satisfied with a friendship taking cognizance of but one of the factors. At the time of which I am speaking, though, I would have been distinctly annoyed at any open manifestation on the part of the boys of interest other than camaraderie. In fact, a little later I was angered at occasional demonstrations in one who was a faithless swain, for he would often manage to take his sweetheart home first and thus walk home alone with me. I felt sorry for her because she had so little spirit, chided her for letting him tyrannize over her, upbraided him for being fickle, and tried to be a disinterested friend to both. Yet as time passed, there were a few occasions when, silencing my scruples, I permitted advances on his part of which I was heartily ashamed. He would take us both for a drive, and after leaving her at home, would attempt to put his arm around me. Although at first repulsing him angrily, at length I suffered it, knowing all the time that it was wrong. How tender and persuasive his tones as we drove along, yet he would be talking about the most commonplace things, and I would sit there straight and unyielding with burning cheeks. I knew it was wrong for two reasons. Because he was Bessie's beau, and because I didn't really like him that way. Yes, and also because it was wrong to let anyone put his arm around you. The second reason seemed the stronger, and I was ashamed of myself for being susceptible to his wooing tones and ingratiating ways while really despising such faithlessness. Had he tried to kiss me, I think I should have annihilated him on the spot. In fact, I think I hardly dreamed of such an advance to me then being possible. I doubt if any other boy of my acquaintance would have believed that I would permit anyone to do as this one did. I was really more attracted to Walter, the other youth with whom we studied. We were the best of friends. One night he came to our door and asked me to come out on the veranda, an unusual request. "Come out and see the stars," was all he said. Wonderingly, I went out. It was a cold night. My teeth chattered. We walked to the west end of the veranda and stood in silence for a little, looking at the stars. I remember how Orion shone. We spoke but little, but I recall how his voice trembled. I did not understand it, but it moved me. It was such a little thing, and perhaps I make more of it than there was, but there seemed something in his impulsive request and the silent contemplation of the stars that was electrical. Youth and propinquity, I suppose. Nothing came of it. I think at the time I was undoubtedly more attracted to him than he to me, but I don't believe he ever dreamed of it. In fact, the boys and girls were wont to look upon me as a little aloof from them. The sweetheart of this same youth said to me one Monday morning, "Jeanie, when I see you in church Sunday nights, you seem so far away. Your face looks so serious, and as though I would never dare speak to you. But when I see you in school and hear you laugh and talk, you seem like one of us." Most of the girls had had their beaux who had sent them valentines and bestowed upon them juvenile gifts, but my experience in this field had been very meager. When a child, before I had learned to write, I remember being pleased with a little boy who drew me home on his sled, and once I printed him a note. I hardly think I ever intended giving it to him, but I tucked it under the zinc of our sitting-room stove, and my sister found and read it. The mortification I endured hearing her repeat it cured me. I so hated after that to hear Freddie's boy's name mentioned that I was glad when he moved out of town. I recall no other sentimental affairs till I was perhaps 15 or 16. When one of the academy boys and I had a clandestine correspondence. He liked a lot of the girls, was very popular, and wrote to several of them. They used to brag about it and show their notes, but I told no one that he wrote to me. The notes were usually trivial affairs, questions as to where the grammar lesson was and the like, although there were a few I blush to remember. I was quite infatuated for a time. He was the hero of my daydreams, but far more interested in another girl than in me. He doubtless had no inkling of what was passing in the mind of his prim little schoolmate. Some time after this, when we were discussing our futures, he told me of his intention of being a minister. I remember his earnest voice and shining eyes as he spoke of our anticipated careers, and said that we ought to do a great deal of good in the world. When, later than this, Walter, the youth of whom I have spoken, announced to me that he was going to study law, I recall the occasion vividly. It was an August night when a lot of us young people and our mothers were in the creek in swimming. Since I have known more of the world, I have wondered that there was never anything unpleasant to look back upon in those associations. But we had all been well brought up and were comparatively innocent, although we did not know it then. I saw this the other day. I learned of my own existence, said innocence, only when I ceased to exist. We mingled together, youths and maidens, on geological excursions, star-gazing, in the woods botanizing, in the water learning to swim, and never thought of the possibility of anything but the frank, chaste comradeship there was among us. I recall what a display of meteors there was that night, and how the sight thrilled us. We had gone to the willows before sundown, and had lingered in the water till the stars came out. During a pause between one of the trials, when Walter was teaching me to swim, we stood transfixed by the sudden appearance of a great fiery ball which seemed to burst just over our heads and fall into a nearby meadow. Walter's arms tightened as he held me. Awestruck, we stood there an instant, a thrilling one. Perhaps it was not all due to the meteor. Whenever after that I would think of that night, it always made me blush. Why? I did not know, unless because I had to admit to myself that I liked to feel those strong, firm arms around me. A broken arm sustained in my school days is closely linked with another of my girlish romances. One May day, instead of going directly home from school to help with house cleaning as I had promised, I went to drive with one of the girls. She was bringing home a seamstress. As we neared the railway track, an approaching train, and simultaneously a newspaper fluttering at the horse's feet, made him shy and jump. Essie was cool enough, but the seamstress shrieked and grabbed the lines, making the horse wheel, which swung the buggy round and down a bank, throwing us out. The woman who had caused the accident, though unharmed, howled with all her might, adding to the confusion. Essie picked herself up and chased her horse. I picked myself up and stood, a little dazed, with gravel and cinders ground in my cheeks and hands, with a general bruised sensation, and with my left arm hanging in a limp, queer way. To a man who asked me if I was hurt, I answered, "No, only my arm is broken." The bystanders laughed incredulously, but I insisted. They told me to move it. I tried, but could not tell whether it moved or not, till I put my other hand on to follow it. It felt dead. Putting the pale seamstress and me in a wagon, they drove us home, she groaning and shrieking most of the remaining mile and half fainting, so that I had to support her with my sound arm. As I went up the steps, mother and sister came toward me, frightened at my bruised face and disordered appearance, and that limp arm. "I've come to settle the house," I said, trying to make light of it. But as they started to cry, I begged, "Don't cry, mother, or I can't stand it." And quickly she braced up and began preparations for the doctor, only the tremor in her voice showing her anxiety. Father and the doctor soon came. Neighbors flocked in. Someone asked, "Are both bones broken?" Even in my distress, I was amused at what, in my recently acquired knowledge of anatomy, I considered woeful ignorance. Both bones, when there is only one in the arm proper. I can see now the frightened faces of the children peering in at the window as I lay on the couch while the arm was being set. I almost wanted to laugh, they looked so distressed. They said I was very brave. There were weighty reasons for my good behavior, vanity being the chief. Already I had decided to study medicine, and thought that any weakness on my part now would show my unfitness for it. But mainly I wanted to appear well before the young doctor who was then the hero of my dreams and of those of my friend Annette. For months previous we had romanced and whispered about him, recording in our diaries every glance he chanced to bestow upon us. Though scarcely aware of our existence, he dwelt in all our air castles, and we shared him between us in a way girls have before they learn what jealousy means. And now something had happened that brought him right into my home. Here he would speak to me, look at me, and take an interest in me. For we never deceived ourselves that he had ever really shown any interest in us. It was all this that made me oblivious to the pain, if indeed there was much pain. I was quietly elated. While driving home, I had exulted in the thought that as our family physician lived so far away, Father would be sure to call the young doctor. While he was working over me, I could hardly wait to see how Annette would look when I should tell her all about it. What a silly, happy girl I was with my broken arm. Even having to stay out of school was compensated for by his daily visits. I treasured his lightest word. He whisked in, breezy and cheery. It was delightful to hear him speak my name, his rich, full voice and his slight stammer. I doted on them. Days when the splints had to be changed and the bandage loosened were red-letter days, as his calls were then lengthened. One day, just before he came, I had read 2 statements in the Bible that had amused me. "A horse is a vain thing for safety," and "the arms of the wicked shall be broken." He laughed heartily when I told him what I had found, and leaning over my chair as he looked on the page, asked with engaging stammer, "Is that really in the Bible, Jeanie?" That was told with unction to Annette when she came after school, ostensibly to keep me informed about the lessons, but chiefly to get reports of the daily visits. She envied me then, but her time of rejoicing came later when he treated her for jaundice. Only, she complained, jaundice wasn't as interesting as a broken arm. One looked such a fright, and, if the truth must be told, by the time her jaundice developed, we had both become somewhat disenchanted. Our unfeeling idol remained in ignorance of our adoration, and actually wooed and married an attractive young woman of his own age. We tortured ourselves with watching the progress of this courtship, and tried hard to pose as blighted beings during the week of his wedding. At the fatal hour that gave him to another, we agreed to withdraw from the gaze of the cold world and battle with our sorrow alone. It fell to me to pick Grandma's raspberries at that hour, but the hands could perform their task, though the heart was wrung with grief. The seclusion of the berry patch was welcome. There would I wrestle with this cup. I thought of Annette and hoped she was as secluded as I, and wondered if her heart was as heavy. Picking the berries, I recited aloud The Lonely One, the most melancholy poem I could think of, and tried to picture the long years of desolation ahead of me. But my recollection is that, try as I would, I could not induce the requisite degree of misery. And not long after, Annette and I confessed to each other, rather guiltily, that for some time our feelings had not been as heartfelt as we had led each other to suppose. Thus ended our romance about Apollo, as we named him in our diaries. It must have been 3 years before I left school that I conceived the idea of studying medicine. It was during the period when I was so religiously inclined. I had been to a Sunday school excursion on Seneca Lake that day when the idea came to me. There I had heard much talk of a girl in our class who, having received a severe fall some months before, and whom we had considered hopelessly injured, was now improving surprisingly under the care of a woman physician from a distant town. Her parents were too poor to procure these services, but an aunt had recently sent for the physician, and the girl's recovery then seemed assured. All this I heard without apparently hearing, giving it scant heed in the hustle and gaiety of our lake picnic. An old negress on the boat had told our fortunes that day, predicting beaux and happy or unhappy marriages for all the girls but me. When someone asked, "Isn't she going to marry?" she replied, "Go 'long thar. Her father don't want her to marry. She hain't got no call to get married." I was rather pleased at this. If it showed anything, I thought, it showed that I was to have something different from a merely domestic career. But I had no idea what my course in life was to be, nor what I wanted it to be. But I think I was not then particularly concerned about my sick schoolmate. It was that night, after returning home, as Mother and I sat on the stoop in the darkness, talking in a desultory way, that this news about Dora's improvement occurred to me. Our talk was mingled with my own dreams and cogitations as to what my future was to be. I knew I must do something, but what that something was I did not know. Music had been prohibited. Teaching was out of the question because of my incompetency in mathematics. Suddenly, into my mind there came a strange, hitherto undreamed-of idea, and I said, first to myself, then to Mother, "I will be a doctor." It all came in a twinkling. How scarce women physicians were, how much they must be needed, and that if there were more of them in the smaller towns, poor modest girls like Dora, who had refused treatment from a man, need not suffer so for lack of means to employ them. I can hear now the dismay in Mother's voice as she said, "Oh, Eugenia." Fired with the idea, I talked eagerly and rapidly. It seemed clear that it was to be. There was no question about its fulfillment, but how it was to be accomplished, so far as finances were concerned, I was puzzled to know. For Father's health was precarious then. 2 bank failures and hard times made just the ordinary expenditures hard to meet. I did not see how it could be done, but knew it would. Elated over the project, the very suddenness with which it had come to me convinced me of its ultimate accomplishment. I felt annoyed at Mother's objections. When she demurred, I insisted on giving her a reason. Her chief one, that it was going out of my sphere, irritated me. In those days, I hope I am less so now, I was very intolerant of another's point of view, and Mother's illogical way of meeting questions tried me exceedingly. Her insight, her intuition, her faith, her estimate of character were strong, but her logic was poor. Probably then, knowing me as she did, she felt it would be a life for which temperamentally I was not suited. Perhaps she divined some of the disappointments and failures I have since experienced, but she was unable to give a reason and could only protest in a pitying way. I can hear her tones yet, her words of regret and dismay, as I announced my intention with a finality she seemed to realize. That night, I wrote in my diary, doubtless sentimentally, of this new idea. I think I rather gloried in Mother's objections, and in the ridicule of my sister when she heard of it. She probably felt much as some other girls and boys did. Some boys who remembered my hypersensitiveness and timidity as a child thought I would never have sand enough to study medicine. For a little I chose to consider myself a martyr. Years later, in looking over the diaries of that period, much of what I had written seemed so at variance with what I then felt that it seemed like the experience of another person, so false, so sentimental, such a pose. In shame and disgust, I destroyed the records. From the time, though, that the idea came to me, it was persistently held. In school, I worked with added zeal, paying especial attention to studies I thought would be of use to me, and feeling impatient at those which were distasteful, and which I thought little likely to be helpful. But how poorly qualified was I then to judge of this? I know now that just because of my failure to buckle down to what was hard for me, particularly mathematics and physics, I missed the mental training I most needed in those years. The education of the attention, the moving along calmly from proof to proof, the deductions, the synthesis, the exactness, the close, true ways of thinking, the patience, the calmness. In short, the mental discipline which mathematics would have given me, I failed to acquire. And I can now see how handicapped I have been because of this failure. With senses so acute, and the emotional nature so intense, the proper balance would have been found in a more rigid intellectual training. The deficiencies have had to be made up, when made up at all, at too great a cost, and the efficiency in my chosen field of work has fallen far short of what it might have been had I been more tractable then, more heedful of the advice of my elders. Confiding my hopes to a few intimates, from them I got the sympathy I craved. Gradually my ambition became known in the school. It was perhaps 2 years later before a word was said to me on the subject by my father. I thought it strange that he who showed such an interest in my studies should be so indifferent in this which meant so much to me. But I learned in time that it was not indifference. It seems he told Mother not to be anxious over it, and not attempt to dissuade me. If it is a mere whim, he had said, it will soon pass, and no harm will be done. But if she is in earnest, she will do it, and opposition will only make her more intent on it. When he saw it was not a whim, he acted promptly enough. And when the time came for me to go to college, he smoothed the way as only the most unselfish of fathers could. And so did mother and sister. Their ready help was given. Their own economies and self-sacrifices were cheerfully contributed that I might accomplish my purpose. A certain noon, as I started for school as usual, Father said, "Eugenia, hurry up to the office when school is out. I want to take you to see Dr. Bernard." To my questioning look, he explained, "If you are bound to be a doctor, you may as well begin to find out something about it. I have talked with the doctor. He says he will take you as a student. You can read in his office Saturdays and get a start in that way." I wonder if my father knew how happy he made me that day. As I went back to school, I trod on air. A radiance suffused my whole being. There was very little studying that afternoon. Whispered explanations to a favored few, wonderful tolerance on the principal's part at my inattention to studies and open disregard of rules. We whispered and wrote notes and were in a delicious flutter of excitement. As father, the doctor, and the professor were great cronies, I presume my teacher knew of the plan long before I did. Dr. Barnard was a man of perhaps 35, though to me he then seemed much older. He was comparatively a newcomer in the town, but being a Mason found favor in Father's sight. A good man with whom to be associated, a student of human nature, kind, easygoing, with a keen sense of humor, he was wide awake as a physician, and what is especially to the point, he did not take me too seriously, but wisely concealed from me that he did not. I think he cured me of some whims and susceptibilities, and I can see that he helped to develop my sense of humor and to counteract some of my strenuous, sentimental views of life. But it was done tactfully. He never shocked, though often surprised me. That memorable first day he talked to me about the study of medicine, about college life, its requirements, the difficulties to be encountered, and the courage necessary. All that I could hope to do while in school, he said, was to occupy the time I might otherwise spend in desultory reading, in studying advanced physiology and anatomy, thus making my first year in college easier. I could prepare my lessons, and he would quiz me on Saturdays. So, in addition to my schoolwork, I studied Gray's Anatomy. He let me take home a box of bones, and I felt proud indeed to be learning about each little groove and facet and tuberosity. On Saturdays, I recited and sometimes went with him into the country, often reading to him books on materia medica or on pathology as we drove lazily along. Occasionally, he took me into the houses to see an interesting case, but as a rule I held the lines during his visits and was always nervous till he was back in the buggy. Once I went with him when he reduced a fractured arm. I got angry at the rough, coarse-voiced woman who stood by ridiculing her husband for his groans and sighs. She called him a calf and said he ought to have a few babies, then he might make a fuss. The doctor was much amused at my embarrassment. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 3 School Days. My preceptor moved away before I was graduated from the academy, and I then carried on what studying I did by myself, and later with another girl who, though ridiculing me at first, finally decided to go to Boston with me to study medicine. No urging of mine influenced her. On the contrary, I was rather disappointed at her decision. Secretly pleased, as I was, to be different from the others, Belle's determination to study medicine robbed me of this distinction. Then we had never been especially congenial. Totally unlike in tastes and temperament, we had always been on opposite sides of the fence. She a Democrat, I a Republican. She a Baptist, I a Methodist. We had quarreled over politics and argued over religion, and there was no love lost between us. But as she told me later, she had had me dinged into her ears by her mother and sister so long that she had come to think she must do as I did. This is why she decided to study medicine. At our last rhetorical exercises before graduation, we had the usual history and prophecy, and felt the sentiments and emotions usually felt on leaving school. We resurrected an old song we had sung in the lower grades 20 years ago, its sentiment appealing to us now that we were already beginning to feel a yearning for the old place. I've wandered to the village, Tom. I've sat beneath the tree, upon the schoolhouse playground which sheltered you and me. But none were left to greet me, Tom, and few were left to know, who played with us upon the green just 20 years ago. Although the boys had jeered at its sentiment and objected to its solemnity, they joined in it at the close of the exercises as feelingly as we could desire. There seemed a world of pathos in it as our young voices sang it that June afternoon just before we were dismissed for the last time from the old walls. As the sounds died away, Prof stepped to the bell rope, traces of emotion on his face, and rang the bell, the signal for the close of school. We packed our books, closed our desks, and dispersed, never more to return to the place that had grown so dear. Commencement exercises. There in the old church, packed to overflowing, parents and friends gather to hear the boy or girl on whom their hopes are set deliver the oration or read the essay that is a marvel of eloquence and wisdom. Brimming with youth and hope, each girl graduate flutters before the audience and from out the glamour of this never-to-be-forgotten time announces confidently her hopes, her solemn beliefs, her freely bestowed advice. It is all beautiful. The youths and maidens seem lifted just a bit above the earth, but underneath the rosy glow solemn thoughts force their way. Sobs and tears are near the smiles. The earnest students, touched by the remembrance of the love and sacrifice of their parents, are moved to high resolve. They will yet justify this faith in them. Meadow daisies are massed in profusion around altar and platform. A paper canoe covered with daisies is suspended above, its paddle bearing the word knowledge. The class motto, translated, "The love of knowledge impels us," is outlined on the wall. Roses, roses everywhere. How the breath of June roses always brings up that scene when I stood on the platform of the Methodist Church that night in June and looked down upon a sea of faces. Behind me, on the platform, sat the dear teachers, doubly dear now that we were to go from under their tuition. Below me, close at hand, were the classmates, so soon to trust their parting feet to separate ways. What a flood of thoughts rushed through me as standing there, in a voice that I did not know, so loud and clear it rang as though apart from myself I delivered the class valedictory. Looking down to our pew, I saw father and mother beaming with pride and joy, saw my sister and all the friends and neighbors of our little village. How the expressions in the various faces stand out even today. But am I dreaming? Is it really true? Yes, there sits my own grandfather, dressed in unaccustomed black clothes, with a rapt expression on his dear old face, the unheeded tears streaming down his cheeks. The surprise and delight at seeing him there is one of the keenest of my girlhood's happy recollections. "Now, Eugenia," my beloved teacher had encouragingly whispered when I had passed him on the way to the center of the platform. And afterward, "I didn't know you could do it," he said exultantly, grasping my hand. Then I knew I had done well. In school, as a rule, I had trembled and mumbled when reading my essays, and although we had been drilled for this momentous occasion, I had sadly faltered at rehearsals, and I knew that Prof had, as I had, grave misgivings as to my ability to get through with it at all creditably. "You were inspired," said an admiring classmate extravagantly. "We could hardly believe our eyes and ears." My essay, called Sailing, portrayed allegorically the voyage of school life. By cables, our little boats were fastened to a large ship on which was the captain who guided our course near home and foreign shores, where we learned of the earth and the air, the rocks and the reefs, and the mysteries of the deep. We studied the stars overhead, the banks along the shores, the fauna and flora, as well as the peoples of the various climes, their language and literature. And this is how my wonderful essay ended, as, dropping the allegory, I addressed the class. Classmates, we have now come to that part of our voyage where we must separate. We have long been fellow voyagers, sailing side by side upon the sea of knowledge. We have had one ship, one voyage, and one captain. But henceforth our course must change. And as we end the voyage of school life and begin the greater one on life's vast sea, may he who walked upon the waters be your pilot, guarding against shipwreck and guiding your course until your boats shall near the shining shore and anchor in the peaceful haven of eternal rest. For 2 or more years I had had grave doubts about the truth of certain orthodox teachings previously accepted unquestioningly. Our studies in geology and astronomy had set me thinking for myself. I was groping about for a reconciliation of opposing teachings. Our principal, too, had often raised questions in class that he made no pretense of answering, doubtless merely to awaken thought. Some essays of Huxley's and Spencer's had contributed to my unsettled state of mind. In a veritable chaos, impatient with certain teachings I now knew could not be true, but too unschooled and dependent to reach a satisfactory solution, I was a most unhappy being. With an ingrained tenderness for the old paths, Yet was I morally sure that there were broader ones, with wider, truer vistas. Pulled this way and that, remorse because of my doubts and uncertainties alternated with defiance. For I felt that, since my reason was meant for use, there was a higher right that sanctioned my attempts to get at the truth. I revert to all this now because it comes to me how I struggled with myself when writing those last words of my essay as to whether I would say what I did, knowing in my heart that, in the ordinary acceptation of the words, it was almost hypocrisy for me so to use them. May he who walked upon the waters be your pilot, and yet feeling that they were needed to carry out my figure and to make a suitable ending to conform to orthodox beliefs. Besides, what had I to offer instead? I did not believe that he actually walked upon the waters, but I did believe that he would make a good pilot, so, weighing both sides, stood by what I had written. A lot of talk about one clause in a schoolgirl's graduating essay, but it indicates the spiritual struggle which, to recall even now, makes me sorry for that girl I used to know. I think I must have been more conscientious about these things than most of the girls, for I never heard them hint at such problems, and never discussed these things with them, though I did with my friend Walter. Had I attempted to explain my difficulties to my elders, I should only have blundered and bungled. Yet, in spite of these scruples, I sacrificed my dawning convictions that I might attain what I considered an apt and artistic ending to my allegory. I remember, though, that after deciding to make this concession to established opinions, I nudged myself with a congratulatory nudge at the innocent-looking but non-committal, peaceful haven of eternal rest. I had not read The Light of Asia then, and knew nothing of what nirvana meant. The ending merely pleased me by its cadence and its figurative fitness. It did no violence to my budding doubts, yet would, I was sure, be accepted as a pious and fitting ending to my clever allegory. Self-centered and self-conscious though I was aware that no one would give the attention to my little composition that I gave. The general effect only would be noted, but I wanted to justify myself to myself. I wanted also to be approved by the public. Two opposing trends of character that have robbed me of peace of mind at many a crucial moment. In this early crisis, after weighing it all, I decided upon the expedient course, taking care, however, to be as sincere as I could be in conforming to the exigencies of the case. Looking back over my life, I wonder if this has not been the course I have most generally pursued. It seems to have been typical of much of my conduct. The above named was not my original graduating essay, but was one I had written for our class day exercises under the emotional stir-up felt at leaving school. My real essay, written for commencement, I considered a much finer production. I blush to think of it now, but my instructors had persuaded me to read my allegory at commencement. I felt aggrieved that the other should be buried in oblivion. It was an absurd affair. What is woman? Which started out attempting to answer in a facetious way some of the arguments in Walter's essay, Man's Place in Nature, after which I launched forth in a revolt against the prevailing ideas about woman's inferior place in nature and in society. It was a kind of miniature woman's rights plea, weak and unoriginal, and with my special thunder directed towards those who would prevent women from seeking to heal the sick world that leans on her. This was Lucille's influence, combined with reading eminent women of the age, plus a little Huxley and Spencer. The hodgepodge wound up with a poetical passage probably inspired by parts of Paradise Lost and a poem of Emma C. Embury's, The Mother. Concerning the ending, I was not aware of its being anything but smooth in expression till, on reading it aloud to one of the girls, she exclaimed, "Why, Eugenie, that isn't prose. That is poetry," a verdict which naturally made me feel more keenly than ever the disappointment at not being able to read my masterpiece at commencement. After graduation, I pieced out a summer term in a district school, the regular teacher falling ill. As it was in one of the same schools where my mother had taught as a girl, I tried to imagine what her life and thoughts and hopes had been in those days when she did not know father, and when I was nothing. Besides giving me the opportunity to earn money, teaching was a profitable experience. I found it strange to be the mistress of anything. At first, when standing up before the little people, it seemed queer to have them obey. It took me some time to get over the surprise of it. Had they rebelled, I should not have thought it strange. But one quickly learns to rule when he knows it is expected. I was learning for the first time what prestige goes with the mere office. It was soon a delight to direct and sway this little world. I then appreciated what a trial my teachers had had with me. Encountering occasional opposition in my pupils and feeling the consequent disappointment, I had my first realization of the trouble I had given my own teachers, and felt a wave of tenderness, especially for Prof, as I marveled at his forbearance. Some of my little charges were amusing and interesting. One or two repelled me. To others, I was strongly drawn. One little boy of 5 or 6 was quaint and original. When I asked him who God was, he sighed and said, "That's more than I know." He defined the stomach as a kind of breadbasket, ain't it? A barefooted, brown-eyed boy of perhaps 12 found a warm place in my heart. It was hard work not to pet him. I grew almost sentimental over him and made occasions for him to raise his eyes just to look into their brown depths. I remember thinking, those eyes will make some girl's heart ache some day. They almost made mine ache then. He seemed indifferent to my poorly veiled preference for him, and evidently had no ambition to become teacher's pet. One boy, much older than the others, grew insubordinate, and I told him he must apologize for his impudence or leave the school. As he was to attend the academy in a few weeks, he felt independent and refused. Having to stand my ground for the sake of discipline, I let him pack up his books and leave. But it was hard work to keep from calling him back. I knew he was sorry, but couldn't say so. The winter school which I taught was in another district, Johnny Cake Hollow, in a little red schoolhouse in the same neighborhood where the youth lived to whom I had written notes in school. Although I had then recovered from my early fancy, I was still sentimental enough to wish I knew which of the battered old desks had been his. Boarding about half a mile from the schoolhouse in a family with a lot of children, some of the elder ones of whom had attended the academy with me, I carried my dinner in a 2-quart pail and trudged through the snow in all kinds of weather, all of which helped to make me more hardy than I had been before. The bigger boys went ahead to break the paths and open the stove, and the teacher followed, surrounded by a little group of red-hooded girls and sturdy urchins, their caps with earlaps pulled down low over their faces, their dinner pails gleaming in the sunshine. I would have been happy that winter with its rugged pleasures and the consciousness that I was earning money, but for my perpetual anxiety over the arithmetic lessons. It was easy enough with the B class, but with the A class I was in continual hot water. Studying harder out of school than any of my pupils did in school, I was always apprehensive lest something come up that I could not explain. I knew that some of the older boys and girls understood their lessons better than I did, or would if we advanced much farther in the book. Always promptly dismissing the arithmetic class, I let the others run overtime. I am afraid I kept the pupils back lest they get to that terra incognita, the back part of the book, where I was so lamentably weak. In other respects, I think I was a good teacher, and that I know there could scarcely have been a poorer. The demonstrative paterfamilias, where I boarded, gave me some trying times. He was always putting his arms around me in a jolly, teasing way that was hard to resist. It offended my dignity, yet I could not manifest my full displeasure for fear of hurting the feelings of his daughters, my friends. I thought it would be painful to them to see their father rebuffed, so, evading him when I could, when I couldn't, I bore it with poor grace. Besides, I was displeased to have these demonstrations before the children, my pupils. The demure young teacher was very jealous of her dignity. One of the sons, about my own age, was a fine-grained youth. We and his sisters had good times together, but something happened one evening which made me furious. I was lying down, half asleep, dimly conscious of the light and voices in the adjoining room, when I was startled by a light kiss on my cheek. Thinking it was one of the girls or one of the little boys who was very affectionate, I lazily opened my eyes and saw the guilty young man standing there, shaking with laughter. His merriment was short-lived. Whatever I said made him feel sheepish and contrite, for I felt that he had done me an irreparable wrong. There was no pose in this. It seemed a real violation. No one, since when in childhood I had stopped playing kissing games, no boy or man, except my relatives, had kissed me. And now this was done and couldn't be undone. I was a long time outgrowing my futile regret. Thereafter, the reprimanded youth was properly respectful to the offended being who grudgingly pardoned him. At the time of commencement, I had formed a friendship with a girl from Ithaca, who, with her brother, visited in our village and later engaged in an active correspondence with both of them. They were several years my senior. They had the charm of the unknown. They had read much and wrote interesting letters. They were both religious, and in his letters the young man labored to bring me back into the old paths, or rather into the Episcopalian fold. He was the nearest to a beau I ever had, and a year later came to town, shortly before I started for college, just to visit me. Full of my approaching departure and the new life before me, his coming impressed me less than it might otherwise have done. I have since wondered if he did not intend something more than merely looking very soulful things had he met with any response from me. I recall the thrill in his voice, which stirred me a little when we took a certain afternoon walk. But I found him much less interesting than I had found his letters, and whenever I looked at the lower part of his face, thought what a pity it was that such fine eyes should be offset by such a mouth and chin. I knew I could never love a man with a mouth and chin like his. He was then studying for the ministry, and I think was tuberculous. His lack of physical strength and vigor probably repelled me without my realizing what did it. At any rate, he said no word to indicate anything but warm friendship. After his visit, he sent me Keats' poems. Our correspondence continued throughout a part of the college course. I have forgotten how it was dropped. During one of my vacations, I remember hearing him conduct religious services in the little chapel in our village, but could not endure his intoning and his priestly ways. His voice was weak, and the clerical garb only accentuated his masculine deficiencies. I thanked my stars that I had not been infatuated at the earlier period when he probably was a shy adorer. Had he been healthy and good-looking, I might have succumbed, for he pleased my mind at the time. My sister had left school without graduating, which had greatly disappointed me. But more practical than I, and less studious, and confronted by our growing needs and straitened means, seeing a way in which she could help, she had taken matters in her own hands, and a year or more before I left school had begun to learn dressmaking. I used to marvel to see her take the big shears and cut into new material. Such skill and daring, and she such a slip of a girl. What pretty gowns she made for herself and me, talking me out of my old maidish notions and making me wear things that were stylish in spite of myself, for I often objected strenuously to prevailing modes. I can see now that it was individuality in dress that I was striving for, but though failing to achieve it to any extent, I habitually dissented from conformity. How lovingly she worked on my graduation gown, and how pretty she looked in the old rose silk which she earned and made for herself and first wore on that occasion. The same old rose that played so prominent a part in our wardrobe for several subsequent years. For she let me take it during my college course, when she needed it herself. Then when she married, she remodeled it for her trousseau. Again, when I was practicing, and money was scarce, she made it over for me, the gown going back and forth between us like a shuttlecock, and every change in its form, and every scrap of the silk I see today tells its tale of love and devotion and self-sacrifice, inseparably linked with our girlish hopes and trials and experiences. I remember with delight the gowns I had to start with to college. No bride ever enjoyed her trousseau more, and I recall with tenderness the hours sister spent on them, planning how she could accomplish what she wished with as little outlay as possible. The new world I was entering, the novel experiences, all come back to me now when I see bits of the old garments. My brown traveling suit that I wore to lectures, my plaid one that was made over even prettier than when first made, my best dress, my red wrapper, my gymnasium suit, How much they meant to me, and how impossible they would have been but for sister's love and efficiency. You may rip and remodel old gowns as you will, but the scent of old memories clings round them still. End of chapter 7.